when you feel like you're nothing, but you wanna be something. Yeah, well, all you really need is hope. I just want you to trust me if you wanna be something.
That's right. Let's go. Yeah, when you're feeling down and you're out, like you got nothing but doubt, you're alone in the crowd, just trying to figure it out. All that is bad, and this money got you feeling left out. Listen up to me now, every word that's out of my mouth. Wake up, it's me. You're gonna follow your dreams, or are you just gonna be another cog in the scene? You feel the hope in this beat, yeah, the hope that you need to proceed and be exactly what you want it to be. I feel right, and I'm proud, hype and I'm loud. I'ma shout all about how I feel in the now. Ain't nobody ever gonna try to change me, till I'm dead, pushing up daisies. I'm alone in the crowd, I won't feel down. I got hope right now, and I know I'll be found. I don't really care just what all other haters gotta say. I know everything I do is gonna make them fade away.
And when you feel like you're nothing, but you wanna be something. Yeah, well, all you really need is hope. I just want you to trust me if you wanna be something. Yeah, then all you really need is hope.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah, it's what you need when you're down, need when you're out. It's what you need when you're sad and when you feel left out. You feel an energy drought and then creeps out, but with a little bit of hope you can figure it out. Keep your head high even when you're down inside. Through the pain you fight and through the painful nights, you keep striving, keep trying, keep driving, rising, keep thriving, surviving. Nothing's in your way but yourself. Don't need nobody's help. You can make it through this.
Email this morning regarding a stipulated instruction that's not stipulated regarding evidentiary facts that weren't presented. So counsel approach, please. I'm not inclined to give either one of the ones that were submitted. This is going to have to be a stipulated instruction. There's two of them there, so you can have one. Because this deals with evidence that wasn't exactly presented, because it would have to deal with evidence from Catherine Strobel, who was the defendant's prior attorney, and it would also have to deal with somebody, I guess an administrative person or somebody from the jail, to come in and talk about what the COVID protocols were. If there's not a stipulation as to what the language is, I'm not going to give an instruction. I can't do that.
And honestly, Judge, it seems like we're making a mountain of a molehill over this issue as well. And I actually am in favor of not giving any stipulated instructions.
Well, I'm not going to comment on the mountain out of a molehill, but it is because this is a request for an instruction on evidence that wasn't actually presented. Unless there's a stipulation, I don't think I can give an instruction.
Well, part of this, Your Honor, was
I know what the issue is. It doesn't change the outcome. Either you can call Catherine Strobel.
I could get her down here by 1:30.
Well, you guys need to talk about how you're going to do it, because I can't make you guys reach a stipulation, and I can't tell the jury what evidence is that hasn't been presented. So give this instruction?
Yes, except though just take out the line, and being called for a period, and the defendant said you were never in court, just take that out.
So it would end in and being found in Florida.
Yeah.
I can do that. Okay, Mr. Allen, do you stipulate?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Okay. And obviously you guys can still argue that. So, okay. All right, I'll take care of that. Don't go anywhere yet. The other issue is, this may be a Mr. Young issue as well.
I'm in the room and you know that.
Okay. I looked at the verdict forms and I don't think they're right.
So did you not see the email that I sent yesterday?
No.
Okay, so I've sent another copy, I copied you on it, Mr. Sproul, and all the parties.
Okay,
There was a structural error in the forms that we had first submitted. What I submitted yesterday is actually straight from Colby.
okay. This was the error that I found yesterday in all of them.
Is this the version?
No, this is what you originally sent, and then I crossed out this language.
Well, I think Colby actually requires you to list the rest of the charges out. But if you look at the other form that you were talking about with Roman numerals,
Right.
We were talking about Roman numeral, it actually says to go to part A, which is this, and then it tells you
Right.
to do this. And then my understanding in Colby is that are supposed to list out all of the other charges.
Here's the problem I see with that. The way the instruction reads right now is if you find the defendant not guilty of murder in the first degree, and you also find her not guilty of murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, tampering. So it would be if you find her guilty of murder in the first degree and you find her not guilty of all these other charges.
Well, this first part is not guilty of basically all the
Correct.
charges, then you answer this question.
Correct. You're right. But my whole thought is they're not required to find her guilty or not guilty of all of them. They could find her not guilty of murder in the first degree after deliberation and still find her guilty of tampering with the deceased human body. And this question, this special interrogatory down here, only applies to murder in the first degree after deliberation.
Right, so each verdict form would have the exact same.
It
wording
does.
here, but then the question actually applies to the charge for that particular verdict form.
Okay, the concern that I had was, the concern that I have is that suppose that a jury were to come back and find the defendant not guilty by reason of insanity as to murder in the first degree, both counts, but were to find her guilty of tampering with a deceased human body, then they wouldn't answer this question at all. Yeah,
And I think that's what if we just cross that out and have
Right.
it on each different verdict form, so that
Right.
part B only reflects to the charge on that verdict form.
right.
I think it is a little cleaner and less confusing.
Because otherwise, what you have is they only fill that out if they find her not guilty on all charges. And then they find NGRI as to each charge on each verdict. I suppose out of all the realm of possibilities, they could find that she's not guilty on both counts of murder. But if they find her guilty of tampering with the deceased human body and physical evidence, this instruction tells them nothing about that interrogatory.
Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying. That's the same thoughts that we were having as we were drafting these. The concern is obviously that Colgy actually has it exactly like that. And I'm always reluctant to change what's in Colgy just because of issues.
Right, and I get that.
And I guess that's
Mr.
what
Tellini?
we're having it crossed out. I think it's cleaner and less confusing to the jury. Okay.
As long as the.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would agree to that. I think it's just cleaner
To cross it out.
to cross it out.
Okay,
I think
I'll take-
sometimes Colby doesn't anticipate that you have these types of things where you have multiple different charges where they could.
Right, because it's
Not
over a
all.
period of time.
Yes, but yeah, especially because it is.
So, I'll give that to Mr. Young. Can you make those changes? Email them to Mr. Actually, Ms. Gratiano's the one doing the heavy lifting. Can you make those changes? Okay, and send those to Mr. Sproul. And then, so essentially what it will be is when we get there, this part B is just going to say, if you find her not guilty of murder in the first degree, then answer the question. Because the concern that I had was what if we do this, then they're not answering this question at all,
I understand.
which is
exactly.
bad for everybody.
I understand.
So,
It's Colby is more confusing than it should be.
well, I still blame Judge Gilbert because he's on that committee. So,
Well, I think especially because you don't often have, crimes that occur over.
and that's the other issue.
Period, and that's what
Right.
makes it more confusing and actually more of an issue in
Right.
facing with having.
Right. Okay, so I'm going to give this one with the modification. Are you able to do that, Ms. Gratiano? Do you have that?
Yeah.
She has her computer, we just don't have our computers.
Okay, all right. All right, then, I'm going to take a break while Ms. Gratiano does that. I fixed this instruction. Before we do that, though, I want to give some instruction to everybody else that's in the courtroom. And that is that the plan is that we're going to be, once we get the instructions done, we will be bringing the jury in around 9 o'clock. As I understand it, and I'm not holding you to this because I told you I wasn't going to impose time limits. I'm just trying to logistically plan. That's all. Do you have an idea as to how long your closing is going to last?
It's hard for me to predict how long mine's gonna last. Mine's the rebuttal close.
No, I'm talking about, I'm mostly concerned about the front end.
I'm trying to keep it to an hour.
Okay. How long? Okay. So it may be probably what will happen is the closing arguments are going to start 10ish. Most likely what will occur is that we get through prosecution, defense, take a lunch break, and then come back for rebuttal, would be my guess. I think it's too long to have the jury all sitting together, missing lunch and everything like that, to do it all in one chunk. So, and it's probably going to take me about 40 minutes or so.
Yeah, it'll take.
Um,
It takes at least that long for it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it'll probably take me about 40 minutes to get through the instructions. So that's kind of what I'm planning on. If it turns out that we're way ahead, and we may be able to finish in the 12:30 hour, be ready for rebuttal.
My
If you need
preference
to.
would be that we just get them all done.
It's mine too.
I know, yeah.
I just, it's a long time for them to be there. The other thing is, for everybody who's in the courtroom, there's a couple of rules. Number one, no phones. Number two, no phones. The only people that are going to have their phones out are the people in the first 1.5 rows. Those are press people. We know who they are. If you leave the courtroom during a break, you can't save a seat. So take all of your stuff with you if you leave the courtroom, so that when you, if you don't get back in, you have it with you, because somebody else may come in and sit on your, sit where your stuff is, or move your stuff or whatever. So keep that in mind. Counsel approach, please. Right. In addition, generally, if you leave the courtroom during an argument, you're not going to be allowed back in. So the only time that you go out and come back in is during a break. I know that this is a difficult case for everybody. Jury's working hard. Lawyers have worked hard. You got decorum orders back there about the conduct that I expect. If you think that there's going to be an emotional reaction, step outside. We don't want anybody to be influenced by an improper reaction from the gallery. So we'll leave it at that. So she's working on the verdict forms. I'll take care of this instruction. I'm going to number it. I need to see. Oh, I've got them right here. And I'm going to number this an A instruction, since we've already got the other ones numbered in that way, as opposed to putting it at the end. Okay.
Okay.
And then you can just shuffle it in on the other ones. Yeah, that'll work. Right. Are they stapled?
No. You
Is
were
it-
at the beginning of the stack.
I was thinking, oh, I guess you would have to Take a look here. Well, I was actually going to put it up here at like number 10A or something like that, but you'd have to go through all the stacks.
Okay, I mean.
You can do that?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right, so court will be in recess, and when we come back and bring the jury in, rest, yes?
Yes, sir.
No rebuttal?
That's right.
Okay, and then I will tell the jury what they can expect and how it's going to go forward. Once I read the instructions, we'll take that 15-minute break or so, and then we'll go into arguments. We'll see where we are. I mean, if Mr. Young doesn't take as much time or Mr. Tellini doesn't, it may be that we get it done. It's not a hard and fast noon, but I sure don't want to put them in at like 1 or 1:30 and.
Yeah, and as far as if we can get them all done before we break for lunch, there will be a natural break anyway between Mr. Tellini
Right.
and then me doing my rebuttal close. I'm gonna have to rearrange a little bit here anyway.
I'm glad you brought that up. Can we turn that camera on so that they see? We rearranged the camera, and you can see so you can see where you can be seen in the courtroom if you want to do that and take a look at the camera. My suggestion, however, would be if you're going to use this easel, that you unbury it before we start. So it'll be a little, as opposed to trying to move all that stuff afterwards. So, okay. All right. Court will be in recess then. Thank you.
All right.
My goodness, you guys, we are here. We are finally to the end of this. I am so excited. It looks like there won't be no tricky business, nothing like that. They are going to come in, they're going to give jury instructions, and they are going straight into closing arguments. I hope that they can get them all done before lunch. Wouldn't that be such a blessing if we didn't have to have an hour and a half break in between the closing statements, which means please don't come out here, attorneys, and be super long-winded. Get it straight to the point so that we can get it done and through. So excited. We have a smaller group today, but I noticed that like the entire internet has pretty much went live this morning with the closing arguments. Thank you so much to Yvette and Seal for giving me the heads up. I missed the fact that they were starting early. I did have it pulled up just in case, but I think we would have been a few minutes late, like most of the rest of the internet was. There's not very many people who caught the very first couple minutes because of them hopping on early like they did. So thank you, ladies, for giving me that heads up. I want to say good morning to everyone because we didn't really, like I said, no greetings, no nothing. So Delana, Kim, Chopper, Daddy's Baby Girl, Logical One, Emily Flotilla, Jen Joya, Ramblin' Rome, Grandma Sherry, Boo Will, Seal, good morning, Hawaiian Mama, good morning, Vicky G, Spudler, The Struggle is Real, Annie Lou, Chopper, I think I said already, but welcome to the family, by the way, Chopper. We've been trying to make you green the entire trial. You did say that whenever you were ready, you would make yourself green, and you did. So I appreciate that. Last day, here we are, and you're finally part of the family. It's so exciting. Good morning to Denise, a rebel with a cause. Good morning. Frazzled Mama 3, CDT, I know I seen it in here. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Let's see, where are we at? What do you guys think about this? The fact that we are like right here. I know, Yorkie, I can't believe we're finally to the end. Good morning, Susie. You still don't trust them. You feel like the defense is going to pull something, maybe not today, but definitely something. I'm glad to know too that both Mike Allen and oh my gosh, why can I never remember this man's name? And the other attorney are both going to be making statements. The one is going to be making the first, and then Mike Allen will be after the defenses. So I'm so excited that this is finally here. The justice for Gannon is like right around the corner. We will have a verdict for this. Hi, Judy Jones. Hi, Jessica Larkin. Dumplings Gammy. Good morning. Hi, Holly Berry. Chaotic, good morning. Good morning, Liplock No More. Good morning, Nicole Neubauer. Sweet Melissa. We are Cody's voice. I know, let's do this. I am pumped. Good morning, Noodle. Pamela. You missed the beginning. What happened? So essentially, the judge came in. They had a couple different jury instructions that they were debating on if they would stay or if they would go. The defense really wanted something procedure-wise said about the fact that there was a meeting with the attorney that through WebEx that Letecia was able to find out about Gannon's remains that way through her attorney, and that it wasn't her admitting that she drove him there. But the judge said, no, you can call her as a witness to the stand, but I'm not going to make some type of stipulation about that during jury instructions. And so the attorney was like, well, I wouldn't be able to have her here until like 1:30. And the judge was like, okay, well then I guess we'll wait until then, or something along those lines. And obviously the attorney backed down. They don't really want to call T's old lawyer to the stand because that opens up an entire wave of mess for them, because at that point then you're waiving the attorney client privilege and things like that. And so nobody wants to do that. Who knows what she said to those attorneys. And so that's why they don't actually want them on the stand. They just want to throw a little temper tantrum about it. Good morning, Cray Cray. You walked your dog at 6:30 a.m. so you would not miss this. Oh man. Hi, Marshall Dove. Hi, DB. Yeah, you're getting nervous. You're so sad because you'll miss everyone. No, see, I think if anything, we will all still be here. I know we will. I have a good feeling about this. At least us, this core 136 that are in here right now. You guys chose to be here. Still, 136 of you, even though other channels are on today that would not normally be streaming this, you 136 still chose to sit here and watch it together as a family. And God bless every single one of you for doing that. And I know that more will be coming in. I think that people are going to be shocked to find out that everything started a little bit early today. I completely missed that. I know, I can't believe it's here. Justice for Gannon. Me either, Sammy. Like, everybody is just so ready for this. Yeah, nervous. You're gonna have to go back. You'll have to go back to law and crime, and you don't want to. Oh, no. No. If there's a trial that you guys are interested in watching together as a family, please just let me know. Especially if it's something like I could just stream it. Like, we could just watch it. It'll be fine. There are obviously a ton of other cases that we cover as well, but just let me know, and we can just watch it together. Yeah, we have waited so long for this. Exactly, Tennessee Mountain High. Exactly. Henny Wheels. I think it's a trick up their sleeve. I don't know what, though. It gets me mad that they put her in blue. What a slap to Alan Landon. I know. It irritates me, too. They did that intentionally today. Your family is happy. They asked me this morning if they actually got cooked dinners next week. Maybe. I will say the Casey and Vicky White, that trial that I was looking forward to starting in June, he did a plea agreement. He pled guilty to the escape charge, and so now there is no trial. They dropped the murder charge since he pled guilty to the escape charge yesterday. So that is one less trial on our docket list, that's for sure. You were watching old news videos from when he was missing. What a long and exhausting road this has been. And you can't imagine how the family must feel today. Yeah, my heart is with them. I think that's one thing that we need to do. Maybe before they come back, we will pause for a minute and we'll just do a moment of silence. Everybody can send up their prayers to this family as they sit in this courtroom today and listen to this. You heard the judge say there will be absolutely no emotional reactions from the gallery. He will not have it. And so we got to pray for this family to be able to be strong, because here's what's going to happen. They're going to lay this case out. They're going to lay out all of the horrificness, all of the horrible things that happened to this child. And we're going to hear it all within a 3-hour time span. And so we got to keep that in mind. Like, his family is sitting there hearing these last details on this final day of trial, all before they sit there and on pins and needles and wait for this jury to come back. I have no doubt that she will be found guilty. I have no doubt in my mind at all. But we do need to, I think, take a moment and just make sure we pray for them and make sure that they can have peace and comfort in knowing that they have an army behind them. I think that's the right thing to do. So we'll take that last minute and we'll just fill the chat with blue hearts and with Gannon and stuff, and I'll let you guys know when. Why does it matter? We know she drove him there. If you heard during the video with Maria, whenever they were showing with the doctor said something about her transporting him, and the lawyer said, no, there's no proof of that. There's no proof. And so he's banking on the fact that, you can't specifically put her in the bridge that day. You can't specifically say that for sure 100% that we know it was her. Although you do like a good rebuttal witnesses in some cases, like Depp, yeah. Good morning, BC. Good morning, Arlene. Hi, Mark. Oh, Sherry. Welcome back to the family. Yeah, Carrie G. You're here for the long haul. Absolutely. Sorry, I'm way up on comments, guys. Oh, thank you, C-Dub. Yeah, you prefer it here for knowledge and long history with this case. No, thank you guys so much. Yeah, you'll still be hanging out here. There are more trials coming up. So much. So much. Yeah, Nana Barb, we could not have had a better judge for this. Thank God for Greg Warner. And not that I want more tragedies to happen in this town or anywhere near Colorado. I don't want tragedies to happen anywhere, but I would not mind watching another trial with him behind the wheels, because he has done phenomenal. I absolutely love him. No, thank you, Marshall Dove, for being part of it, for being part of this. My channel as a way to watch the trial. You're not a true crime follower, just someone who fell in love with a boy I never knew. Oh, that's so awesome. Thank you so much, Trisha. Yes, you can email them to me, Dumplings Gammy. There was 8 questions. I thought there was only 7. Interesting. Please send them over to sleuthmom12@outlook.com. You can type that in here. I just put it in the chat. So I know you guys are a full minute behind me, but that way it's there. Ramblin' Roan, Gretchen Wilson said, I ain't leaving until you throw me out. That's about it. There's a trial this year. Robert tells he's charged for murder and self. Oh my goodness. He's a lawyer. Oh, that'll be interesting. Robert tells. I'm gonna have to look that up. You can put that over in my little research area. That way I remember to look that up later. Wonder if they will televise it. I think that is one thing that I have found, is that it's very hard to follow these cases without the video feed and things like that. It does make it so much more difficult. And that's one thing I will tell you guys. After today, this next week coming up, I do intend to be listening to the West Boys again. I was trying to do both. It's too hard to do both at the same time. But I do intend to start listening to the West Boys so we can break that down each day, hopefully. So it's just, the thing with that is it is later, so we'll probably end up like a day behind each time. So you almost feel like the defense is on board with allowing Letecia to try to play games to hurt the family. And yeah, it's sad. It's really sad. Really, really sad. He is. He's an amazing man to be able to hold his temper the way he did and try to be unbiased. Yeah. He's done an amazing job. I know. She said she took a board and smashed his head with it. Hey, thank you so much, Spedler. No, thank you guys. My mod team has been absolutely amazing through this. And honestly, all of you guys who are watching, it makes it so much easier to do this together as a family. It really does. You have a video of Dr. Lewis yelling outside the court? Oh my. Savage, good morning, dear. Yes. You wonder if they'll do a press conference after the trial. I can almost guarantee it. Mike Allen he's been on top of it with press conferences all the time. And so it would not shock me one bit if they do a press conference following. Right? He's like, you lose your seat. That's just it. You lost it. Don't go out. Okay, good to know, Chopper. I'll have to look at that. Read what Mama's Hands has. Is that the video? Yeah, send that over, Mama's Hands. Good morning, criminality. Yes, today might be the day. Hi, PJ. Hi, Doxy. Okay, you have to wait until after the trial to release it. Okay, that sounds okay. He is. Alan has done amazing. The entire prosecution team has done amazing. They have been extremely prepared each day. They have been on top of everything, every step of the way. They have just done amazing. Is it proper to send the judge a letter of appreciation for his professionalism? I would say that people would send him hate mail, I'm sure. So why not? I don't think it's a bad thing to send bad or something good to say thank you. I know somebody said that they're going to send him like a fruit basket, edible arrangement. So, is there a way to send a card to Gannon's family? So, I would say logical one. If there's anything that you want to send, you can send it to the Restoration Church in Colorado. And I got to look up what Landon's church name was in North Carolina, but I would assume that they would still want the donations or appreciation and things like that to go to their church heads where they had wanted it to go in the beginning. Because that's where they were receiving things in the past, was to the churches. So the Restoration Church in Colorado, and then I have to look up the one in North Carolina, but I will get that information for you. Okay, so at this time, guys, we're going to take a moment of silence because they should be back in about a minute. And let's just fill the chat with hearts for Gannon, prayers for Gannon's family, little Sonic emojis if you have access to it. Let's just fill it with thoughts and prayers towards Gannon's family so that they can get through these closing arguments. Okay. Absolutely amazing, you guys. Absolutely amazing. I'm not even gonna lie, I'm like tearing up looking at all this. So much love for his family. I know they're due back any second. I wanted to say too, Holly, thank you so much for your super sticker. I did see it. I'm so sorry that I didn't say it right then. Yeah, the world misses you, Gannon. His justice is coming. We're there. This is it. And I'm so praying that they won't have any opportunity for an appeal, that they don't even get like it's not even a thought of thing. I really don't. I really hope that that doesn't get to happen for his family's sake. Yeah, it's beautiful. So much love in here. So much love. Let me see. You can see Letecia trying to, yeah, having chest pains and needing to go to the emergency room. If this is, if this is going to be, if she hasn't caused an issue so far besides flipping the bird, if she's going to do it, today's her last chance to cause a scene. I just hope that she doesn't. You know, don't put them through anything else. Just sit there with your hair in your face and just shut up, you know? Just go away. Just let this be it. Let this be the end of it. I know, I hope we never see or hear from her again. Yeah, the prosecution. I don't even think the prosecution has a B game. They have been so amazing. They've been so amazing through this whole case. Guys, just take a second and like scroll your finger up through the chat. It's beautiful, especially to see it in like, you know how whenever you're scrolling and it's just like a wave of blue. Like it's so awesome to see. And it just keeps going. Like this whole wave of blue. It's so amazing. You can see her acting up during the impact statements, maybe. Yeah, Tracy, I'm in blue today too. That's awesome. Blue scrubs. I'm not sure what his favorite dessert was, Anna. Amy, yes, court did start. They were waiting. They were going to go get the jury and bring them in and do jury, can't remember what he called it, like the jury instructions. And it was supposed to take about 40 minutes. And then they're going to do closing arguments. Yep, blue's on, porch lights on. I got all the blue everywhere. You think she'll do it today? If the jury sees right before deliberations. In Mama's hands, she decided not to testify. Unless she changed her mind this morning. She had decided not to testify as of Friday. Or I'm sorry, as of Wednesday. Today's Friday. Oh, thank you so much, Holly. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, that looks awesome. Did you just scroll up, GD Jones? It's like a little wave of blue. Just blue everywhere. It's pretty cool. Yes, we will say Gannon's name today. Gannon. Gannon, G-Man. However you want to call him. It's beautiful. Did the defense rest? Amy, they were, I mean, as soon as they came in, they were talking about the closing arguments, how long the closing arguments are going to take and things like that. They just went through jury instructions together. And then we're going into closing arguments. And the only reason that I could see her, if she was somehow to decide to testify at this point, is to drag it out another day. Because right now, she just heard they want to be done before lunch. The only thing that she could do is change her mind, I guess, if the defense didn't officially rest yet. And that would just be another form of torture for her, because then she can make it take over the weekend before we get closing arguments. Or before they deliberate. But as of right now, I don't think that that's a thing. Like, I think that they're just taking a minute to get the jury in and to figure out any last minute things. Oh, you're okay. You know what? I have said this so many times. We are Cody's voice. Gannon would not
All
let
right,
us
court
back.
will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? Let's go ahead and bring the jury in. So we'll just take them over there. And I tell them, and they can just pass them down. Cameras. Oh. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start today like we have every other day. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right. When we took our break on Wednesday, we were in the midst of the defendant's case. So that's where we will resume. Mr. Tellini, call your next witness, please. Ladies and gentlemen, what that means is the defense has presented all of the evidence which it intends to present for you to consider the issues in this case. I want to remind you that the defense does not have any burden of proof at any point in these proceedings. However, because the defense did present evidence, the prosecution also has an opportunity to present rebuttal evidence if it chooses to do so, to rebut any of the evidence that was presented by the defense. With that, prosecution, do you have any rebuttal evidence? Ladies and gentlemen, what that means is that all of the evidence which you may properly consider to decide the issues in this case has been presented. Here's what we're going to do going forward. Mr. Combs has some instructions for you. He's going to hand those out. So if all of you would take one and pass it down. All right, the law in the state of Colorado requires that I read these instructions to you, even though you have them with you to take back into court. In addition, because you each have your own individual copy, you can write on your copy any notes that you want to have, just like you would any other notes. Those are not discoverable. Once the case is done, again, those are destroyed. The original jury instructions that I'll give you at the end, those are the ones that need to be filled out. In addition, you'll also see that your instructions start with 9A. That's because we had an addition. So if you hold on to 9A, it's going to go right after instruction 9. Just hold on to it. We'll get there, I promise you. Okay. What we'll do is I will read these instructions, then we'll take about a 15-minute recess or so. Then we're going to come back. Then the prosecution has an opportunity to give you a closing argument. After that, the defense has an opportunity to give a closing argument. After that, then the prosecution has an opportunity to give rebuttal. It's much like rebuttal evidence. They get to comment on anything that the defense had to comment on in their closing argument. So that's the process. I want to tell you, we work almost always on a closing argument, from my perspective, a little bit on the fly, because I've not placed time limitations on the attorneys. However, I'm not going to have you guys sitting there for a 4-hour block of time either. So it may be that we do the prosecution closing, the defense closing, and take a break, a lunch break, and then do rebuttal. The other thing is that since we are here for closing, that means that this case has been concluded. That means that you will be here all day. Normally you have gone out to lunch, those sorts of things. That won't be happening today. We're going to order lunch in for you. When we take our break, we're going to have somebody come down and they'll tell you about the lunch process and stuff like that. But we're going to have you here today. And once we discharge you, or once we send you back for deliberations, you'll need to stay together for the deliberation period. Members of the jury, the evidence in this case has been completed. In a moment, I will read to you jury instructions that contain the rules of law you must apply to reach your verdict. You will have copies of what I read to take with you to the jury room. But first, I want to mention a few things to keep in mind when you are discussing this case in the jury room. Until you have returned a verdict, you must not do any research about this case or this kind of case using any source, including dictionaries, reference materials, the internet, or other electronic means. You must not communicate in any way with anyone else about this case or this kind of case until you have returned a verdict in court. This includes your family and friends. If you have a cell phone or other electronic device, you must keep it turned off during the jury deliberations. Actually, what happens is we collect all of those. You get them back at the end, and sometimes you even get back your own. But we collect them all at the end. We collect them all and we hold on to them during deliberations. It is my job to decide what rules of law apply to the case. While the attorneys may comment on some of these rules, you must follow the instructions I give you. Even if you disagree with or do not understand the reasons for some of the rules of law, you must follow them. No single instruction describes all the law which must be applied. The instructions must be considered together as a whole. During this trial, you received all of the evidence that you may properly consider in deciding the issues in the case. Your decision must be made by applying the rules of law that I give you to the evidence presented at trial. Remember, you must not be influenced by sympathy, bias, or prejudice in reaching your decision. You should not allow bias or any kind of prejudice based upon gender to influence your decision. If you decide that the prosecution has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty, it will be my job to decide what the punishment will be. In making your decision, you must not consider punishment at all. At times during the trial, attorneys made objections. Do not draw any conclusions from the objections or from my rulings on the objections. These only related to legal questions I had to decide and should not influence your thinking. If I told you not to consider a particular statement that was made during the trial, you must not consider it in your deliberations. Finally, you should consider all the evidence in light of your experience in life. The defendant is charged with committing the crimes of murder in the first degree after deliberation, murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, tampering with the deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence in El Paso County, Colorado, on or about January 27, 2020. The defendant has pled not guilty by reason of insanity. The charges against the defendant are not evidence. The charges against the defendant are just accusations. The fact that the defendant has been accused is not evidence that the defendant committed any crime. Every person charged with a crime is presumed innocent. This presumption of innocence remains with the defendant throughout the trial and should be given effect by you unless, after considering all the evidence, you are then convinced that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is upon the prosecution to prove to the satisfaction of the jury beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of all of the elements necessary to constitute the crime charged. Reasonable doubt means a doubt based upon reason and common sense, which arises from a fair and rational consideration of all of the evidence or lack of evidence in the case. It is a doubt which is not a vague, speculative, or imaginary doubt, but such a doubt as would cause reasonable people to hesitate to act in matters of importance to themselves. If you find from the evidence that each and every element of a crime has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty of that crime. If you find from the evidence that the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the elements of a crime beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty of that crime. The number of witnesses testifying for or against a certain fact does not, by itself, prove or disprove that fact. You are the sole judges of the credibility of each witness and the weight to be given the witness's testimony. You should carefully consider all of the testimony given and the circumstances under which each witness has testified. For each witness, consider that person's knowledge, motive, state of mind, demeanor, and manner while testifying. Consider the witness's ability to observe, the strength of that person's memory, and how that person obtained his or her knowledge. Consider any relationship the witness may have to either side of the case and how each witness might be affected by the verdict. Consider how the testimony of the witness is supported or contradicted by other evidence in the case. You should consider all facts and circumstances shown by the evidence when you evaluate each witness's testimony. You may believe all of the testimony of a witness, part of it, or none of it. A witness qualified as an expert by education, training, or experience may state opinions. You are not bound by the testimony of witnesses who testified as experts. The credibility of an expert's testimony is to be considered as that of any other witness. You may believe all of an expert witness's testimony, part of it, or none of it. The way you give the testimony is entirely your decision. Every defendant has a constitutional right not to testify. The decision not to testify cannot be used as an inference of guilt and cannot prejudice the defendant. It is not evidence, does not prove anything, and must not be considered for any purpose. The court has taken judicial notice of a certain fact. You may or may not accept that fact as true. It is entirely your decision to determine what weight, if any, shall be given to the evidence. And this is where the 9A goes. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the El Paso County Jail was accepting WebEx meetings on March 20 of 2020. The defendant's attorney had a WebEx meeting with the defendant on that date around noon. Later that day, Dr. Moore had a conversation with the defendant about Gannon being found in Florida. A fact may be proven by either direct or circumstantial evidence. Under the law, both are acceptable ways to prove something. Neither is necessarily more reliable than the other. Direct evidence is based on firsthand observation of the fact in question. For example, a witness's testimony that she looked out a window and saw snow falling might be offered as direct evidence that it had snowed. Circumstantial evidence is indirect. It is based on observations of related facts that may lead you to reach a conclusion about the fact in question. For example, a witness's testimony that she looked out a window and saw snow covering the ground might be offered as circumstantial evidence that it had snowed. Members of the jury, you may discuss this case only when you are all present, and you may only deliberate in the jury room. No juror should attempt to discuss this case with other jurors or anyone else at any other time except when all jurors are in the jury room. Once you begin your deliberations, if you have a question, your foreperson should write it on a piece of paper, sign it, and give it to the bailiff, who will bring it to me. The court will then determine the appropriate way to answer the question. However, there may be some questions that, under the law, the court is not permitted to answer. Please do not speculate about what the answer to your question might have been or why the court is not able to answer a particular question. Finally, please be sure to keep the original question and response. Do not destroy them, as they are part of the official record in this case and must be returned to me when you return the instructions and verdict forms at the end of the case. One other caveat to this instruction is that takes time, because I have to reconvene the court, have to bring the lawyers in, we have to discuss the question, what the possible response is. So it's not as quick as the questions that we have when you're asking witnesses. During this trial, you were permitted to submit written questions to witnesses. If a particular question was not asked, do not guess why the question was not asked or what the answer might have been. My decision not to ask a question submitted by a juror is not a reflection on the person asking it, and you should not attach any significance to the failure to ask a question. By making legal rulings on the admissibility of questions, I did not intend to suggest or express any opinion about the question. My decision whether or not to allow a question is based on the applicable rules of evidence and other rules of law, and not on the facts of this particular case. It is my responsibility to assure that all parties receive a fair trial according to the law and rules of evidence. The fact that certain questions were not asked must not affect your consideration of the evidence in any way. Do not give greater weight to questions or answers to questions that are submitted by yourself or your fellow jurors. In making your decision, you must consider all of the evidence that has been presented. In this case, a separate offense is charged against the defendant in each count of the information. Each count charges a separate and distinct offense, and the evidence in the law applicable to each count should be considered separately, uninfluenced by your decision as to any other count. The fact that you may find the defendant guilty or not guilty of one of the offenses charged should not control your verdict as to any other offense charged against the defendant. The defendant may be found guilty or not guilty of any one or all of the offenses charged. A crime is committed when the defendant has committed a voluntary act prohibited by law together with a culpable state of mind. A voluntary act means an act performed consciously as a result of effort or determination. Proof of the voluntary act alone is insufficient to prove that the defendant has the required state of mind. The culpable state of mind is as much an element of the crime as the act itself and must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, either by direct or circumstantial evidence. In this case, the applicable states of mind are explained below. The term after deliberation means not only intentionally, but also that the decision to commit the act has been made after the exercise of reflection and judgment concerning the act. An act committed after deliberation is never one which has been committed in a hasty or impulsive manner. A person acts intentionally or with intent when her conscious objective is to cause the specific result prescribed by the statute defining the offense. It is immaterial whether or not the result actually occurred. A person acts knowingly or willfully with respect to conduct or to a circumstance described by statute defining an offense when she is aware that her conduct is of such nature or that such a circumstance exists. A person acts knowingly or willfully with respect to a result of her conduct when she is aware that her conduct is practically certain to cause the result. These next instructions have to deal with the elements that must be proven for the charges And it makes more sense once you actually have all of the instructions because it references in instruction 21. The elements of the crime of murder in the first degree after deliberation are that the defendant in the state of Colorado, at or about the date and place charged, after deliberation and with intent to cause the death of a person other than herself, caused the death of that person or of another person, and that the defendant's conduct was not legally authorized by the affirmative defense in instruction 21. After considering all of the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has proven each of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree after deliberation. After considering all of the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty of murder in the first degree after deliberation. The elements of the crime of murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, are that the defendant in the state of Colorado, at or about the date and place charged, knowingly caused the death of a child who had not yet attained 12 years of age, and the defendant was in a position of trust with respect to the child, and that the defendant's conduct was not legally authorized by the affirmative defense in instruction 21. After considering all the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has proven each of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust. After considering all of the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty of murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust. The elements of the crime of tampering with a deceased human body are that the defendant in the state of Colorado, at or about the date and place charged, believed that an official proceeding was pending, in progress, or about to be instituted, and acting without legal right or authority, willfully destroyed, mutilated, concealed, removed, or altered a human body, part of a human body, or human remains with intent to impair its or their appearance or availability in the official proceedings, and that the defendant's conduct was not legally authorized by the affirmative defense in instruction 21. After considering all the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has proven each of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty of tampering with a deceased human body. After considering all the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty of tampering with a deceased human body. The elements of the crime of tampering with physical evidence are that the defendant in the state of Colorado, at or about the date and place charged, believed that an official proceeding was pending, in progress, or about to be instituted, and acting without legal right or authority, destroyed, mutilated, concealed, removed, or altered physical evidence with intent to impair its verity or availability in the pending or prospective official proceeding, and that the defendant's conduct was not legally authorized by the affirmative defense in instruction 21. After considering all of the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has proven each of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty of tampering with physical evidence. After considering all of the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty of tampering with physical evidence. In this case, certain words or phrases have a particular meaning. The following are the definitions of those words and phrases. Accordingly, you are to use the following definitions where those words and phrases appear in the instructions and define crimes, defenses, special rules, and verdict questions. Cause means that act or failure to act which in natural and probable sequence produced the claimed injury. It is a cause without which the claimed injury would not have been incurred. Homicide means the killing of a person by another. Official proceeding means a proceeding heard before any legislative, judicial, administrative, or other governmental agency, or official authorized to hear evidence under oath, including any magistrate, hearing examiner, commissioner, notary, or other person taking testimony or deposition in any such proceedings. Person, when referring to the victim of a homicide, means a human being. who had been born and was alive at the time of the homicidal act. Physical evidence includes any article, object, document, record, or other thing of physical substance. Physical evidence does not include a human body, part of a human body, or human remains. One in a position of trust includes, but is not limited to, any person who is a parent or acting in the place of a parent and charged with any of a parent's rights, duties, or responsibilities concerning a child, including a guardian or someone otherwise responsible for the general supervision of a child's welfare, or a person who is charged with any duty or responsibility for the health, education, welfare, or supervision of a child, including foster care, child care, family care, or institutional care, either independently or through another, no matter how brief, at the time of the unlawful act. The evidence in this case has raised the defense of insanity as a defense to the crimes of murder in the first degree after deliberation, murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, tampering with the deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence. The defendant was insane at the time of the commission of the acts if she was so diseased or defective in mind at the time of the commission of the act as to be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to that act, or she suffered from a condition of mind caused by mental disease or defect that prevented her from forming a culpable mental state that is an essential element of a crime charged. But care should be taken not to confuse mental disease or defect with moral obliquity, mental depravity, or passion growing out of anger, revenge, hatred, or other motives and kindred evil conditions, because when an act is induced by any of these causes, the person is accountable to the law. In addition, diseased or defective in mind does not refer to an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct. Similarly, mental disease or defect means only those severely abnormal mental conditions that grossly and demonstrably impair a person's perception or understanding of reality, and that are not attributable to the voluntary ingestion of alcohol or any other psychoactive substance. Mental disease or defect does not include an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct. The law presumes everyone to be sane. However, after some evidence of insanity is introduced, the burden of proof is upon the people to prove to the satisfaction of the jury, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant was sane at the time of the commission of the crimes charged. In order to meet this burden of proof, the prosecution must disprove, beyond a reasonable doubt, both of the above numbered conditions. After considering all of the evidence, if you decide that the prosecution has failed to meet this burden of proof, then the prosecution has failed to prove that the defendant was sane at the time of the commission of the acts, which is an essential element of murder in the first degree after deliberation, murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, tampering with a deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence. In that event, you must find the defendant not guilty and have the foreperson sign the designated section of Part A of the verdict form to indicate your verdicts. After considering all the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has met this burden of proof, then the prosecution has proved the defendant was not insane at the time of the commission of the acts. In that event, your verdicts concerning the charges of murder in the first degree after deliberation, murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, tampering with a deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence must depend upon your determination whether the prosecution has met its burden of proof with respect to the remaining elements of this offense. Instruction 22. Concerning the affirmative defense of insanity, certain words or phrases have a particular meaning. Diseased or defective mind does not refer to an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct. Mental disease or defect means only those severely abnormal mental conditions which grossly and demonstrably impair a person's perception or understanding of reality, and which are not attributable to the voluntary ingestion of alcohol or any other psychopathic substance, except that it does not include an abnormality and manifested only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct. Moral obliquity refers to an act committed by a person who is capable of distinguishing moral right from moral wrong, but nevertheless acts out a perverse and culpable rejection of prevailing moral standards. Moral obliquity does not include an act committed by a person in a state of mental illness that renders the person incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to the act. Incapable of distinguishing right from wrong refers to cognitive inability due to a mental disease or defect to distinguish right from wrong as measured by a societal standard or morality, even though the person may be aware that the conduct in question is criminal. The phrase incapable of distinguishing right from wrong does not refer to a purely personal and subjective standard of morality. If you find that the defendant, and this question will make more sense once you see the verdict forms. If you find the defendant guilty of one or more of the following charges of murder in the first degree after deliberation, murder in the first degree child under 12, position of trust, tampering with a deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence, you should disregard the remainder of this instruction and sign Section A of the verdict form for that charge to indicate your verdict of guilty. If, however, I think that's a typo. I think that's supposed to be B. We'll get to it in just a moment. If, however, you find the defendant not guilty of one or more of the following charges of murder in the first degree, murder in the first degree after deliberation, murder in the first degree child under 12, position of trust, tampering with a deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence, you should sign Section A of the verdict form to indicate your verdict of not guilty, and you should also answer the following verdict question in Section B of the verdict form. Did you find the defendant not guilty solely based on the defense of insanity? Answer yes or no. The court reminds you that the prosecution has the burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt each element of the crime charged, including that the defendant was not insane at the time of the commission of the act. If you decide that the only element of the crime charge that the prosecution failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that the defendant was sane at the time of the commission of the act, you should mark yes in the appropriate place in Section B of the verdict form and have the foreperson sign the designated form in that section of the verdict form. If you decide that the prosecution has failed to prove any other element beyond a reasonable doubt, you should mark no in the appropriate place in Section B of the verdict form and have the foreperson sign the designated line in that section of the verdict form. In any trial or hearing in which the mental condition of the defendant is at issue, witnesses not specially trained in psychiatry or psychology may testify as to their observation of the defendant's actions and conduct, and as to conversations which they have had with her bearing upon her mental condition, and they shall be permitted to give their opinions or conclusions concerning the mental condition of the defendant. This is an information instruction and must have no persuasive bearing on the verdicts you arrive at under the evidence. If a defendant is found not guilty by reason of insanity, it is the court's duty to commit the defendant to the Department of Human Services until such time as the court determines that the defendant no longer requires hospitalization because she no longer suffers from a mental disease or defect which is likely to cause her to be dangerous to herself, to others, or to the community in the reasonably foreseeable future. If a defendant is found not guilty by reason of insanity, she will never again be tried on the merits of the criminal charges filed against her. The question of the defendant's sanity or insanity has reference to her mental condition at the time of the alleged acts, the condition of the defendant's mind previous to the act charged, and since that time, may be considered only to aid you in determining her sanity or insanity at the time of the acts charged. In a few moments, the bailiff will escort you to the jury room, where you will select one of your members to be the foreperson. Your foreperson will preside over your deliberations and shall sign any verdict form and verdict question form that you may agree on, according to the rules that I am about to explain. The verdict for each charge must represent the considered judgment of each juror, and it must be unanimous. In other words, all of you must agree to all parts of it. This requirement applies to any determinations that you make in response to verdict questions which you conclude should be answered. Only one verdict shall be returned signed for each count. The verdict forms, verdict question forms, and these instructions shall remain in the possession of your foreperson until I ask for them in open court. Upon reaching a verdict, and if required by your verdicts, answering any verdict questions, you will inform the bailiff, who in turn will notify me, and you will remain in the jury room until I call you into the courtroom. You will be provided with 4 verdict forms. You will also be provided with 4 verdict question forms with directions that explain under what circumstances you should complete those forms. When you have unanimously agreed upon your verdicts, you will select the option on each form which reflects your verdict, and the foreperson will sign the verdict form as I have stated. Similarly, if you conclude the verdict question should be answered, you will select the option on each verdict question form which reflects your unanimous decision, and the foreperson will sign each verdict question form as I have stated. I will now read to you the verdict and the verdict question forms. You must not draw any inferences based on the order in which I read them. The verdict and verdict question forms you will receive read as follows. Jury verdict count number 1, charge of murder in the first degree after deliberation. Part A, section Roman numeral 1. We, the jury, find the defendant, Letecia Stauch, not guilty of count number 1, murder in the first degree after deliberation. Part A, section Roman numeral 2. We, the jury, find the defendant, Letecia Stauch, guilty of count number 1, murder in the first degree after deliberation. If you fill out Part A, Roman numeral 1, you are finding the defendant not guilty, and you are finding the issues in favor of the defendant. If you do that, you need to fill out Part B, which asks you the question, if you find the defendant not guilty of murder in the first degree, you should answer the following question. However, if you find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree, you should leave this section blank. As to the charge of murder in the first degree after deliberation, did you find the defendant not guilty solely based on the defense of insanity? So with respect to each verdict form, you have 3 options. It can be a straight not guilty, it can be guilty, it can be not guilty by reason of insanity. So if you were to find the defendant just straight not guilty, the prosecution had not presented enough evidence to establish beyond a reasonable doubt that charge against the defendant, you would fill it not guilty and be done. If you were to find the defendant or that the prosecution had presented sufficient evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she was guilty, you could fill it out as guilty. If you find her to be not guilty because she was insane at the time, you need to answer not guilty and answer this question on the back. Verdict form number 2, charge of murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust. Section Roman numeral 1. We, the jury, find the defendant, Letecia Stauch, not guilty of count number 2, murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust. Section Roman numeral 2. We, the jury, find the defendant, Letecia Stauch, guilty of count number 2, murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust. Again, only if you find her not guilty should you consider the question on Part B. As to the charge of murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, did you find the defendant not guilty solely based on the defense of insanity? Verdict form or count number 3. We, the jury, Part A, Roman numeral 1, we, the jury, find the defendant, Letecia Stauch, not guilty of count number 3, tampering with a deceased human body. Roman numeral 2, we, the jury, find the defendant, Letecia Stauch, guilty of count number 3, tampering with a deceased human body. And the same question on the back under Part B. Jury verdict form count number 4, charge of tampering with physical evidence. We, the jury, find the defendant Letecia Stauch not guilty of count number 4, tampering with physical evidence, or Roman numeral 2. We, the jury, find the defendant Letecia Stauch guilty of count number 4, tampering with physical evidence, and the same question on part B. So let me go back for a moment, double check this. Section A. All right, let me call your attention back because I may have introduced some confusion. If you look back at instruction 23, and I said I thought this might be a typographical error, it is not. That is an accurate statement. If you find the defendant guilty of one or more of the following charges of murder in the first degree after deliberation: murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust, tampering with a deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence, you should disregard the remainder of this instruction and sign section A of the verdict form for that charge to indicate your verdict of guilty. That's an accurate statement. What I was thinking about is that it also implicated the insanity provision. But under section A of each verdict form, you're determining whether she's not guilty or whether she's guilty. So instruction 23 is accurate the way that it was stated and the way that it was read to you. I just didn't want there to be any confusion about that, since I may have introduced some. So what we're going to do is take about a 15-minute recess. So if I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 5 after 10, we should be able to start on time. Again, even though you've gotten the instructions, still can't start deliberating yet. You have to wait. So don't talk to each other about it. Don't talk to anyone else about it. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of the case. We'll see you at 10 after 5 when we come back. My hope is that we will probably go until noon. We might go a little bit longer. So, because it would be better to have all of the arguments together. But again, as I said, I don't want you guys to be sitting there for a really long time either. So I'm just going to have to work that out on the fly. So with that, I'll rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Set up however you want to set up, and just be ready to go when we get back. What I have told both sides is that my intent at this point in time is just to leave the TV on. I suppose there might be a need to switch back and forth between sources. Pardon?
That would just be on your end though, wouldn't
Right.
it?
Yeah. So you,
From there.
Oh, so
And
it'd
if-
be the same
okay.
plug then.
Okay.
yeah. So you just need to tell me what the feed is from. But at this point in time, all of the evidence has been admitted. So I intend to, whatever is up there is going to stay up there until something else gets put up there.
Okay.
So any of this stuff that you want out, you need to move out. This is a suggestion. It is not a firm and direct rule, because I don't want to interfere too much with what the attorneys intend to do during closing arguments. I think probably the poster boards are going to be best right there on that corner of the court reporter's table. So if you want to put something up there or hold them up there or prop them up on the table, that's fine. But if you want to do it over there or on the witness stand, I don't care. So I just wanted to let you know. With that, court will be in recess then.
All rise.
Got 15 minutes until this game kicks off. I'm like nervous, to be completely honest, you guys. I am like really nervous. Yeah, TikTok tea. TikTok tea. We're almost there. Ain't hiding no more, TP. Wonder if she's gonna pee herself on this. Probably. Warning, scammer alert. Your doctor didn't do nothing to help you get off of this case. Gonna have to call all the peoples with all the lies because ain't nobody getting you out of there now. Because I'm sorry, TP, but you are gonna be found guilty. And we will finally have justice for Gannon. I'm excited. I'm excited that this is happening finally. I just have nothing but good vibes right now. Nothing but good vibes leaving my body, going towards this courtroom, going towards the DA, towards the family, towards everyone, because that's what they need. They need good vibes to get through this. And so I'm not going to stress or worry. I will mention to you guys, trigger warning right now. Trigger warning right now, because I cannot control what they show on these TVs, and I will have it so that we can see the TVs, so that we can see the DA. I will have it like that. And there's a very, very good chance, you guys, that they may show the autopsy photos again. That they may show Gannon's remains again. That they may show the suitcase. They may show all of this horrific evidence again. And so I want you guys to brace yourselves for that, because there is nothing that I can do in that moment to stop it. Nor do I want to have to be in a position to shut off the feed or anything else like that. That is part of this judicial process. And so I do want you guys to be aware right now that will likely happen. That they will likely show things to trigger this jury again, to break their hearts again about Gannon and what this monster did to him. What this evil, conniving witch did. You know, it's part of the justice. They would not have changed our view of the courtroom. They would not have changed the way that things looked in there if it wasn't meant to be seen by the public. They did that because it's part of the judicial process. So I just want to put that out there first and foremost. Yes, you've avoided seeing the evidence. Let's rename anxious and call it excited because it feels better. It's the same chemical in the brain that is firing with both emotions. I'm excited for Gannon to have justice. Absolutely. Absolutely. He was such a handsome boy, Melly Mel. Yes. God bless his family. I know that there has been some of you guys who have been avoiding seeing the screens, and I'm sure that they will give us some type of nod or wave, or you'll see some type of something towards the family whenever they get ready to show this, because they've always alerted the family before the photos come up. And so I just want you guys to be aware, like, that it's going to probably happen. So that is one thing to keep in mind. Yeah, you want to see her guilty and walk out in cuffs. Exactly. It's done. We're here. We are here. You know, finally, this sweet boy will get the justice that he deserves. His family can finally know that this monster will never walk the streets again. If she gets to prison, I wonder if they will hide her like Chris Watts. I don't know. Maybe Roberta. They're probably going to have to at first. That sounds horrible, but they're probably going to have to hide her to make sure that she doesn't get killed as soon as she goes into the prison. Because that's the reality of this, especially with big cases like this. Whenever people don't like child murderers, period, anyways. People don't like people who essay kids or do all the things anyways. And so whenever they go to prison with the drug addicts and the robbers and things like that, and then they find out, oh, you're that woman? You're that woman that hurt their son? You're that woman who hurt a child, or you're that man who hurt a child? Their lives are miserable. Miserable. Look at what happened to Gabriel Fernandez's mom. They beat her within an inch of her life. That's what they do to people who do this to children. And so, yeah, they'll probably have to put her in protective custody, and not because they want to keep her safe, but because they have to keep themselves safe. It's very dangerous to break up prison fights and things like that. Yeah, they hate child killers in jail. They hate them. I know. Put them in Gen Pop, right? Guilty on all counts. It's coming. I don't think it's going to take long. Let's see what the survey said. A lot of you guys didn't answer the survey, but let me see where we're at. With, let's see. I'm curious. 163 votes, still climbing. A bunch of people are going to vote right now. Yeah, get your votes in about how long do you think that this is going to take? Right now, it looks like a lot of you guys are between 0 and 4 hours. If I would have done that as one block, I bet you that's where the votes would have been. I feel like they'll probably be done by the end of today. I just don't know how far into the end of today. Although we have a very astute jury, they have done an amazing job thus far asking questions from every witness. I think there was only one or two that they didn't ask questions of. There are several members of this jury that seem to be they're taking this extremely seriously, as they should. As they should take this extremely seriously. And so it's a good thing. It's a very good thing the way that they have been so far. I'm just eager to see how they're going to approach the evidence. In my mind, as a juror member, I would almost want to see the rest of what had not been shown. But would I want to put the family through the waning process? It would be very split. I would have that curiosity to want to see the rest of the calls, to want to see the rest of the tapes and the rest of the video footage of her splitting and different things like that. Just because of my own human nature, I would want to see it all. But would I want to think about the fact that his mom and his dad are sitting there waiting for this guilty verdict and waiting on me? Would I want to put them through an entire weekend of torture and waiting and not knowing, thinking, oh my God, I can't believe they're not done yet? That's the other side of this. The panic that what if they do find her not guilty would start to set in and things like that. And I think as a jury member, I would keep that in the back of my head too. You want to look at the evidence, but unselfishly, you also want to return that verdict as quickly as possible to not put any extra pain or torture on the family as they wait for the verdict. Who said that? We might just call off work. Yeah, all you missed so far was jury instructions, Louisiana girl. In about 5 minutes, they're going to start closing arguments. So, yeah, even other murderers hate child killers. Exactly, Sugar Beet. 2 to 4 hours. 2 to 4 hours. Yeah. Maybe if they have questions on certain charges, right? We are Cody's voice. I wasn't sure. I seen it pop across that you may just call off work. I wouldn't blame you. I have to go pick up my kids in a couple of minutes. My sister took them to the homeschool party, so I'm going to be listening and driving it for a few minutes here. You just moved your meeting to after lunch. That's a good idea, Jet's mom. Here at work, no patience today. That's good, Jordan Thomas. Hi, KK. I did hear that, KK. I can't get over the fact that she's wearing blue. I know. I know. And so the other day she was in like a tealish color. This is full on blue. Like, they literally put this monster in full on blue. And let me just say, I love the fact that Landon is wearing like this fire red. I hope she has black pants on. She walked in there ready to trigger T today. She's like, I can just picture her being like, trigger this woman. I almost said a different word, but I won't. You're gonna call into work even though you're a stay-at-home mom? Same, Mama Bear. Thank God for my family through this trial. Part of it though is like I honestly wasn't gonna go on it anyways. I have a sinus infection. I don't know if I told you guys that. That's what it officially is. It's a sinus infection. So I didn't want to go and be around all the little kids anyways. I know, look at his baby photo. He's so cute. He's always smiling though. This has been my point through this whole court process. We are not going to stop smiling as much as we possibly can. As much as we possibly can. Because that's what Gannon would have wanted. He would not want us here sad and grieving and things like that. He would want us smiling and happy. He would want us celebrating today. KW10, don't even, my husband hasn't even bothered to talk to me the last couple days. He's just like, as he walks past, as he comes in from work, he just doesn't even bother. I think he's finally figuring it out that like, I'm busy, I'm listening to this. Be out in the kitchen cooking dinner and stuff like that, just listening to the trial, trying to hear every detail. Like, don't talk. Yeah, we are Cody's ways to have a permanent smile on your face. Absolutely. He was always so happy. Yes, the baby duck one. Me too, sugar beet. Yeah. You know what, Kim? They will during the jury or during the sentencing part. What's that called? The impact statements. Oh, welcome to the future, laced in perfume. All right, I'm going to pull the court back up because they should be back any second now. And we will go. But like I said, guys, for those of you who are just catching up and just getting to the future and all the things, or just joining, they are going to be showing the TVs. The TVs will likely show some of the gruesome pictures. Please be prepared for that. Just please, that this is my warning right now. If you're not able to look, don't. But there's nothing I can do in those moments to not show it, nor do I want to not show it, if that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but it's part of the judicial process and part of why they've changed everything around for us to see. So here's that. Let's get this back up full screen. And I think what we will do is we'll put the two courtrooms like this. Oh no, I need to like get a 50/50 zoomer. Wonder if I can do like that and then put T at the top, maybe. Do it like this. Because I'm feeling we're going to see like her and then the bottom. I don't know. We'll see how it looks once they come back officially. What we got here? Oh, thank you so much, Doxy. Justice for Gannon. Thank you, Sleuth Mom, and every person for being here today for Gannon. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Doxy. And thank you guys for gifting all the memberships and everybody who has sent the super stickers and super chats so far. It's so much appreciated. So much. Jordan Thomas, you too. Justice for Gannon. Absolutely love it. Let's see where the poll is. 187 of you have voted. It looks like most people think that we will be done within 4 hours. We will see. We will see. Scrubs are blue today. Yes, Jordan Thomas. Is that what
Right,
I'm
court will
missing?
call 20 CR
What is
1358,
it?
People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present. We okay? Okay. Jury's not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
And you're good to go?
Yes,
Is your feed going to be prosecution table?
yes.
Okay. Defense, are you ready to go? And you're going to use his same feed?
I'm gonna use the,
Podium? Okay. All right. All right. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
What are they doing? They need to stop messing with the camera. Can't see T now.
It's just about a line. That's better. And if you're going to use the TVs, it's up to you as to whether you turn the perimeter lights on or off. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. At this point in time, we will start with the prosecution's closing argument. Prosecution?
Thanks, Judge. Morning. Been a long trial. You guys have sat through a lot of evidence, and you're gonna have to sift through that evidence and sift through the instructions, kind of what we talked about when we're selecting you, and apply the facts of this case to the law that you now have been given. Before I start my closing, I want to just say thank you for that. You guys have been very attentive. I can see that every day. You've asked some very good questions that I'm actually going to use in my closing argument as I go forward here. One of the things about a homicide case that is true and to form in pretty much every homicide case I've done in my career is the case kind of evolves to talk about the defendant. We spend a lot of time talking about the defendant. And then when you add that the defense is insanity, you even spend more time talking about the defendant. I want to come back to Gannon a little bit. Gannon's been in a box back here for the whole trial. This is what the trial should be about. And I'm not doing this to get sympathy from you. I'm doing this to tell you that what Gannon had to tell you in this trial through the autopsy, all you need to know. And when the defendant did what she did to him, saying at the time she did it, not only do we know how he was killed and the effort and determination it took to kill him, we also know that his body was found in Florida. Body wasn't found in Florida. Do you think we'd be talking about insanity in this trial? It's a pure fact of divine intervention that Macon Ponder happened to be searching that bridge when he did. Remember, he said he searched that bridge every 2 years. Just so happened on March 17th, 2020, out there searching that bridge and he saw that suitcase. Dr. Lewis says it was crazy to drive a suitcase across the country and dump it over a bridge in Florida. Was it really? Think about the divine intervention of Gannon's body even being found to get here to where we're at right now. And the effort and determination that she took to hide his body. We're going to talk about that quite a bit more as I go through my closing. What I'd like to do now is talk about the autopsy and his injuries. I'm not going to show you any pictures. I'm going to tell you that right up front. I'm going to use the diagram. I wonder if we can have the TVs turned on. I can start with that to describe his injuries, because his injuries are relevant. They're not only relevant to the crimes that she's charged with, the murder counts, but they're relevant to what her state of mind was when she committed those crimes. And so what we have up on the board now is People's Exhibit 144. You heard Dr. Ignacio testify. We showed you pictures of each and every injury that Gannon had to his body. This first diagram in People's Exhibit 144 kind of depicts the stab wounds. It also depicts the gunshot wound to his left chin area. Now, at least the group that I talked to in jury selection, we talked about every day of your life, you were training to be jurors. That means you're using your common sense to make decisions, just like you're going to have to today when you go back to the deliberation room. Just by looking at these injuries, what does your common sense tell you? Without Dr. Ignacio's testimony, Gannon was defending himself. He was fighting off. Despite having hydrocodone in his system, made him lethargic. He somehow was able to fight her off. The injuries to his fingers, the injuries to his arms. 18 times she took a knife. The locations of the stab wounds. What does that tell you? Use your common sense. It's not psychotic. It's strategic. The stab wounds are to the chest. As Gannon's fighting, the stab wounds are to his back. But it's not just stab wounds. You know that. He has to use judgment and reflection to get another weapon. What that weapon was, who knows? But she got a weapon and hit him in the skull 4 separate times. Go to the next diagram. I forgot to mention the strategic stab wound to his neck just underneath his ear, which we see in People's Exhibit 145. The diagram doesn't do justice to the skull fracture that she caused him. And I'm not going to show you pictures, but I think, remember those pictures? Completely obliterated his skull. The amount of force it takes to do that, judgment, reflection. The next exhibit shows the injuries that he had to the top of his head. 4 separate strikes to his head. Wasn't good enough. Wasn't good enough for her. So, judgment, reflection, she goes and gets a handgun. She fires that handgun 3 times. I don't know how those bullets stayed in the pillow. We can rack our brain for ages. I don't know how those bullets stayed in that pillow. I don't know that we'll ever know how those bullets stayed in that pillow. What matters is the bullet that went into Gannon. That bullet matched the gun she used that was still in the house. He attributed to Quincy Brown using, or Eduardo using, or whatever story of the day it was. Judgment, reflection, location of gunshot wound. Talk about make and ponder a little bit. Because as He drives to Florida. She checks in at about 12:22 in the morning, just after midnight, Candlewood Suites, Pensacola, Florida. Why do they drive all the way from Decatur in one night to get to Florida? Why does she want to get rid of Gannon's body in Florida? Gulf of Mexico. You drive this bridge at night, as Macon Ponder testified to, there's no lights on it. We know that sometime between, well, probably between 4 in the morning to 5 in the morning, she's out there. Look at the location where the body was found with the red arrow on People's Exhibit 63. More importantly, look at the space that she has to park this vehicle. I don't know where the pointer is, but you
Right
see.
behind you. It's right there on the window.
Okay, thanks. You can see the shoulder here, and there's plenty of room. Why does she park there? Because she can. 4 in the morning, there's no traffic out there. Does she think there's water underneath the bridge? Is that illogical thinking as you're crossing a bridge and you can't see anything? You cross a main waterway, the Escambia River, and you continue going until you find a place to stop. She probably had to wait that there was no traffic. It's with the body. Did you ever think the body was going to be found again? Go to the next slide. You see the suitcase underneath the bridge. And as Macon Ponder testified, it was where he and his coworker found it. It was clearly someone who dropped it directly over the bridge. There was an imprint that you remember seeing pictures of, and they ended up dragging it under the bridge, not knowing what the contents were. More importantly, not smelling anything. Why is that important? Harley didn't smell anything. Body had been out here since February 4th. This is now March 17th in Florida heat. They didn't smell anything until the suitcase was open. That lends some credibility to Harley when she says she never smelled or never knew the suitcase was back in the back of the van. Anyway, they dump it out and they see that probably the most horrific thing anybody can ever see in their life, scan his body in a fetal position, decomposed, wearing the same clothes that he was wearing January 7th, 2020. She killed him. Pants and a white stripe. Watch the video when they leave. See him wearing sweatpants with a white stripe. Talk about that more later. Let's talk about the law, okay? And as I go through the law, I'm going to later kind of go through the timeline of events. And I would like you to think about the mental states and sanity as I talk about those. So I want to talk about the law first. The first instruction I have up here is the elements of the crime of murder in the first degree after deliberation. You will see that most of these elements are not in dispute. That the defendant, not in dispute. In the state of Colorado, at or about the date and place charged, not in dispute. After deliberation and with intent, those are highlighted because those are the culpable mental states that are attached to that crime. Those are the culpable mental states in the insanity definition that we're talking about. So I want to highlight those in a second. To cause the death of a person other than herself, cause the death of a person again. Those are not in dispute either. And number 7 is the issue in the case. That's the insanity defense. I'm going to talk about in a minute. We can go to the next elements. After deliberation, not only intentionally, but also that the decision to commit the act has been made after the exercise of reflection and judgment concerning the act. An act committed after deliberation is never one which has been committed in a hasty or impulsive manner. Now, some of you, before you came into court, if you've never seen this definition, you're probably thinking about premeditation, where people are planning something out and it takes days to plan out the murder and then they finally do the murder. That's not what that definition says. just enough time to have judgment and reflection, to make decisions. To go from grabbing a knife, to go to grabbing some blunt force object, to go to grabbing. Is she exercising judgment and reflection? And it doesn't have to be good judgment. It doesn't have to be bad judgment. It just has to be judgment. Is she making a decision? A person acts intentionally or with intent when her conscious objective is to cause a specific result prescribed by the statute defining the offense. It is immaterial whether or not the result actually occurred. I don't want to bet money on it, but I bet you a lawyer wrote that definition. It just means with intent. What was their intent? Did she intend to kill Gannon when she did what she did to Gannon? I would suggest that that's not in dispute either. We can now go to the next crime, which is murder in the first degree, a child under the age of 12, and the defendant was in a position of trust. Now, the reason why there's 2 counts of murder, there's only 1 victim, is because this is just another theory of first-degree murder. There's several theories of first-degree murder in the law. These are the 2 that are in front of you now, okay? And as you can see, the mental state is what's different, and the age of the victim. And then the defendant has to be in a possession of trust. That's not disputed. She's stepmom. She's obviously acting as Gannon's parent at the time that she. But let's talk about what knowingly is, because that's the culpable mental state with this crime. Person acts knowingly or willfully with respect to conduct or to circumstance described by statute defining an offense when she is aware that her conduct is of such a nature or that such a circumstance exists. A person acts knowingly or willfully with respect to a result of her conduct when she is aware that her conduct is practically certain to cause the result. Stab someone 18 times, hit him over the head 4 times. When you shoot at him 3 times, striking him once, I think you might have an idea of what the result might be. I would suggest that that's not in dispute in this case. Let's go to insanity. These words mean a lot. This is not something that you're going to find in the DSM-5. This is not a mental illness. This is a legal definition. These are just like the elements of the crime that we just went through. The reason I say that is because, first of all, I'm going to start at the bottom. It says the law presumes everyone to be sane. There's a presumption of sanity. However, after some evidence of insanity has been presented, the burden of proof shifts to us, and we gladly accept it. Gladly accept it. Now, what does insanity mean? The defendant was insane at the time of the commission of the acts if he was so diseased or defective in mind at the time of the commission of the act as to be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to the act. That's why you heard me ask that question so many times. Or she suffered from a condition of mind caused by a mental disease or defect that prevented her from forming a culpable mental state, the ones we just talked about, that is an essential element of a crime charged. And then the next paragraph means something, because it says, but care should be taken not to confuse mental disease or defect with moral obliquity, mental depravity, or passion growing out of anger. Passion growing out of anger. If you lose your temper, you don't get to claim insanity. Revenge, hatred, or other motives and kindred evil conditions, because when an act is induced by any of these causes, the person is accountable to the law. So you can't lose your temper and come in and say, I lost my temper, I wasn't myself. We're humans. We have emotions. The next part is what's critical. It says, In addition, disease or defective in mind does not refer to an abnormality manifested by only repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct. We heard a little bit about antisocial personality disorder. Who hasn't been diagnosed with that, but that's the reason why someone who has antisocial personality disorder, they have fun killing people, they lie all the time, they manipulate all the time, they have no empathy, they have no sympathy. Those people don't get to come in and say, I was living with Sam. Now, what does mental disease or defect mean? This is what the legal definition of mental disease or defect is. And I'm going to leave this up here for quite a while because I'm going to go through all the doctor's testimony here in a second. And I want you to look at that instruction as we talk about what they had to say. But first of all, it has to be a severe word means something. It has to be a severely abnormal mental condition that grossly and demonstrably impairs a person's perception of understanding of reality and that are not attributable to the voluntary ingestion of alcohol or drugs. Mental disease or defect does not include an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or other antisocial behavior. So let's talk about that. The word grossly and demonstrably. You think Harley might notice if she had a grossly and demonstrably mental condition? You think she might have shared that with you? You think Al Stauch might have noticed when it says it has to be grossly and demonstrably? He's got to demonstrate it, right? It's not something you snap your fingers and then all of a sudden go into a different personality. What about her brother? Howard. Think he might have noticed it? Let's talk about the doctors. I'm actually going to talk about Dr. Niederhauser first. Dr. Niederhauser was really the first doctor and all the doctors you heard from to see her. If you recall, she saw her on December 5th, December 13th, 30 minutes each time. Came in and remember the difference between a clinical evaluation and a forensic evaluation? Clinical evaluation. I rely on what the patient says. I rely just like if they came in and said, I've got a fever, I'm going to take that at their word and I'm going to treat them for what they're telling me. She comes in and says, I've got anxiety. Treats her for anxiety. She diagnoses her with general anxiety. And she told you on the stand that she had general anxiety at the time she's testimony. A lot of people did that came in and testified. That's not a severe and abnormal mental condition that grossly and demonstrably impairs a person's perception or understanding of reality. We all experience that. In fact, you got to experience her experiencing it on video. In January 29th, 2020, when she's being interviewed, remember at the end of the interview, she had to call the paramedics and she said she was suffering from panic attacks. The paramedics came in and said, your vital signs are not only good, they're exceptionally good. You're breathing fine. Your heart rate's fine. I don't know what the problem is. I think she might have been faking that to get out of the setting. Dr. Niederhauser also tells us that she had no history of inpatient psychiatric treatment, no history other than anxiety of any other diagnosis for mental illnesses. And this is based on what the defendant's telling her. No evidence of psychosis. No reason to put her on an M1 hold. If she was experiencing psychosis in December of 2019, the doctor would have had an obligation to come in. That's the kind of stuff that talks about severely abnormal mental conditions that affects your vision of reality. It's not there. The other thing about that visit, the timing of that visit, December of 2019. Remember, the whole purpose of that visit is so that she can get a letter to go to her employment because she didn't want to work anymore. The ironic part about it is at the second interview, the defendant tells her, I don't want to work there anymore. But I got a contract, so I need a letter to get out of it. But what else happens right before Gannon is murdered? Goes on a cruise. Goes on a cruise in January. You think that might have something to do with not wanting to go to work based on what you know about her and the statements she's made? Dr. Moore, Christine Moore, she works at the jail. She's a psychologist. She evaluates people who come in who are charged with serious crimes, perhaps their first time in a jail. They evaluate to see if they're a danger to themselves or others. It's a psychological evaluation. She said it was a clinical evaluation. They also want to know if there's any medication they might need. What the defendant tells her is that she has anxiety. I didn't do the crime, not going to be a problem. That was on March 5th, 2020, first day of her visit in the jail. Dr. Moore spent quite a bit of time with her up until January 5th of 2021, seeing her either once every 2 weeks or once every week, depending on what was going on with her. March 20th, she goes to her and says, I just want to see how you're doing. And his body was found. Never in Florida. The reason why I'm telling you this is because she doesn't say, hey, Maria Sanchez did it. Or, you know what? I got dissociative identity disorder. You're a psychologist. I need help. Nothing. In fact, she told you there was no evidence during the entire time she spent with her that she had dissociative identity disorder or any other severe mental illness that meets that definition. This was it was a little over a month after the crime, January 27th to March 5th. And then what happens on June 5th, 2020 in the jail? You recall Dr. Moore's testimony. She reviews all the deputies' notes to see what's going on with the defendant at the time, to see how she's doing. And she reviews notes from deputies that say, I'm going to start acting crazy. That's what the defendant says. And then on that very day, June 5th, 2020, she enters a competency issue into the court. That's how we get to the competency evaluations that I'm going to talk about here in a second. The timing of that. Okay, Gannon's body was found on March 17th. She finds out about it on March 20th. You know that she's read the discovery of the police reports in this case, and there's nothing wrong with that. She's entitled to read that. Point is, she's read it. And then all of a sudden, I'm going to start acting crazy. Or another defense? No dissociative identity disorder, certainly no Maria Sanchez during her entire time or entire visits with Dr. Moore for that year period of time. The first competency evaluation was done down at the state hospital. We don't pick where she goes. The prosecution, when I say we don't pick what doctors do the evaluation. Court orders it, goes to the state hospital. Doctors are chosen, they do an evaluation. What's relevant about this first competency evaluation that takes place on July 20th, 2020 is when she goes to the state hospital, is that they have a 2-week observation period for nurses. Employees are watching her. He actually goes to a nurse and says, can you tell when someone's faking it? Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray actually, they do a forensic interview with her on August 4th of 2020. Again, now we're in a forensic mode. Now we're not just going to listen to what she has to say. We're going to look at collateral information. We're going to call Al Stauch. We're going to try to call Harley. We're going to try to call family members to see if we can corroborate what she's telling us. So what does she tell them? I've got bipolar disorder. I'm a manic depressant. I ramble. I'm a manic depression. That's my mental illness. Nothing about dissociative identity disorder, which according to Dr. Lewis, she's had it since a very young age. Nothing about Maria Sanchez. Remember Dr. Torres's testimony when she was talking about the competency evaluation? One of the psychological tests that she took had a question about multi-personalities. And the answer led Dr. Torres to ask her, hey, do you have multiple personalities? This is August 4th, 2020. Dr. Gray and Dr. Torres diagnosed her with specified personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic features. Talked about that a little bit. Now, does it meet that definition? How do we know if it meets that definition? Her actions. How other people perceive her. Also, Dr. Torres told you, no, it's not a severe mental disease. It's not something that affects her everyday life, that affects her ability to make decisions. No evidence of psychosis during that evaluation either. No history of inpatient treatment during that evaluation. Psychological testing. MMPI-2. Remember that test? What does that test tell you and told Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray? That she exaggerates psychiatric to the point where even people who are hospitalized for their mental illness don't answer questions that way. You think she might be faking it? Now we go to the second competency evaluation with Dr. Grimmett. Now, remember how Dr. Grimmett became involved in this case? The defense at the time, and it wasn't these defense attorneys, requested that she do the evaluation of the second competency evaluation. We had nothing to do with that. So now this happens on December 22nd, 2020. That's when Dr. Grimmett talks to her. And so I want you to think about how it's progressed now. Now she starts talking about dissociative identity disorder and bipolar disorder. When I say she, the defendant, that's what the defendant is telling Dr. Grimmett. She says she has 4 distinct personalities. None of those 4 were Maria Sanchez. Remember what Dr. Grimmett testified to, that she was, first of all, creating these names. Second of all, like Jasmine was a Disney character. Talked about vampires. Twilight. I've seen the movie Twilight. I know I hate admitting that, but I've seen it. And she cited the characters from that movie. And Dr. Grimmett said, wait a minute here. You're just telling me characters from a movie? That's not dissociative identity disorder. But she evaluated her for it because that's what she's telling. Dr. Grimmett evaluated her for DID. Said, no, not there. I don't even need any more information. I don't need to rule it out. It's not there. She also diagnosed the defendant with other specified personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic features. She also told you that it doesn't fit that definition. Jump forward to February of 2022. I don't know when the conversation took place, but at some point before the defendant pled not guilty by reason of insanity on February 11th, 2022, they had a conversation, the counsel had a conversation with Dr. Lewis. Remember, Dr. Lewis testified that I recommended you change your plea to not guilty by reason of insanity. Why is that important? Why did I ask her about that? I think that put a little pressure on her. And she says, I recommend you plead not guilty by reason of insanity, and I'll do the evaluation. Why didn't she do the evaluation right away? Why'd she wait till November? Come out and talk to the defendant. Needless to say, when she pled not guilty by reason of insanity in February, the same process happened as happened when she raised competency. Sent down to the state hospital. The state hospital chooses who's going to do the evaluation. They make a decision on who already knows the case. Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray already read all the discovery in this case. They knew the facts of the case. They knew the defendant, but they're doing a different evaluation. As you remember, competency goes to her state of mind at the time they're doing the evaluation. What's her understanding, what's happening in the courtroom, whether or not she can get along with her attorneys, that kind of thing. Insanity is completely different. Insanity, you got to go back, just like the law says, at the time of the crime, what was her mental state? So that's a much broader evaluation. You got to look at everything. So Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray, they also reach out again, call out. They attempt to talk to Hurley, family members, to see what's going on with her. But what is the defendant saying now? Gone off of bipolar now. And now she's created more personalities as part of this dissociative identity disorder. Is it just a coincidence that she's consulted with Dr. Lewis prior to all this? Now Maria Sanchez comes into play during this evaluation. Dr. Torres testified, and it's in a report, that she said, there is no credible evidence to conclude she has a condition that conforms to the definition of a mental disease or defect. Pretty powerful language. That's powerful language. No credible evidence. What's also interesting about this evaluation compared to Dr. Lewis's evaluation is they do two interviews, if you remember. One was in March, one was in June. The March interview, I think I couldn't count how many questions, but it wasn't a lot of questions asked. It was the defendant talking. They just let her go. In June, they asked more questions. One of the questions that Dr. Torres asked is, can we talk to Maria? Can we talk to Maria Sanchez? She said, no, Maria just doesn't come out. There's got to be some kind of stressor. There's got to be a triggering event, which coincidentally is exactly what the DSM-5 says. I can't just summon Maria. You saw on Wednesday how that happened. It was magic, according to the Dr. Lewis. No severe abnormal mental conditions that grossly and demonstrably impair a person's perception of understanding of reality. No psychosis, no bipolar. Because remember the first competency evaluation, they said they had to rule it out. They've ruled it out. Bipolar does not exist with this defendant based on Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray. They also said no dissociative identity disorder. Didn't have to rule that out. They had enough to say there's no credible evidence. That's not there. They continued on with the diagnosis of other specified personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic features. Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray came to the conclusion that the defendant was not legally insane at the time of the crime. Let's go to the next slide, which is the credibility instruction. This instruction applies to experts as well. May believe all the testimony of a witness, part of it, or none of it. This instruction applies to every witness who testifies, including Dr. Lewis. I've got highlighted certain words there. Motive. Didn't see motive in the elements of first-degree murder, but you see it here. Money is a strong motivator. Having shows on HBO, strong motivator. Having your son videotape evaluations on a first-degree murder case that's gotten quite a bit of publicity, or perhaps another documentary, is motive. You're gonna do a documentary if she says, she's saying, sorry, did what I could. Acting. Not as good as, well, not as bad as Robert De Niro, I guess she would say, but she's acting. You also have to look at her demeanor and manner while testifying. She wouldn't answer any of my questions. She wouldn't answer my questions because she didn't want you to know the answers. She wanted you to know what she wanted to say. She shows up to court late. Talk about narcissistic tendencies. Manner while testifying. I think that speaks for itself, how she testified. Especially when you compare Dr. Torres. Obviously she would disagree with my questions. Remember how many times she says it depends to me? She's not our expert. This happens to be the expert that the state hospital chose to come in to do a neutral evaluation, the truth. Dr. Lewis. She didn't know the legal definition of insanity in the state of Colorado, ladies and gentlemen. The whole reason she came in to testify. I'm not even sure what her opinion is anymore, based on your questions at the end. Remember how she answered it? About the MRI and the EEG that she withdrew? My opinion is ongoing. What does that mean? Does that tell you that her opinion that she was legally insane at the time counts for anything? Because when you think about her report, she does this preliminary report, which was supposed to be an insanity report, 35 days before trial, that says, hey, I need more information. I need an EEG and an MRI done if I'm going to make a decision on insanity. Well, that doesn't happen. MRIs, take someone to the hospital for 2 hours, you do an MRI, you come back. Never happened. But yet, a few days before trial, she hands over a report saying, I find her legally insane. And that's literally all she says. Don't know what standard of insanity she's using. What I do know is she didn't get the information that she needed. But you know what information she had? She had a third MMPI 2 test that Dr. Torres told you about, that a Dr. Leach took, that was hired by the defense to do psychological testing based on what Dr. Lewis requested. Guess what the results of that showed? It was the same, exaggerating psychiatric symptoms to the point where people who are hospitalized for mental illnesses would not answer those questions that way. That didn't seem to matter. I want to talk about the facts of the case. And the reason why I want to do that is because I think it's important for you to look at the defendant's actions before, during, and after she killed. I'm going to start with the video of Gannon's burns. Just
Two, I just don't know what to do.
Well, devastating. Initially, Scott, I can't lie, when the TMZ information.
Shannon, I promise this is the last time I'm gonna ask you. I'm just freaked out, okay? Are you sure you didn't do it on purpose? Okay, you promise. You promise. Pinky promise. Okay, all right, so listen. All right, we're gonna have to sell stuff to fix it. Okay, so we figure out what we gotta sell. We can sell the sofa. We can sell whatever, because we gotta get it fixed. So lady, don't be mad at us and kick us out the house. Okay? You got it? You got it?
I'm just worried about my.
Okay, shh, listen. So tomorrow,
Why is that important? Why is she videotaping an 11-year-old boy who has burns? More importantly, why did she stop videotaping a little boy? And it might be because Gannon said, I'm just worried about my burns. I think that was the purpose of that video. I think that's using judgment and reflection. Now, the hydrocodone. I can't stand here and tell you how that got into Gannon's system. All I can tell you is there's only one person there that could have. Did she give it to him because of the burns? I don't know. But when she gave it to him, do you think that's using judgment and reflection? January 27th. This is actually at 9:46 is when this video was recorded. Monday night. The next morning, January 27th, 2020, at 4:36 in the morning. Decision was made for her, or she made the decision to text Nick Hicks saying, my stepfather had just been killed in a car accident. Or words to that effect. Ms. Hicks responds later on saying, I'm sorry, please let me know. And I'm paraphrasing, I don't have it memorized. But she says words to the effect, please let me know if there's anything we can do and when you can come in. She responds back, the defendant does, by saying, why are you being so insensitive? This is a family member that just died on the East Coast. Why is that important? Because that's the theory that Dr. Lewis wants you to believe. The fact that she makes this text about the stepfather is somehow tied to the killing of Gannon. Some years later. It just means she didn't want to go to work that day. Could it possibly mean that she knew what she was going to do when she said, and tomorrow? And shortly after that, she calls Gannon school, says he's not coming in today. And she texts Al Stauch and says, hey, I'm going to make up an excuse, not go to work, which she does. And Gannon's not going to go to school because of his stomach issues. Judgment, reflection. Then on that same morning at 8:14 and 8:16 a.m., she takes that picture of Gannon in bed. Why did she take a picture of Gannon in bed in his bed? And text it to Gannon's father, Al. Look, Gannon's alive. He's here. He's sick. He's in bed. You heard Al Stauch testify a little bit about Gannon. He has ADHD. Hyper. It's still at 8:14, 8:16. Think he might be lethargic from hydrocodone? Why he's still in bed? Think she wants to prove that he's still alive because she knew how much hydrocodone she gave him? Is that a rational reason to do it? Does that make sense? January 27th at 9:54 a.m. Text Al from her phone. This was your question, by the way. She texts Al from her phone saying, I left my phone at home before she left the house. You think that's an indication that she knew what was going to happen? Is it that far-fetched to think that she knows Gannon had been poisoned and that something might happen to Gannon? Then at 10:12 a.m., they leave in Al's truck. And again, this is the video that you saw that you can see his pants with the white stripe down him when they leave. You see him get into the back seat of the pickup truck, and Stout gets into the driver's seat. They drive away. What the heck is she doing taking a sick kid out to go shopping for dog clothes? Narcissistic tendencies. Not me. Dogs. They're gone until 2:20 p.m. when they come back. You saw the videos. She drives in the back of the driveway. She's got to back in and then drive back in. Eventually the truck comes to a stop. They're stopped in that driveway for 39 seconds. What are they talking about in that truck? Doors open. You see the leg drop. You see Gannon beeline right through the garage. You see the defendant going after. At 2:26 p.m., you see the defendant come out and move the Tiguan from the driveway, back it into the garage. What was the need at that moment to back that Tiguan into the garage? Then you see her come out in the front of the garage, out in front, below the garage door, and look around. Back in the house. This is when the murder happens, ladies and gentlemen. 30. Right in that time frame. There's no activity on her phone. And does autopsy. Axe him with a knife. Good enough. And he fought when he was born. He's fighting now. On 1 pound, 6 ounces. Get it through that. Coming after him. Goes to get a blunt force object, crush his skull. Not sound like rational thinking, but it's certainly thinking. That's the before and during. A lot to talk about. There's so much to talk about after. She stuffs him in a suitcase. She drags his body to the storage room, opens the large green suitcase, somehow manages to squeeze him in there, gets the blankets off the bed, wraps him up in that, pillows, picks up the shell casings, does something with a knife, does something with a blunt force object. She sticks him into the storage room and throws boxes on him. At 3:11 p.m., Al texted her, said, "Are you sleeping?" No response from the defendant. Lena gets home. She gets to the house about 3:15 p.m. The bus comes by about 3:11 p.m. Doesn't let Lena in the house. She makes Lena stay outside because she's got work to do. Got to clean that bloody mess in that room. Got to hide evidence. Got to tamper with things. And his dad texted him at 3:35. Said, "Hey, buddy." Having no clue what she did to him. No response to that. No one read that text until 7:40 that evening. That was a defendant reading it. 6:27 p.m., the defendant texts Al and says, Gannon went to a friend's house. He was supposed to be home at 6. He's not home yet. 6:55, she calls 911. You heard that call. How can she do this? How can she talk to Gannon's father like nothing happened? That traits of an antisocial personality disorder, the fact that you can have no sympathy, go cold and callous, and act like nothing happened. And she does it through the whole day. You guys know that. She calls Landon on Gannon's phone a couple times that night. Is that a trait of antisocial personality disorder? Landon gets a call from Gannon. She knows he's missing, and it's her. Next morning, January 28, 2020, at 6:22 a.m., you see the Tiguan leave. It's gone for 10 minutes. What is she doing? Is it beyond the realm of possibility that she's doing a practice run to see if anybody's watching her? She's about to move the body. Is that beyond the realm of common sense? She again comes back, backs into the garage. Heard evidence that she'd never backed that Tiguan in the back of the garage until that day. They leave. When I say they, Bandit and Gannon's body. Go to the airport. Leave the house at 8:13 a.m. They get to the airport about 8:30 a.m. She's made the decision to rent another car. She even left the house. Is that evidence of psychosis? Or is that evidence of thinking things through? I'm going to leave Gannon's body in the back of that Tiguan at the airport. We're going to pick up a car. Al's didn't care because we're not going to put mileage on my leased vehicle. Al gets off the airplane. He's just worried about Gannon. Where's my son? You think at that moment he cared that she rented a car? But she made a big deal about, hey, I don't want to put miles on my Tiguan. She never searched for Gannon. They go to the interview at Starbucks at approximately 1:30 that afternoon. They had that interview, you heard it. After that interview, she disappears. She takes the rental car and it's gone that afternoon. No one knows where she's at. We do. Is that Life 360 app? We got her going back to the airport at 4:41 p.m. We have a parking ticket that was found inside the white Kia rental car that says she went into the airport at 4:41 p.m. Now, she must have got out of there quickly because she never had to get another ticket when she left. But we know from Life 360, and we know from the telematics on the Tiguan that the Tiguan didn't leave, that she leaves the airport shortly after that. What is she doing at the airport? Is it that crazy to think that she's checking on Gannon's body in the back of the Tiguan? Does that sound like someone doesn't know right from wrong? Does that sound like someone who's trying to get away with something? At some point that afternoon, as Al Stauch is out looking for his son, he goes to French elementary school. And he goes there because his wife, the defendant, says, I left the Tiguan there. That's a critical moment in the investigation because when he sees the Tiguan is not there, he now knows that his wife had something to do with the disappearance of Gannon. And the investigation starts to look at her. Because he has a second interview that night, he tells the police You know, I didn't think much about that rental car until I went to French Elementary and I didn't see the Tiguan there like she told me it was. At 5:25 PM that night on the 28th, she tells Al Stauch, "You need to get an attorney." Seven PM, she returns back to the airport. She parks that white Kia in short-term parking, keeps the keys, and drives off in the Tiguan and exits the airport at 7:03 PM, very close to that time. Got the ticket. You've got the ticket. We got the telematics and know exactly where she goes. Got the text messages between her and Harley. Just clearly show that she's manipulating Harley, her own daughter. Don't let the police in. Don't talk to the police. The pizza guy? All right, you can let the pizza guy in. If she's manipulating Harley, do you think she's manipulating Gannon? Do you think she's manipulating Lena? Do you think that's manipulation, the video you just saw? We're gonna have to sell stuff because the lady's gonna be upset with us, the owner of the house. Goes to the S curve in Palmer Lake. You know that at 9:23 PM. She's there for at least 5 minutes. We don't know why actually she's there. We know that the board was found there sometime in mid-February when we started searching there based on the information we had from her Life 360 and the telematics. We know that board had Gannon's blood on it. DNA matched it. Why is she going out to hide the body there? I don't know. Probably because it's a good location. She can't keep it in the Tiguan. She know right from wrong? At 12 AM, 28th into the 29th, Harley drives out to her employment to pick her up. They leave the Tiguan there overnight. This whole time while she's missing and dumping Dan's body up in Palmer Lake, Detective Bethel is trying to get her to come in for an interview. Remember that? Al Stauch's trying to call her to get in for an interview. Planes or her phone's on airplane. The next morning, Harley drives her to the airport. They drop off the keys to the Kia. When I say drop it off, they threw the keys to the Kia to an attendant, left. That rational thinking? That someone who didn't want to get caught? Text at 10:25 AM on the 29th. I'm on my way to Detective Bethel, the interview. Takes her over an hour and a half to get there. We know that the car is washed on the way. You saw photos of the water dripping off of it when she gets there. The interview she gives, you watched it. I'm not going to get into all the details. I just want to emphasize that she plants seeds. The suitcase is critical. Who says that? I think it was Eduardo at this time. Eduardo also took a suitcase when he took Gannon. She knows where the suitcase is at up in Palmer Lake. On January 30th, 2020, her family shows up, Dakota Lowry, Brenda Awkward, and Deborah Locklear, her mother. Flying to Denver, they rent that Nissan Altima and drive down to Colorado Springs. They pick them up, take them to the extended stay suites hotel. The next morning, they rent that van, Brenda Awkward does, to collect their stuff at the house. They get her suitcase, including that red or pink suitcase that we recover in South Carolina that has blood on it that happens to match Gannon, with a blanket inside it that happens to match Gannon. Pretty strong evidence. You got blood of the victim you just killed with you when you're arrested on March 2nd. But what happens after they load things up? We know the suitcase was not there because the police were checking everything that came out of that house. We also know what Dakota said about when they exchanged vans. that he saw that very same green suitcase that was under the bridge that day, and she says she had softball equipment in it. But when she gives the interview with the KKTV reporter at 12:10 p.m., well, let's just look at her words. What are her words? We can play this video.
You are.
I am Letecia Stauch, which is Gannon's stepmother.
You've been a part of the investigation since the very first time. You were the last person to see him. Is that right?
Correct.
What did you see when you last saw him?
Well, I'm not allowed to talk about anything with the case. I would more so be willing to talk about how the community needs to have faith and continue to work together and not make these false accusations. And I would never, ever hurt this child. And I know there's some questions out there about, okay, so tell me what happens. That's up to the investigations when they end up letting you guys know, but I've cooperated with them, even to the point that we were held with a gun, and my daughter, a 17-year-old who serves our country in the United States Air Force, who has never committed a crime or done anything wrong in her life, was put in handcuffs over the keys that was in her purse so they could take her car. I'm just ready for Gannon to come home. Most importantly, for him to see his family. But second, I am going to be so ecstatic when I'm able to say to people that I hope they have a really sincere apology for all these theories that have came out online, for all the things they said that I have done or people have done. And I just want everyone to know that we're going to find Gannon.
Can you talk to me a little bit about him? I don't know it.
Gannon is so kind and he loves to play video games. That's one of his favorite things. He loves Sonic and Mario, and you know, he's always helpful. And he was always so helpful with the dogs around the house. And we have 2 little cute dogs. And he was always like a person I could say, Gannon, can you go do this? And he would do it right away. You know, sometimes with kids, we have to remind them and things like that. And that's okay. But he was so sweet and able to help anyone. He could notice when you're sick and say, are you okay? And such a kind heart. We should all come together and wait until the end and see what happens, because Gannon's going to come home.
Any message for Gannon?
The message for Gannon I have is, Gannon, when you get here, you'll be able to truly tell what happened. And then I really hope I get a sincere apology from everyone who has made all those things, especially from my husband.
What we just heard there, that evidence that she might have some antisocial trait. Calmly talk about that to a news reporter. She's done. I failed to mention Amanda Van Nest, who was the same nurse who examined her for injuries based on what she was telling people. First interview that she was raped, and she examined her head and found no injuries. But what else did she do? She also told you about M1 holds, and if she would have noticed anything that would require her to have a doctor examine her for an M1 hold, she would have done it. No evidence of mental disease, no evidence of psychosis. And this is the 29th, 2 days after she killed him. We know that a GPS tracker was later placed on that Nissan Altima, and you know where she went when she disappeared for 2 hours and told her family that she was going to a pet store. Got her right back at the Isker. She picks up Gannon's body, puts him in the trunk of that Nissan Altima, leaves the board out there, later found, and drives back to the hotel after she goes and gets some more dog outfits. And when she gets back to the extended stay suites, she's got to move Gannon's body from the trunk to the van that Brenda Awkward rented earlier that day. We know that had to happen because of Dakota Lowry's testimony. Her and Dakota go to the budget rental van place the next morning, February 1st, and they've got to move all the suitcases from one van to another. That's when he sees the green suitcase, knew something was suspicious about it. You saw his reaction. Had to get on a witness stand. He got subpoenaed here to come here. I think he felt manipulated by this defendant. You know the rest of the story. She drives across country with Harley. She's using the Ford Motor Company to check into hotels. They got a little scheme you saw in video. Harley would go in with the dogs. She'd check in as one person. All rational thinking. It's also by social personality traits, perhaps. They drive all the way to Florida. They get there February 4th. Another divine intervention. The power up at 4:36 in the morning in between the hotel and where Gannon's body is found. Every 24 or 25 hours it happens. It happens at that moment. That tells you that van is on the move in the middle of the night. Tells you she dumped Gannon's body that night or the early morning hours of February 4th. I'm going to go through fast now because I've been talking way too long. I want to talk about the pretext phone calls. You know all the stories. I'm not going to get into the details. Eduardo, immunity, Quincy Brown, several different versions of that. Bike accident, Uncle Matt. One that significant, and she says, I'm so sorry, Al, for lying to you. I'm going to tell you the truth. I wasn't in the car when I left Petco. He wasn't in the truck. Fake pregnant lady with cash. She's laundering money. She's arrested on March 2nd, 2020. She comes up with a story of now how it's Angel, the babysitter, who did it. Suitcase with Gannon's blood found on her. We've got all the searches on her phone that I'm not going to go through. You just saw it a few days ago. But what I'd like to talk about is what people who are truly legally insane do under these circumstances. Because there are people who are truly legally insane, ladies and gentlemen. They don't act like that. If they don't have the capacity to know right from wrong, they're not going to hide the body. They're going to act like nothing happened. They may even do the crime if someone's there watching them because they don't know that it's wrong. Do you think she would have done this to Gannon if anyone was in the room with her? Of course not. They also don't lie. There's no reason to lie because they don't think it's wrong. So they come in and they say things like, my God, I heard a voice that I thought was the devil. And the devil made me do this. I had no choice. Why are you even talking to me about it? That's what we're talking about when we talk about a severe mental disease or defect. When we're talking about the capacity to form the intent or the capacity to use judgment and reflection, I'm going to refer you back to Mice and Men, the book. I read that a long time ago, but I still remember. It's about George and Lenny during the Depression. And George is a smart one. Lenny has some severe mental illnesses. Lenny likes to pet rabbits. He's such a big guy that he doesn't even know his own strength. So he would pet rabbits to the point where he would kill them. That's what we're talking about when you don't have the capacity to form the intent to kill because the mental illness doesn't allow you to. We're not talking about someone who makes choices to get weapons to kill with. I appreciate your patience. I know I've talked a long time here, much longer than I thought, and I apologize for that. There's only one right verdict in this case. That's guilty to each and every charge that she's charged with. First-degree murder after deliberation, first-degree murder, child under the age of 12, tampering with a deceased body, and tampering with physical evidence.
Can we switch over?
Yeah, I did. The Oh, whoops, wrong one. Sorry, my bad. There you go.
The one thing they cannot answer, because there is no answer, is motive. Motive for why this happened. Motive how we can go from this picture on a hike up at Garden of the Gods, loving, kind, to less than 24 hours later. Brutal rage, 18 stab wounds, 4 blunt force trauma, shot. This wasn't a pre-planned, calculated killing for some gain. This was a psychotic break fueled by rage, attacking a demon from the past. They cannot come up with a motive because there is no motive that makes sense, ladies and gentlemen. They have tried. They have spent hundreds, if not thousands of hours trying to come up with one. They've gone through phones. They have gone through iCloud accounts. They have gone through Facebook messages. They've interviewed everybody who they could possibly think of to try to find some motive. None of what they have done in this, the biggest investigation in the history of El Paso County, has come up with a motive. No one who they have ever interviewed has ever said that she ever had a problem with Gannon. No one who they have ever interviewed has ever said she was ever mean to Gannon. No one who they've ever interviewed or come across anything has said she's ever done anything wrong to Gannon until that horrible day when this happens. That is the evidence, and the most strong evidence to know this was not premeditated murder. This was a psychotic break. That is the only thing that makes sense. And when you can pull yourself back and peel back the layers of the anger over the act, at the anger over the deceit in which it happened, at the anger over Gannon's body being driven all the way to Florida, when we take those emotions back and we try to look at this rationally, the only thing that possibly makes sense is a psychotic break. There is no other rational explanation to understand why this happened other than that. He was a special needs teacher, elementary needs teacher. That's what she'd been her entire life, working with kids with special needs. She was a mother to Harley, did everything she possibly could for Harley. She was a wife to Al, and she was tried to be the best stepmother she could be these kids. So much so that she was left with the kids for very long periods of time. In the months preceding this, when Al had gone up to Alaska, he had left his 2 kids in her care. He was gone. We were about as far across the country as you could possibly get. And based upon his relationship with her, based upon him seeing her as a loving stepmom, felt comfortable leaving his children with her alone in South Carolina. And he did that because he knew her and he saw that relationship she had with Gannon, and he felt comfortable based upon what he had seen with her. And he felt comfortable enough that when this was going on, he felt comfortable enough to leave to go to Oklahoma. Because what he had seen and what this photo shows is they had a loving relationship together until the evidence shows that she had a psychotic break. That something, mental illness from her past, got triggered, and there's a temporary period of psychosis. That's the only rational explanation that had been presented. And there is nothing else that they can come up with as far as motive. Ladies and gentlemen, does it make sense that she may have Google searched maybe moving to Florida? Yeah. People have problems in marriages. Do people fantasize some about getting out by Googling stuff? But how would brutally murdering Gannon, how would stabbing him 18 different times facilitate that move? It wasn't. There's no rational basis behind the murder other than psychosis. The fact that she may have years before at some point in time done one Google search out of thousands saying, I don't like my stepson. That's not what I see there in that picture. That's not what I see there going on in the days leading up to this horrible tragedy. What it does seem to indicate, ladies and gentlemen, if we start looking at this time frame, looking at the reliable evidence that we have in front of us, is that somehow that fire set off some type of trigger. Maybe some type of trigger that had been disassociated long ago. We have her starting meltdown. Meltdown right after this fire. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Lewis used the term wacky a lot, maybe not the most scientific term, but when something seems irrational, when something doesn't seem to make sense, we have to consider mental illness. We have to consider possible psychosis. I would say that video that you heard up there, listen to the tenor of her voice, listen to what she is saying. She says, I'm freaked out. And when you listen to her voice, she is freaked out. And she's saying irrational stuff like, we're going to have to sell the sofa. Stuff like that to Gannon. That makes no sense there whatsoever. And then importantly, ladies and gentlemen, we also see mania starting to settle in when we start looking at these timelines specifically. Be up there, they're texting back and forth, 10:15, Harley comes home, 10:24, 11:30, she's still talking to Al. $2:48, she's texting Al. 4:36, texting the school saying that her stepfather passed away. Her stepfather who had abused her was not, and you heard it from Dr. Torres at the state hospital, they are not doubting or disputing the abuse that she suffered growing up. And that's from Dr. Torres, who had investigated this, who had medical record provided, who had family members provided, who interviewed other family members. And she says the state hospital is not disputing the horrible trauma that she grew up with. And the person who she had suffered that horrible trauma from, that's who she calls and says dies at 4:36 in the morning. What is more important by this, ladies and gentlemen, important to look at, what is also that we see, what is she not doing? She's not sleeping. She is manic at this point in time. She is texting throughout the night, 2:48, 4:36, 4:36 again, 5:03, 5:49, 7:32. She is up the entire night and not sleeping. There is something going on with her head that is not seeming right. There's stuff going on through the day. The text messages back and forth. Harley leaves for work. Other conversations going on. And then they leave, they go up to Petco. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Young has tried to insinuate that all of this was some type of big preconceived plan, that she had made some decision earlier on at that point in time that she was going to kill Gannon. Ladies and gentlemen, does that make any sense? If she had decided at that point, early in the day, when everybody else leaves, Harley's left for work, she's just there alone with Gannon by herself. If there was a decision that was made that for some reason they cannot explain that she was going to brutally murder him, why is she taking him in the car and going up to Petco to buy Valentine's Day outfits for the dogs? That makes absolutely no sense why she would push back a timeline to just an hour or so before Lena got home, for some reason, unbeknownst to anybody, commit this brutally horrific act. Mr. Young tried to comment a lot about the hydrocodone. Be very careful when they try to put facts in their opinion or what they would like them to be that was not provided by any of the witness testimony. Dr. Ignacio testified that there was hydrocodone in the system. She never made any assertions about how much, whether it was a dangerous level, whether it was inappropriate, whether it would have been affecting him whatsoever that way. All she said is this was a tox screen, this came back. That's Mr. Young's opinion that somehow this was an overdose of hydrocodone, but there was no evidence of that by their expert. And there is no basis that would be for a brutal, horrible attack on a young 11-year-old boy that she'd just been hiking with up there 24 hours earlier. Something is going on in her mind. Something is there losing it, and something horrible occurs in the basement where there is a brutal, brutal attack. The brutality of the attack, ladies and gentlemen, I would say is the strongest evidence in this entire case of a psychotic break. That type of violence wouldn't be needed to kill an 11-year-old boy. Gannon weighed 80, 85 pounds, 11-year-old kid, not the biggest 11-year-old kid, not the strongest 11-year-old kid, fun, nice kid. What do we know about him? He likes to play a lot of video games, but not needing this type of brutal, horrific rage to kill him. And there is no other, again, explanation other than the psychotic break. Lena then comes home, and ladies and gentlemen, look on that video. Lena wasn't pushed outside. Lena wasn't allowed. Lena came in the house. She's in that house for about 10, 15 minutes. And then she goes out and gets on her bike and leaves. The idea that Lena was never allowed in the house is a fantasy that is not supported by the evidence, that is not supported by any of the videos. Okay, that is Mr. Young's opinion. But look at that video. You see her going in the house. You then see about an hour later, Harley come into the house. And we know that Harley came in the house, and Harley actually went down in the basement. Why do we know that? Because she changes out of her uniform before going to the dollar store. So there is nothing in there that these kids were kept out of this house, and there is nothing to indicate that this was pre-planned that would keep this type of information away from them. What is going on in her head? We don't know. But here's the important thing, and here's what Mr. Young is trying to do. He is trying to introduce antisocial personality disorder into this. Because I would state to you, ladies and gentlemen, there are only two things that account for her actions at this point in time, for the remainder of this day and the days preceding, is either disassociation, where she has put that memory of this brutal attack of what she did to Gannon someplace that she doesn't have access to, and she doesn't understand what's going on or where Gannon is, or what she had done to him, or antisocial personality, or that she's some type of psychopath. Mr. Young, remember back to Dr. Torres, tried to interject many times with Dr. Torres the possibility of antisocial personality disorder, and Dr. Torres was firm. No, she does not meet the criteria for antisocial personality disorder. One, there's no past criminality with her. That's an element that you need for antisocial personality disorder. Other people with antisocial personality are unempathetic to people and don't care about people. Again, for her entire career, she was a special needs teacher, teaching kids, helping kids who have disabilities. Through her whole life, that had been her career. That is not a psychopath with antisocial personality disorder. That it could be somebody with a dissociative disorder, either DID or borderline personality disorder with dissociative features, who was kept horrible trauma in her past behind her and is trying to make the lives of kids with special needs better for them. That is somebody with empathy who does that whole thing. Ladies and gentlemen, I would put before you the strongest evidence of disassociation going on here. Look at the body-worn camera of the sheriffs when they come in that night looking for Gannon. The most horrible, brutal attack has happened before there. Gannon is in the house in the suitcase. It has all been recently covered up. She's there with her daughter. She's there with Lena. And she's acting and presenting herself to these police, laughing, joking, being incredibly friendly just after this has happened. Because at that point in time, she has disassociated the horrible act that she has committed. There's no other logical explanation for how that she is doing that. And when you go back and look at these timelines, ladies and gentlemen, look and go through them. What is really important during this whole time, she is not sleeping at all. For the whole time period that this is all going on, you see activity going on her phone or things that she's doing all through the night. She is in a manic situation and her mind is not working. Again, we heard Dr. Lewis talk about irrational things that she is doing that doesn't make any sense. Ladies and gentlemen, it makes no sense for somebody who is pre-planned for whatever reason, whatever motive, to brutally kill Gannon, to then report him missing right away, and then in a matter of 3 days later, go into the police with a completely illogical, incoherent story. You've heard different witnesses. Ms. Stauch was an intelligent, above average intelligence woman, a smart woman, everything like that. To go in only 2 days later and sit down with the police and come up with the ridiculous story of Eduardo is not the actions of a sane, rational person. It is irrational belief. Even children know. If you keep saying different stories, you're not going to be believed. Even looking back at the little boy who cried wolf, which we teach children, if you keep making up things, then you're not going to believe. She changes her story, not only completely different, not only with no explanation as to really why she had made up the prior story to one that she is changing now, but comes up with the ridiculous thing that she met this Eduardo, that he was just going to come over and fix the carpet for free. She's indicating she's not even planning on paying him, that somehow he is in the garage when they get there, that he then takes her down into the basement and rapes her for an hour, and that he takes Gannon in a suitcase and leads out of the home. That are not the actions of somebody who is sane and logical. That is completely irrational to believe that that kind of thing could possibly be believed. Her actions, I would say, continue to be irrational. She keeps changing her story. She keeps giving different accounts. Gannon is placed in the suitcase, driven all the way to Florida. She goes through Louisiana. She goes through all kinds of East Texas, all kinds of places where people are not around, deserted areas, long areas of desolation, many places where that suitcase could have been hidden and never been found. And she goes all the way to Pensacola, Florida, and drops it off in a dry space under a bridge right near a major city. That's not the actions of somebody who is rational, who is trying to hide that away. She then goes to South Carolina, and you can look at the Google searches that she performs in South Carolina. Face transplant near me. Like she's Googling for a McDonald's or a restaurant that's very close to her, that she's going to pop up, that she's going to go over there and get an entire face plant to change the way she looks. Those are not the actions of a sane and rational person. Those are the actions of somebody that is delusional. Ladies and gentlemen, I would say all of these pretext phone calls with Al are the actions of somebody who is delusional. Listen, go back and listen. Listen to those February 14th phone calls between her and Al. Listen to how her voice and tenor changes between phone calls. Listen to how her emotions switch rapidly during the phone calls with Al, and her stories switch rapidly that no sane, rational person of overintelligence could possibly expect anybody to believe. She is freaking out, and she is delusional in the thought that anybody is going to believe all the different variations that she's trying to sell them. None of that is rational. None of that makes sense. And so again, what then we're brought back to is why. What was going on? What preceded this? And looking, it's going to end up in the mental health experts. And I want to talk a little bit about Dr. Lewis. She is 85 years old. She has been doing research, treating, evaluating people with serious mental illness for over 60 years. She is one of the foremost experts in the country on dissociative identity disorder. She has been published in peer-reviewed journals well over 100 times. Things that educates other psychiatrists and things that educates other doctors, she has authored and produced. She has done, she has the HBO documentary. They don't go just to quacks to do an HBO documentary. They went and they did a documentary on her because she was groundbreaking in her field. Had she consulted on other stuff with Robert De Niro and so forth? Yes. Not because she's a quack, because she has explored and she knows more about this subject than almost anybody else in the country. Has she, in her age, some of the details, the minute things in the discovery get lost a little bit in her memory? They do. And you saw that up on the stand when she was testifying. I'm not disputing that. But what she has is the decades and decades of experience with this, the decades and decades of dealing with people with severe mental illness who commit heinous acts. She has that experience to rely upon, and she had 14 hours of interviews with Ms. Stauch to talk with her, to base her opinion. She had notes from family members, other types of things to show this. And in her expert opinion, is legally insane. She wanted the EEG and the MRI to possibly know if there was also organic brain damage going on here. There's some type of brain trauma that was contributing to the mental illness of Ms. Stauch. What you heard at the end is she did not need those type of things to make the diagnosis of dissociative identity disorder, which she was confident on and she believes upon. Ladies and gentlemen, I would ask you, do not discount her decades of experience. Do not discount her expertise. Okay? The acting that this is a woman who has pioneered this, a woman who has made her life on this, a woman who has been peer reviewed over hundreds of times in different articles on this subject, is willing to throw that all away to come down here at a substantially reduced fee to testify is ludicrous and it's insulting. They pay their experts just the same as we do. Okay. Then that's why I asked their blood spatter expert, his fees. It wasn't acting like there was anything wrong with that. It's just to show both sides hire experts, both sides pay experts. Just because the expert isn't getting paid doesn't mean that they are money grubbing liars. Okay. Experts in this type of thing to come and testify, they charge money, they charge a fee. She actually reduced her normal fee to come down and to help with Ms. Stauch and to do this evaluation. And what did she tell you, ladies and gentlemen? Ms. Stauch, of all the hundreds and hundreds of different mentally ill people that she has ever dealt with, is one of the most mentally ill persons that she's ever dealt with. And what else is she saying? I think this is key. Pay very close attention. She's not endorsing that it was definitely Maria that did this. She's not endorsing how Maria is saying this happened. What is she saying? Ms. Stauch has, in her opinion, more than likely disassociated the memory of the homicide because she can't bear to deal with it. That was actually a very good question by Mr. Young on it. And I think there's a lot of validity to that. Ms. Stauch accepting the idea that she committed this brutal, horrible homicide in the manner that was done, smashing that 11-year-old's head in, cannot deal with it. To accept that fact in her mind would crush her, would crush her soul, would crush her identity. And so she has come up with all of these delusional fantasies, trying to come up with some other thing that may have happened. And listen to her voice, listen to the tenor when she's describing that. When she's hoping, when she's talking to Dr. Lewis, I can't remember if it's Dr. Lewis or Dr. Torres, about the different versions she's given, that she was coming up into her mind, hoping and believing it was somebody other than her who did this. The facts, ladies, and we're not disputing that, ladies and gentlemen, it was her. But she was not in her right mind when she did it. And you heard Dr. Lewis state that. And you can look at the evidence and you can look at the other things that go around to realize that is the only reasonable, rational conclusion as to how this horrible thing happened, was a psychotic break. Even Dakota Lowry, who, when he finally realized that his older half-sister actually did this, the first thing that came into his mind, based upon what he knew of his half-sister, was there had to be some type of psychotic break that had happened. That there could be no other explanation as to why it did it. And those are people that knew her and that have grown up with her. I also want to talk a lot or some about Dr. Torres. And it is what is important, ladies and gentlemen, to know with both Dr. Torres, Dr. Gray, and Dr. Grimmett is none of the experts that you have heard from that did any type of evaluation think that there's no mental illness going on here. Okay, they all agree there's some type of mental illness. They just disagree over what to call that mental illness. We have Grimmett and Torres and Gray diagnosing her with borderline personality disorder, which is a significant mental illness, which, as you said, comes from right on the border between full-blown psychosis and a neurosis. Okay, it's the most serious of all the personality disorder, and it's so serious because there are such prominent features of psychosis that go along with it. Psychosis where people hallucinate, psychosis where people become delusional, psychosis where people stop becoming irrational. All of that stuff can come and go in people with borderline personality disorder. And it comes and goes according to DSM-5, according to Dr. Torres, according to Dr. Grimmett, when people with borderline personality disorder start to experience high stress. That is why Dr. Niederhauser was important. It was not because Dr. Niederhauser made any type of diagnosis or anything with that, but she came to Dr. Niederhauser because he was experiencing high stress and high anxiety that was causing her be unable to perform at work. The stress and all of that was mounting. You can look at her Google searches. The Google searches leading up to this. For whatever reason, her stress in life was becoming overwhelming. She felt underappreciated. She felt like running away. She felt like leaving. She felt like this was all too much on her plate, that there was nobody there to help her. And you heard from Dr. Torres about how people with borderline personality disorder feel stress much different than everybody else. Things that would not be normal stressors for all of us can become extremely stressful for somebody with borderline personality disorder. And the other thing that was important that Dr. Torres, we talked about quite a bit, is it is a lot of the same things, the same type of horrible childhood trauma, the type of trauma where you have one parent who is molesting you and another parent who won't do a damn thing about it, that can cause either dissociative identity disorder or borderline personality disorder. They both come from the exact same of environment that Dr. Torres said Ms. Stauch grew up in. That type of environment is what can cause people to have borderline personality disorder, which then under periods of stress and anxiety can become psychotic. And I think one of the other things, and I think is something to look in, and it's something I want you guys to think about when you go back in that jury room, is something that Dakota Lowry said at the end. We don't know exactly all the intricacies of the trauma, of the abuse that Ms. Stauch suffered. We don't. Some of that she knows about, some of that she's come to remember, some of that is locked away, some of that is hidden by other family members who don't want to admit it. But what did Dakota talk about when he was a kid and after his stepdad has died and his mom had moved on to another abusive alcoholic in the home and Ms. Stauch would come visit him? What would she do? She would leave him with knives to protect himself from something or someone. And the fact you can draw that Ms. Stauch sometimes as a kid going through that trauma either had to protect herself with some knives or fantasized about having a knife to protect her. And then you have the connection between Gannon being stabbed 18 times with a knife. Some of these things are hidden. Some of these things are hard to look at, but there is that association there between what we can assume was some of the childhood trauma that Ms. Stauch suffered, how she dealt with it, and how this horrible thing happened to Gannon. And I understand that Dr. Torres didn't think she was insane, but you can't discount the fact that Dr. Torres readily admitted borderline personality disorder can be a serious mental illness. People with borderline personality disorder can suffer psychosis. People with borderline personality can become irrational. People with borderline personality disorder can disassociate things that the whole person cannot deal with. And that disassociation explains all of these crazy cockamamie lies. It is a fantasy on Ms. Stauch to try to explain this horrible action that she cannot rectify in her home with. And whether you call it borderline, whether you call it DID, I think Dr. Lewis is correct. That is not necessarily the important thing. What the important thing is look at the facts overall and realize this must have been some type of psychotic action going on, because normal people, mentally healthy normal people, don't one day go on a hike, take smiling photos, and the next day stab a kid 18 times for no apparent reason. And no matter how much Mr. Young would like her to be antisocial personality disorder, and he would like that because that takes insanity off the table, none of the evaluators ever have diagnosed her with antisocial personality disorder. None of the diagnoses ever have even had the rule out antisocial personality disorder. Antisocial personality is personality disorder is something that is always considered at the state hospital, but there are criteria, and she did not meet it. No matter how many times in different ways Mr. Young tried to act, asked Dr. Torres about it, she was firm and said, no, that is not the diagnosis that we have given her. That's not the diagnosis that Dr. Gray gave her. It's not the diagnosis that Dr. Grimmick gave her, and it's really not the diagnosis that Dr. Lewis gave her. So all the antisocial personality disorder talk is a smokescreen. And when you take the antisocial personality off, the only thing that explains her conduct afterwards is disassociation, is disassociating from the horrible thing that she has done, and she's trying somehow to fix this or to get out of it. The other thing that I want to talk to you, and it's important, that was very apparent with Dr. Torres, Mr. Young would like you to believe that the only time somebody is legal insane if they commit the crime and they just stay there saying, yep, it was me, I did it for these reasons. Dr. Torres and the jury instructions from the court state somebody cannot know right from wrong, but still recognize that their conduct was criminal when it occurred. And so you heard from Dr. Torres, just because somebody in a state of psychosis, in a state of insanity, commits a horrible murder and then tries to cover it up, the covering up of the murder does not preclude insanity. And she talked about how there are cases that she has had where somebody was insane who then tried to cover up the acts that they have done because they didn't want to suffer the criminal repercussions. They are not mutually exclusive. That's not coming from me. That's coming from the instructions that you have from the court. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys have been above and beyond in this. And we are very grateful for the time that you guys have given us, the thought that you guys have put all into this, the sacrifice in your lives that you have made through this long trial. I'm not going to rehash every detail on here. You guys know it. You guys understand it. You guys have heard the experts. You guys can put all this stuff in there together. We are asking you to find her not guilty by reason of insanity. We're not saying set her free. We're not saying let her go. We're not saying don't hold her responsible. We're saying for you to take into account the mental illness that she suffered and send her down to CMHIP, where you see how it is down at CMHIP during those interviews with Dr. Torres, where she's shackled fully, where there's constraints, where it's a locked facility. And that's where Dr. Torres told you, if you find her not guilty by reason of insanity, that's where she is going, where there is repercussions, but there is also treatment for the mental illness that she has suffered from her entire life. The other thing that is important, I just want you guys to remember, is the burden of proof. It's not whether you decide, oh, I think that she was psychotic at the time, is have they presented enough evidence before you that you can say, without a doubt, there is no way psychosis was involved here. Have they completely disregarded that? Have they completely wiped it out? And I, ladies and gentlemen, I would put before you with all the different doctors diagnosing with some serious mental health illness, with their witnesses they called diagnosing with a mental illness that has transient periods of psychosis. When psychosis appearing to be the only rational explanation with no other motive for this horrible thing, with the overkill that was involved here, with the irrational behavior afterwards, even up and through some of these interviews, even up through some of the trial, all of that points to mental illness. And in no way, shape, or form have they disproven that. And it is their burden. And so if you believe that it is possible that this occurred in a state of psychosis, your legal duty, which you have sworn to do, is to find her not guilty by reason of insanity. And that is what we are asking you to do. Thank you.
Council approach, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the prosecution does have a right to a rebuttal, and they are going to exercise that right. But you've been sitting there for a while. So what we're going to do is take about a little bit more than a 10-minute recess, give everybody some time to stretch, use the bathroom, those sorts of things. So if I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 10 after 12, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. And we'll see you at 10 after 12. All rise for the jury, please. And I'll be seated. The record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Do the reset.
We just turn the screen back to.
Yes, absolutely.
Good.
All rise.
You want to be
Okay, so we got 10 minutes. Stretch, get a drink, do whatever you have to do, calm yourself down. I know a lot of us were getting pretty spirited during the defense because he's flat out liar. Half of the stuff he's saying isn't even true, and it doesn't have to be true, and that's the frustrating part about it. Yes, Dr. Torres touched on a ton of diagnoses. It's because he walked her through the entire DSM. And most of it wasn't even the DSM-5, it was the DSM-2. But like Emily Flotilla pointed out, we need them to do good closing arguments. We need him to work for his client and do what he needs to do, because otherwise that's grounds for an appeal, for ineffective counsel, and all the things, right? So it's still infuriating. It's still extremely frustrating. You're nervous. I'm not nervous at all. I am glad that they're not going to lunch before the end. I was muted, Yorkie, yes. Yes. So just 10-minute break. I was nervous that he was gonna say lunch break, and I was like, no, please don't make us wait until after lunch for this. Just adding an hour and a half break in between is just so silly. So I'm glad that they're not. But I don't know. I don't know what we're gonna do during jury watch, you guys. I don't know. Maybe open up the panel and let everybody come up and chat about what we think about the closing arguments and things like that. I don't know if we should just keep live going the entire time. Do we think they're going to be in and out quick? I've never done a jury watch before. I'm curious what you guys' opinions are. We'll have a verdict by dark tonight. Yeah. You're nervous. He always sounds like he's chewing. Yeah. You were irritated during that. Me too. Me too. So I'm trying to catch up on some of the comments I might have missed. Yeah, if you had DID, you would know, especially whenever you're growing up, everyone would know. When an event in early childhood happens, we can form a fragmentation when developing. One or more of our personalities takes over to protect ourselves, right? What he described though, did you guys catch that? He was describing how she is coming up with these different delusions in her mind to explain away what happened. But that is psychotic after the fact. That's her coming up with explanations and reasons after the fact. That's not crazy during. She knew exactly what she was doing during. Could her mind have split or gone crazy or whatever since then? Sure. Sure. I mean, she could be completely whacked out now. But that doesn't mean that she was crazy then. She knew what she was doing then. She absolutely knew. Today must be like driving day. Everybody's been in the car at some point. Ah, well, welcome, Shay Laughter. Chica, good to see you. Happy Cinco de Mayo. I didn't even realize it was Cinco de Mayo. Yeah, happy Cinco de Mayo, everyone. Yeah, she was manic because she was panicking. She started being manic Sunday evening because whatever the heck she did to him didn't work and he didn't die Sunday evening. I fully believe at this point that she was probably trying to light that fire to kill Gannon in a fire. Or set him up for something like that. You know, I don't think that this was a situation where they were going to, I don't know, something happened that she was trying to cover up Sunday night. And that's where all of this starts, her mania and everything else. You sit there and talk about how she was up all night trying to figure out what to do. Yeah, how to kill him. She was up all night trying to figure out how to kill him, how to get out of this situation so that she couldn't get blamed for it. Yeah, she took him out shopping to make sure people saw him alive. Walking to and from the car. Oh no. Okay, Mama K. Have to leave in about 20 minutes for an endocrinologist. Hopefully Mike Allen's rebuttal is quick. Oh, that's exciting, Louisiana girl. 12 years today. It's a long time. Yeah, drugged him and then started a fire. Tortellini. Tortellini needs to stop saying there's no other explanation. You think she threw the candle at him, worried that he would tell, and then she tried to OD him. Yeah. The fact that he sat there and said that there's no explanation, there's no motive to this crime. And then he went on to say about how she was overwhelmed and had too much responsibility and how overwhelmed she was having to watch the kids and how unhappy she was in her life. It's like, excuse me, sir, didn't you 2 minutes ago just say that there was no motive and now you're sitting here telling us all of the motives? That was all of it. Everything you just said, that's why. She did this because she was upset with her life. She did this because she hated Gannon. Did you not see her searches? I know. I'm sorry, Mr. Defense Lawyer. You were sleeping for 70% of the trial. My bad. Maybe Will Cook should have told you. He was at least half listening while he was over there rubbing knees with Letecia.
What?
I don't even know what I'm doing right there. I don't know. It's just, ugh. You think the candle was blunt force? I don't know, Ramblin, because she said about hitting him. The, Dr. Lewis said something about a baseball bat, and T said something about a board. So I don't know. I think that Dr. Lewis probably knows exactly what happened. I think Dr. Lewis read her written confession, probably the only time T has actually written out exactly what happened to Gannon. And then Dr. Lewis conveniently lost it because it didn't fit her narrative. That's what I think. I think that Dr. Lewis probably knows better than anyone, potentially her lawyers too, exactly what happened, because they had a written confession that mysteriously disappeared. Yeah, let me help you, Mr. Tortellini. The motive is hatred. Oh no, I mean, Joe, you're so far behind. Your power went out at 11 and just now came back on. Oh man, it's okay. We still have the rebuttal. And then, yeah, and then from there, her confession in Latin. That's what they said it was, that it was a confession in Latin, but was it really? We don't know, because that's what she alleges that it was, but why would it need to disappear if it was gibberish and you couldn't read it anyways? Why would she throw it away or get rid of it or make sure it was never able to be entered into evidence? No, we are on a quick 10-minute break. In about 2 minutes, they will come back and we will hear Mike Allen's rebuttal, and then we will be done for until the jury comes back. The jury's locked in until they make a decision now. Obviously, Gannon and Lena photobombed T's selfie pic on the hike. They were in the background, not her showing how happy she is. Yeah. Honestly, I wouldn't put it past her to have wanted to push her or push him off of the cliff or something. There was going to be an accident during that hike, I bet you. We are still live. Yes, Holly. Yeah, go figure she used a dead language that can't be spell checked. You bet the rebuttal brings up motive. You're probably right, Jess' mom. It seemed like the general consensus, Pepper, between everyone here, everyone was thinking within the first 4 hours that they'll be done. Yeah, jury is officially locked in. They're not allowed to leave for lunch. They are stuck now. So they are there until they make a decision. You think under 2 hours, 1 hour. People think it's going to be quick. I don't know. Like I said, it's going to be interesting because we have very, very intelligent jurors. I haven't watched very many trials, but the ones that I have, sometimes I think, oh no, what if the jury gets it wrong? I have never once had that fear. I had never once had the fear that this jury was going to be misled, or that they were going to be led astray, or that they were going to believe some cockamamie bullcrap, because looking at their juror questions and things like that, it's just, they're smart. They're very, very smart. Jane Doe, welcome to the future. No, not yet. We have Mike Allen is getting ready to come on and talk any second now. And then they will be sending the jury off to deliberate. And we will be on jury watch. Get this up just in case. Make sure that I'm all set up here so that whenever they come back. Very anxious. Excited. I'm excited for this. We decided we weren't using anxious earlier. Emmy, Joe, no. There's no lunch break today.
Keith. All rise for the jury, please. Oh,
I
apparently
didn't
not.
get an IM or hear anything, so.
Oh, all right.
The last to know.
All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we will start into the prosecution's rebuttal. Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, the only fantasy in this courtroom is that this defendant, this stepmother who killed Gannon, has psychosis, that she was insane on January 27th of 2020. That is the only fantasy that has been brought out into this courtroom. It's been brought out by this defendant. They want to talk to you about motive. We talked to some of you in jury selection about motive. One thing you didn't hear the judge read in any of those instructions is anything about motive. You know why? It's not an element of a single crime under Colorado code. We don't have to prove motive, and yet we did anyway. This defendant hated Gannon. You know that because she searched it. I hate my stepson. She has one stepson, and she hated him. She was planning to leave Al Stauch, move back to the East Coast. She wanted to hurt Al. She wanted to hurt Landon, for that matter. She did, to the core. They will never recover from what she did to them, ever. And you know that. Think about the time frame that we're talking about. This was no snap in time. This was not an instantaneous thing. This occurred over days. She was planning to leave a week prior to Gannon's death when she killed him. Look at the searches that we talked about on Monday when Kevin Clark took the stand. We know when she was looking to leave. We know she hated Gannon. She knows she wanted out of a marriage with Al. We know that she didn't like what Landon was up to because she would manipulate Gannon about Landon. We know these things because of the evidence that we brought you. And in fact, it does prove motive. I want to ask you about why did Al leave Gannon with the defendant on that weekend? He left on January 25th, Saturday. Remember that? Why would he leave and go to Oklahoma for 2 weeks of training if he knew there was a problem with the defendant from psychosis? Al told you the answer to that question. He would not have gone. If he had seen some problem with the defendant, he said he would not have gone. And he did anyway, because she doesn't have psychosis. He never saw a single sign from her. What he didn't know, unfortunately, he couldn't see into her heart. He couldn't see the hatred that she had for Gannon, the motive that she had to leave and to hurt him to the core. He didn't know that it was all about her, even though he'd lived with her for some number of years. Pence wants you to speculate that the fire set off some sort of a trigger. You read those instructions or while the judge was reading them to you? It says speculation, can't do it. And yet they're inviting you to speculate. Why is that? Why would they invite you to speculate when we're talking about an 11-year-old boy who was brutally murdered? Why would they invite you to speculate? Because they want you to ignore the evidence that was brought into this courtroom. They want you to ignore this evidence and speculate on the other hand. You can't do it. Saying she's freaked out in that phone call. Acting she's freaked out. We all get freaked out sometimes. As Mr. Young said, we're human. Go drive down the highway and you see an accident, you might freak out, you might have some rush of adrenaline, and it kind of messes you up a little bit. That's human. Not psychosis. And further, that freaking out that she's supposedly doing is her acting. It's not psychosis. It's all about Letecia. It's all about this woman who murdered Gannon throughout the whole thing. The text to the school, to Leslie Hicks, that morning, January 27th. They want you to speculate again that that's some sort of a trigger. You know what it is. It's an unassailable excuse. You tell your employer that your stepfather, a member of your family, has just died in a tragic car accident. No employer is going to make you come into work that day. She needed an unassailable excuse to not go to work because she knew what was happening later that day. He knew Gannon was done that day. That's why she calls Gannon into school later or out of school later. The timelines that we brought to you on Monday, her internet searches tell you everything you need to know about her mental condition. She was calculating, manipulating, lying to everyone. Why? Because it's about her, not about Gannon. Deflect the blame and make herself the victim. Does it ever make sense when somebody kills another person? Can it ever truly make sense? Can it ever truly make sense when a parent kills a child? The answer to that is no. None of us in this courtroom, except one, has killed a child. That doesn't make it a psychotic act. That doesn't mean somebody's insane. Unfortunately, way too many people kill kids in this country. Why do they do it? Who knows? But it's not psychosis when this one did it. Be very careful when people introduce facts. Mr. Tellini got up here and wanted to introduce facts to you. Inviting you to speculate. Be very careful about that. He tries to brush away the effect of the hydrocodone that was found in Gannon's system. First of all, Gannon should not have had hydrocodone in his system. Dr. Ignacio told you about that. It's not typically given to 11-year-old little boys. Why not? It's an opioid. It can cause people to get sluggish, lethargic, and lead to coma, and stop you from breathing, and can kill you. All of those things that hydrocodone, an opioid, can do to you, this woman did to Gannon. Why? Because she wanted to kill him. Mr. Tellini brought up the idea that the brutality itself proves psychosis. Is that true? Does the brutality itself prove psychosis from this defendant? The evidence has the answer for you. The defendant's own actions has the answer for you. The brutality of it speaks to the abject hatred she had for Gannon and the pure determination she had to kill Gannon. This didn't start in one snap moment. When did this start? Sunday night. Sunday night with the candle. A candle incident that makes no sense, according to the way that she describes it to people, because she wants to make it Gannon's fault. Does that make sense? Mr. Stauch told you the answer to that question. Harley told you the answer to that question. Gannon didn't play with fire. He would never go downstairs and just light candles randomly. He had a long history of having stomach issues, where he'd get backed up and then have issues with it. And yet this day, he poops himself, and so he's got to go burn a candle to mask the smell, even though he'd never done it any other time in his entire life. Does that make sense? Or does it make more sense that this defendant burnt him? That's the start of the attack, ladies and gentlemen. Sunday night. And it continues with the hydrocodone. A prescription for a full-grown man is given to Gannon. That goes into the morning time. That's why he's lethargic. He can't get out of bed early like he normally would. He's walking slowly to the pickup truck at about 10:15 in the morning when they leave the house, because he's under the influence of hydrocodone. And then she drives him around, leaving him in the car. He's probably passed out in the car. Doesn't make any sense to leave an 11-year-old boy in a car unless there's something wrong, something that she did to him. And this picture from Garden of the Gods, these two pictures that she sends Al Stauch that morning of Gannon in bed. Mr. Tellini again is inviting you to speculate as to the reason for those pictures, saying she's just a loving stepmother. What are those pictures? Think about that picture from Garden of the Gods in relation to the pictures that she sends Al Stauch. They're proof of life pictures. They're pictures that she is sending out, prove to the world that she had nothing to do with what she's about to do. Why would she send pictures of Gannon in bed to Al Stauch, except for a proof of life picture? A way to cover her tracks, and it starts early, right? They want you to think that this was some sort of a temporary snap. Said it on opening statements when Mr. Cook dramatically walks out of the courtroom, says this is way too worse, we can't handle this. It's a crack in her psychosis. And then we hear it again today from Mr. Tellini. First of all, temporary insanity is not what our insanity statute is in the state of Colorado. Look at it. That does not apply here. Second of all, there's not a temporary insanity moment in this case. It starts from Sunday night and goes all the way through Monday evening. Talking about almost 24 hours of horror that Gannon had to suffer at the hands of this defendant. What should have been the safest place in the world for Gannon to be. People who live by stories, by telling tall tales, don't stop. Why would she stop doing that once this case started, if she'd been getting away with it her entire life? Think about the manipulation that she carried out on everybody else in her life. Al told you about the manipulation. Everything this woman did in her life was manipulation to cause chaos, to make her the victim and the focus of everything. Every single thing. Harley. She didn't know how her own father died, because she was lied to by this defendant. Why would she stop lying when the biggest thing that she's ever caused in her life is being drilled into by an investigation that is the biggest El Paso County has ever seen? that involves the FBI. That's who she is. She's a storyteller. Telling fantastic stories is not psychosis. It's who she is. She starts looking up face plant surgery centers. She starts looking up, I need a new social security number. I need a marriage license. I need a replacement passport because El Paso County Sheriff's Office has mine. And she looks up fake polygraph. Why in the world would you need a fake polygraph unless you're covering your tracks? To have some sort of thing that you can anchor a legitimate story to that you didn't have anything to do with this case. Why? Who thinks of that stuff except for people like this? I would venture to guess that not a single one of us in this room ever even knew a fake polygraph website existed before now. I know I didn't. Let's talk a little bit about Dr. Lewis. She might be a world-renowned expert. She's the only expert that they could find to bring in here to tell you that this defendant had dissociative identity disorder. Not a single other doctor that testified here in this courtroom saw a single shred of evidence that she had dissociative identity disorder. Not a single one. And yet this doctor comes in and says she does have it. This doctor comes in and says she does have it, and yet she doesn't even know what the definition of insanity in Colorado is. She starts throwing around words like McNaughton and other things that might apply in other states. And she said sanity could depend on where you are, what state you're in, that kind of thing. Don't you think if she's going to come in and tell you as an expert, this defendant is insane, according to Colorado law, should know what Colorado law is, and she couldn't do it? There were a lot of I assumes, I don't knows, deflections, stories about other cases. Anytime she was pressed to justify her opinion, she couldn't do it. You saw Dr. Torres in contrast to that. She could point to specific things about her evaluation of the defendant. Compare the two. The instructions that you got from the judge are your roadmap for this case. They help you determine what the law is, and you're expected to follow the law, and you apply that law to the facts in the case, to the evidence that's been piling up over the last several weeks. The presumption of innocence absolutely applies in every single criminal case. It applies in this case. Until you are determined that the charges have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, she has the presumption of innocence. We have the burden of proof. This system doesn't work if you don't hold us to our burden of proof. We expect you to hold us to our burden of proof. We welcome you to hold us to our burden of proof. Mr. Tellini talked about proving it without a doubt. Proving this case without a doubt. You'll never see words like that in any jury instruction in the state of Colorado or in the United States. You don't have to prove cases beyond all doubt. You have to prove things beyond a reasonable doubt. Because this is, after all, a human function. Nobody can ever prove anything 100%. Johnny Cochran, after the O.J. Simpson, or in closing for the O.J. Simpson case.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the reference of Johnny Cochran and O.J. Simpson.
There's no evidence of it. It's not commenting on evidence.
I'm sorry?
It's not commenting on it. There's no evidence of what Johnny Cochran did at any point in time. So
I'm actually using it to talk about the burden of proof, Judge.
well, then rephrase it.
Well, I was about to. So in that case, Johnny Cochran said, if it doesn't fit, you must acquit. What he's talking about is our burden of proof. And he was absolutely right. If a case is not proven beyond a reasonable doubt, Your jobs as jurors, according to these jury instructions, is to find a defendant not guilty. And we expect you to do that. If we didn't prove the case, then hold us accountable and find her not guilty. But if we did prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt, the jury instructions are also very clear on that. We have proven the case beyond a reasonable doubt. The jury instructions tell you you should find her guilty. If the crime's fit, you should convict. That's what the jury instructions say. And that's the other side of the coin from Johnny Cochran's comment. If the crimes fit this defendant, convict her. Deliberations are up to you. When you get back into the deliberation room, you get to control how that deliberation goes. The only requirements are that you all have to be together when deliberations are happening. You have to do it in the jury room. But you can take as long as you want, and you can be as fast as you want to come to a conviction or to a decision. Nobody's ever going to second guess you. If you take 2 weeks or 10 minutes, it's up to you. What we do know, what you should know from the evidence, that there's plenty of evidence to find this defendant guilty based on the evidence, not from what I say or what Mr. Young says, or find her not guilty because Mr. Tellini and Mr. Cook say so. The evidence guides you. Let's talk about that question of sanity. It says, so diseased or defective in mind to be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong. Can this defendant distinguish right from wrong? The evidence and her actions tell you that she can. Why do all the things she did if she didn't know what she had done was wrong? Or she suffered from a condition of mind caused by mental disease or defect that prevented her from forming a culpable mental state. What is evidence of that culpable mental state? As Mr. Young said, it's in Gannon. It's on Gannon's body. The evidence that Gannon's body provides you, the story that tells about what she did, shows she has the ability and had the ability to form the appropriate culpable mental state. You don't stab an 11-year-old 18 times, 11 of which are on his arms and hands as he's defending himself, unless you intend to kill him. You don't then dispose of that knife that's never recovered and hit him over the head with such viciousness 4 separate times that it cracks his skull open, unless you intend to kill him. And that blunt force object, also never found. And then you don't retrieve a handgun, a 9mm handgun, and squeeze that trigger 3 intentional times, hitting Gannon 1 time, unless you intend to kill Gannon. That's exactly what this defendant did. And that's how you know she could form the appropriate culpable mental state. This woman doesn't have a diseased mind. She has no psychosis. Multiple doctors and longtime family friends and family members answer the question of psychosis for you. This defendant knew then and knows today the difference between right and wrong. Harley said it. Dakota Lowry said it. Al Stauch said it. Every single person that knew her knew she knew the difference between right and wrong. She was of sound mind, informed the culpable mental states required. You learned about dissociative identity disorder from at least 2 different doctors in this case. Extremely rare. Prevalence in society is roughly 1.4%. But most importantly, it's marked by severe behavioral health symptoms that would be noticeable by others. Other people like Harley Hunt, her daughter who lived with her every day of her life. Al Stauch, who was married to her for 5 years. Dakota Lowry, who was her younger brother. These people would have noticed that she had something wrong with her. The forensic nurse examiner, Amanda Van Nest at the hospital, would have noticed it. This is 2 days after Gannon is murdered, and the defendant fakes that panic attack in the sheriff's office and is taken to the hospital, given the opportunity to be examined for the supposed rape story that she had. And she splits. Amanda Van Ness told you that she's dealt with people with severe mental health disorders. She's told you what happens when she deals with people like that. Called an M1 hold. It's an emergency situation where you put somebody in care for a period of time because they're a danger to themselves or to others. Amanda Van Ness saw no sign that this defendant was anywhere close to justifying an M1 hold on January 29th. Dr. Niederhauser, on the other side of this equation, about a month before Gannon was killed, the last medical professional to see the defendant before Gannon was killed, also familiar with M1 holds, and saw no signs that would justify holding her against her will because she was a danger danger to herself or others, because she wasn't. She didn't have psychosis. Why blame others? First, it's Gannon's fault, right? He pooped all over himself, started a fire. He's experimenting with drugs. Isn't that convenient that he's experimenting with drugs? He's curious about bath salts. And there's a Swisher Sweet planted in his backpack. And he's got hydrocodone in his system. Isn't that convenient? Isn't that convenient concoction from this defendant? Then she says he went to a friend's house and didn't come home. Or is it because he loved his mom too much? He was a mama's boy. Is that the source of her hatred for Gannon? She knew she could never replace the love that Gannon had for Landon. And she concocts Eduardo, some random Mexican guy that works at the housing development. Just gives him access to the house through the garage code. He comes in, fixes the carpet, but in addition to fixing the carpet, he rapes her. Bangs her head on the floor, no sign of injury on her. Curiously asked for boxes in a suitcase. Why'd she have to introduce the suitcase? Had to explain away why Gannon was going to be found in the suitcase she put him in. A suitcase that Al Stauch recognized when he was shown the picture. A suitcase that Dakota Lowry recognized this defendant struggling with before she drives off to Florida. We had to explain it away. Next, it's Quincy Brown's fault. You heard Special Agent Jonathan Grusing. He talked about he wishes he would have pushed her more on the Quincy Brown and let her expand on that character, because this is the character she gave the most information about. It's a real guy. Guy that was published in the media. The most wanted people in El Paso County for sex offenses. Perfect fall guy for what this woman did. He replaces Eduardo as the rapist. Knew his name when his ID fell out conveniently and landed on the floor in front of her. Then he turns into a guy up in northern El Paso County selling a bike. Or he's laying in the road as they're driving and gets into the car and forces them to come back home, and he rapes her there. Or Gannon's test riding a bike, crashes, hits his head, and then he takes off with Gannon. Uncle Matt, the least descriptive person in any story this defendant has probably ever told. Boy, can she tell some stories, can't she? Somehow Gannon knew him and he was involved, but we don't really know how. And then it's the pregnant lady with the cash baby. Supposedly 8 months pregnant. involved with money laundering for Mexican restaurants, gets into the car, starts pulling money out of her belly. Somehow she's involved with what happened again. And pointing outward, right? Pointing anyway except for her. Except that in each one of these stories, the blame for Gannon's disappearance is someone else, and she's the victim in every single one of these stories. Figuring out a way to cast blame elsewhere and situate herself as the victim as to what happened. That's a very calculated move. Every single time she does it, she's doing it to explain away why pieces of evidence are found in the case. She knows about the suitcase is going to be found. She notices that we're searching up in northern El Paso, southern Douglas County, where the board is found. So that's when the bike story comes in with Quincy Brown up in that area. She's got to explain away why her GPS is going to show her up in that area. Just up there innocently looking for a bike. But Gannon's blood is going to be found up there. Got to explain it away. Landon's fault. This is the most cruel of all, right? That somehow Landon is responsible for a Gannon because of her ex-husband. That somehow Landon is involved with Gannon ending up in Mexico. Why would she introduce the word Mexico? Because by the time she's saying this, she's already pitched Gannon over that bridge in Florida, thinking it's pitched over into the Escambia River that flows out the bay and into the Gulf of Mexico. It's Al's fault. His fault that Gannon is gone and he should be investigated. Somehow he contaminated the scene. Another cruel twist of the knife. Going after the people that Gannon loved the most and who loved him the most. Shows you the hatred that she had for these people. The hatred that she had for Gannon and how she's going to use Gannon's horrific demise against the people that loved him the most. Her stepfather, James, supposedly sexually assaulted her as a kid. It's his fault that she's the way she is. Except there's not a shred of evidence from anybody until she starts raising competency that she ever suffered any sort of ill harm by James. She never reports it to a single person for over 20 years. And yet that's the trigger. Does that make sense? There's a caped invader's fault. It's the last one, right? Standing on top of the bed, wearing a cape, then realizes it's Gannon, but she shoots him and stabs him and does all these other things to cover up for whatever. Does that make any sense? Or is this just another concoction? Another way to point outwards on blame and show herself as the victim? When she realizes those external sources aren't working, Dr. Dorothy Lewis comes into play. Before she looks at a shred of evidence, in February of 2022, she's already said, yeah, you need to go with not guilty by reason of insanity. Dissociative identity disorder is the answer. Doesn't know a single thing about this case or this defendant in February of 2022. And so what does this defendant do but start creating names? There's Taylor, Harmony, Christina, Jasmine, the frisky princess, little Lucia, and Maria Sanchez. Spanish-speaking Russian sniper. Knows how to kill, kill, kill. One thing we do know from this evidence, this defendant knows how to kill. Knows how to kill a defenseless little boy in his bed. There's better words to describe this defendant and what she did. Unreliable. Every person that she's ever interacted with in her life can tell you that she's unreliable, that she tells tall tales. She hated Gannon. You know that because of the injuries that Gannon suffered. You know that she hated Landon and Al. Why take away their little boy the way she did and concoct the story she did unless she hated them just as much as she hated Gannon? She planned this. A week before Gannon goes missing, she's already looking at renting a U-Haul and places to live in Florida. Sometime prior to Gannon's death, she searches, "I hate my stepson." Premeditated this thing. You know that from the proof of life photos. Those 2 pictures that she sends to Al on the morning of January 27th. She's setting up her excuse. Portraying Gannon as experimenting with drugs when she knows that she's drugging him with hydrocodone. She burned him Sunday night when this all starts. Gannon didn't play with fire. Not going to intentionally burn himself. In that first story about the candle incident, she talks about taking the kids outside and then having to go back downstairs to get Gannon. They all pile in the truck and drive off. That never happened. This was just a story that she had to explain away because the fire didn't work. Gannon didn't die from the fire. Then poisoned him with the hydrocodone. That didn't work. Remember, Gannon was a fighter. 1 pound, 6 ounce little boy when he was born. Overcame all the odds. But he couldn't overcome this one. But he sure did try, didn't he? She attacked him, stabbing him 18 times. Like I said, most of those are on his arms and hands because he's fighting back. Beat him over the head 4 times with some blunt object that's never found, cracking his skull like an eggshell. Shot him in the jaw, severing his spine, and likely killing him instantaneously. She then manipulated the heck out of this investigation with her stories. Her stories and manipulations of this investigation caused it to be the biggest investigation in El Paso County history. I heard that from several different investigators involved in this case. And it stretched from Colorado Springs all the way to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. She hid Gannon's broken, dead body in a suitcase in that storage room. She ran from cops when the circle was tightening. Remember that trip to Marshall's? When the cops were going there to get cell phones and get the car that belonged to Harley? And they encounter her out in the parking lot. She takes off running. As soon as she sees those guys, she takes off running, throws the keys across the parking lot, starts yelling at Harley, "Don't say anything." Why? If she didn't know she had done something wrong, why? Then fled to Florida and then eventually South Carolina. Get as far away from this thing as she possibly could. That's why she's wanting to get a replacement passport so she can escape the country. She dumped Gannon's body over the bridge. Mr. Young talked about this. Think about how divine intervention plays a part here. Macon Ponder had been at that bridge a month and a half before then. Gannon's body doesn't get found for at least 2 years, if ever. She murdered Gannon. January 27, 2020. She murdered Gannon. This little boy deserves so much more out of this defendant. He deserved protection. He deserved to live. He deserved to grow up and become a young man and someday have a family of his own. She took it all away.
Well, just like you said, and then died Colorado Springs. Just say that one more time, make sure I have this here correctly. London Drive. Okay, the phone number you're calling from? 843-55-7460. Is your name? Pizza. Please tell me, sir. What happened? I didn't know if I'm supposed to call emergency or not emergency but my phone says you all at 6 o'clock and it's almost 7. And we went to like our friend's house and but he's going to do the friend's house and they said he wasn't there and the other one said he never came there. I don't know any other people calling out and I talked to my husband, so I told him I had to call you guys as fast as I could because I don't know anyone else. And I don't know if there's like a time limit, but like he's only 11. He's 11. 11, yeah. Okay. What's the thing? Shannon. What for me? You can open. Your last name? Stauch. Stauch. I can barely guys. I got it hard. I can barely guys. If I have the information, we have multiple questions. We have to ask to what a tie up an emergency. Not emergency. Yeah, never find that. I didn't know what she would have done. Yeah, it does that. Okay. Let me know when you're ready for that number. Okay, go ahead. 719. Okay. Can you put the phone? 19 390 5555. Okay. You're welcome. Call that now. Call that now. I already have the call built. We have to ask. Oh, we'll call back tomorrow. Where we left off. I think. Maybe the process is getting. How can I help you? Hi, yes. I called 911. And they said I had to call the number because I let you know I was supposed to come home at 6. But we didn't. I know it's only 7, but like we went to both the friend's house and they said he wasn't there. And it was kind of like a thing and so I was like, what's your last name? Maybe around like what time did you guys go to bed? Is it 3:30 maybe? Between 3:34 and he was supposed to be home at 6. We let him all the time, like go to the neighbor's house, friend's house, they ride bikes and everything together. And we're constantly to see him. I guess me.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to go back into that deliberation room and start deliberating. And deserve justice. This defendant deserves to be convicted based on the evidence that was presented in this case. Shannon Jacob Stauch, 11 years old. Find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree after deliberation. Murder in the first degree, child under 12 in a position of trust. Tampering with a deceased human body. Tampering with physical evidence. Shannon deserves it. Deserves all of this justice that you can give him. Thank you.
Can you get her?
Yes,
please. Thank you. All right, lady. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as I indicated earlier when I read the instructions to you, there are 4 verdict forms, one for murder in the first degree after deliberation, one for murder in the first degree child under 12 by a person in a position of trust, one for charge of tampering with a deceased human body, and one for tampering with physical evidence. In a moment, I'm going to send almost all of you back to the deliberation room. And members of the jury, I want to thank you for listening so closely to the evidence in this case. Because most or all of you have not served as jurors before, I would like to give you a few pointers regarding the process of deliberation, However, unlike the instructions that I gave you, these are only suggestions, and you are free to proceed in any way you wish. First, you may wish to choose your foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. You may already have a good idea of someone that you think would be fair, a good listener, and a good discussion manager. Pick someone who is willing and able to help the discussion remain organized and respectful. Remember, however, that the foreperson's opinion has no greater value than that of any other juror. Second, you should reach some agreements about how you will conduct yourselves. The foreperson shall enforce or encourage compliance with these agreements. If he or she is unable to do so or engages in this conduct him or herself, the jurors have the right to select a new presiding juror. Jurors are often tempted to hold a preliminary or straw vote at the beginning of deliberations in order to determine whether they already agree or how divided the group may be. I recommend against this procedure because it may cause some jurors to lock themselves into a position which they will then feel reluctant to change. Experience has also shown that such early votes frequently lead to disruptive, unnecessarily lengthy, and inefficient debate and to ineffective decision-making. If you reach a particularly controversial or difficult point in the discussion, you may want to move to a less controversial or simpler area for discussion and return later to the more difficult issue. You may wish to consider secret ballots if the jury would feel more comfortable with this procedure. You each have the right to your individual opinion, but you should be open to persuasion. It helps if you are open to the possibility that you might be wrong, or at least that you might change your mind about some issues after listening to other views. Misunderstanding can undermine your efforts. Seek clarification if you do not understand or if you think others are not talking about the same thing. The foreperson or some other juror, as agreed to by the jury, may wish to take notes of agreements and disagreements, and from time to time, set out the items on which you agree and those on which you have not yet reached agreement. You must deliberate as a group while you are all together. In spite of your best efforts, it is indeed possible that serious disagreements may arise. In that event, recognize and accept that getting stuck is often part of the decision-making process. It is easy to fall into the trap of believing that there is something wrong with someone who is not ready to move toward what may be an emerging decision. Such a belief, however, is not helpful. It can lead to a conflict of personalities rather than a conflict of issues. It is best to be patient with one another. Taking a break can often be helpful and lead to a satisfactory conclusion. The bailiff is available whenever you need to stretch, to calm down, to clear your minds, take a walk around the building, something of that nature. As I indicated, however, these are only suggestions, and you are free to proceed in any way you wish. When we began this process, I told you that we were going to be selecting 12 jurors plus 6 alternates. The reason why we do that is because in any case that lasts for longer than a day, if something were to happen to a juror during the process, I would have to declare a mistrial, start all over on another date at another time from the beginning with a whole new different crew. This was the first trial of any length that we've had since COVID. I have had long trials before, and I understand that things happen during trial. Sometimes people have family emergencies during trial. Sometimes people get sick. Sometimes, as in this case, we had a juror who didn't know that they knew a witness until that witness got here. So we always try to plan for that because we don't want to have to put everybody through another trial at a different time and start all over without any potential of resolution and without any potential of getting through all of the evidence. However, the law only permits 12 people to deliberate in this case. The alternates in this case are chosen at random. I'm still going to refer to you as number to protect your privacy. So we have 9 people in the back, number 10, number 11, number 12. You're 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 13 through 17 will not be deliberating. I'm going to excuse jurors 1 through 12. And Mr. Combs will take you back to the deliberation room. And there should be, do we have food? There should be food, or food is on the way. We are working on that. So please be patient with us. But we're going to send 12 of you back now. The other 5, please remain in the courtroom because I have further instructions for you. All rise for the 12 jurors, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Records should reflect that the 12 jurors have left the courtroom. We get to this point in every case, almost any case that lasts longer than a day. And I always feel terrible for the people that are the alternates, because you have put in just as much time, effort, and energy as everyone else. You have dedicated a lot of time to this case over the last 7 weeks, 8 weeks, wherever we are. But you don't get to deliberate yet, which is why it is possible, and we just had it happen last week in a different case, where one of the jurors had to be replaced by an alternate. So this is going to sound a little strange. I'm going to release you, but you're not excused from jury service. What that means is that you're not going to be deliberating back with the 12, but you still cannot discuss this case among yourselves, cannot discuss the case with anyone else, cannot do your own independent research about any aspect of the case. The reason for that is it is possible that I would still need your services if something were to happen to one of the jurors that is deliberating. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have Mr. Sproul take you back to an alternate jury room because you guys have 2 of them back there. But I want to have a conversation with you about some security things and some publicity things, and also some services that we offer. So I want to have that conversation with you before we discuss anything further. And you're welcome to stay in that jury room for the rest of the day. You're down here. I don't know what you want to do. We can talk about that, but we'll talk about all that back there. I do have certificates of service for you. And I also have a questionnaire, which I'm going to ask you to fill out. It's something that the state of Colorado sends out to jurors. So if you would take the time to fill it out, and I'll be back to talk with you in about 10 minutes or so, I'd greatly appreciate it. All rise for the jurors, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. I have a couple of things, some announcements, primarily an advisement, I suppose, more than anything else. First of all, I will need contact information, clean laptop, and for anyone who's listening or interested in the ultimate outcome of the process, the plan is that once I am advised that a verdict has been reached, I will be contacting Mr. McCallum and Mr. Sarche, who are the public sort of information officers for the Colorado Judicial Branch, and they will send out a tweet. I'm going to, I will not be taking a verdict until 30 minutes after it has been announced, or I'm sorry, until 30 minutes after I send that to Mr. McCallum and Mr. Sarche. So the plan is that everybody will have 30 minutes time to be able to get back in place, and then we'll take the verdict. I also want to thank the attorneys for their presentation in this case. More importantly, I want to thank the lawyers for the presentation or for the professionalism that they have demonstrated throughout this trial. This was a long trial. It involved difficult facts. I know it was hard on the jury. I know it was hard on the families. I know it was hard on the defendant. I also know it was hard on the lawyers. This case was logistically complex. There were lots of witnesses from lots of different places. All of that had to be coordinated to get them here. There was a lot of evidence. I think I've spoken with the court reporters. We're getting a little bit better at it, but it still takes us about 20 minutes to get all of the evidence from the courtroom into the evidence room at the end of the day. And the lawyers had to review all of that, both sides. They had to figure out how each piece of evidence related to a different piece of evidence and what witnesses related to what pieces of evidence. One side had to put all of that together and the other side had to figure out how to defend against it. That both sides had very difficult jobs, but with the exception of one or two exceptions, at least as far as I could see, you acted professionally with each other and respected that opposing counsel had a job to do. In a case that could have been made so much worse by bad lawyer behavior, all of you rose above that. I appreciate that. From a judge perspective, it may not mean much, but from a judge perspective, I think you have put on a clinic for how cases should be tried. I've always thought professionalism among lawyers ultimately benefits the client, but I know that not everyone agrees with that. But I wanted to thank the lawyers for the presentation because I know how difficult this case was for everybody. So we need contact information for the lawyers. I've given an advisement as to how the verdict will be handled. And I suppose if there are any questions, we'll take up the issue of defendant's presence during those questions or whether she waives presence. Okay, we'll make sure that happens. Is there anything else that we need to address at this point in time, prosecution?
The only thing, Judge, this is potentially only anticipating issues is if the families can't get here within 30 minutes, we may be asking for you to push that out a little bit longer. There's childcare issues and that kind of thing. And I know you'll be gracious with that.
I will, and I understand that. We'll take it up if it's an issue. All right. From the defense, anything that we need to address? Okay. All right. Thank you. Court will be in recess.
All rise.
I don't know. I gotta look back at that Vicky G. That's what I was getting ready to ask. Did anybody hear what she said? But I totally missed it. So let me just pull it back up. We'll see what she said. Because I totally missed it. Let me go backwards. I love this judge, like in the fact that yes, there was a couple times that the attorneys made him like yell, but for the most part, it's been really good. He did so great. He did so great. Let me pull this up though, because I totally missed it.
I know it was hard on the families. I know it was hard on the defendant. I also know it was hard on the lawyers. This case was logistically complex. There were lots of witnesses against it. That both sides had very difficult jobs, but with the exception of one or two exceptions, at least as far as I could see, you acted professionally with each other and respected that opposing counsel had a job to do. In a case that could have been made so much worse by bad lawyer behavior, all of you rose above that. I appreciate that. From a judge perspective, may not mean much, but from a judge perspective, I think you have put on a clinic for how cases should be tried. I've always thought professionalism among lawyers ultimately benefits the client, but I know that not everyone agrees with that. So, but I wanted to thank the lawyers for the presentation because I know how difficult this case was for everybody. So we need contact information for the lawyers. I've given an advisement as to how the verdict will be handled. And I suppose if there are any questions, we'll take up the issue of defendant's presence during those questions or whether she waives presence. Okay, we'll make sure that happens.
She'd like to be here. Is that what he said? She indicated she'd like to be here. So sounds like she's coming back for this. Yes. Thank you all, Sleepy and Mods, a little family here. You've enjoyed spending all this time with you. I'm gonna wake up Monday morning and feel empty. Oh no, we'll still be here, just on different cases. So please, guys, don't think that my channel stops here. I cover so many. And they all need as much love and support as you guys have showed Gannon this whole time. So many of them do. Guilty on all charges, yeah. Had to step away and do some self maintenance because you were irritated. Yes. I know everybody was getting pretty irritated. We all were. Yes, he yelled once and it was actually at Dr. Lewis. You're correct about that. And then honestly, the only other time that I remember there being any type of scuffle was between the two attorneys, and it was like, one of them was upset that the other one took his ball or something. I don't even know. But literally that's nothing in a 6-week trial. They were very, very calm. We will still have sentencing in this case. We will still have family impact statements. And so there's still more coming in this trial, even once we have a verdict. Yes, this is just a very small part of what this channel does. Exactly, Spedler. Exactly. So many cases that we follow. So many. If this ends Friday, which case do you go on Monday? I don't know, honestly, Team Tina. We won't be done today, regardless. We will know her verdict today. We don't know when she's going to be sentenced, and we don't know. My goodness, my brain is like mush right now. I'm just so excited. Who did he say was going to be tweeting this? That way I know. I gotta go back and listen to that too, I think. What did Emily do? Bum, bum, bum. Oh yeah, 10 months. That's awesome. Happy 10 months, Emily. Seal, it is under where the super chats are. It should say like member milestone. You get a free one each month. What do you think of Bella, the little 6-year-old girl killed by her father's long-term girlfriend? Bella. Which Bella? Boo Will. Verdict after 7 minutes? Yeah. Well, we know will be at least a half hour delayed. Oh, Boo Will. Wow, yeah. That one. I know who you're talking about now. Sorry. I was confused for a second. Sorry, my husband just came in and the kids like went crazy for a second. Okay, you're sticking around for future cases. Yeah, thank you, Judy Jones. Going with insanity plea. Is she really? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Thank you, Elizabeth Ross. Laurel, I don't know how that works for like the temporary memberships. I'm not sure, to be completely honest. I don't know if it like I don't know, Judy Jones. So I'm debating just staying live. I mean, we can, if you guys want to come up and chat, we can talk a little bit about what happened today, what we thought about the closing arguments and things like that. Or if you would prefer, we could take a break and come back after jury. It's up to you guys. I will let you guys all lead this, to be completely honest. I'm okay either way. I am okay either way. How many think the jurors do actually go back and do a straw poll, that even though the judge suggested not to? That's honestly what I was thinking, like, oh, that would probably be the easiest way to do it, is just figure out where you're all at. Emily Biz, did I get your last chat with you? Let me look. I didn't know, but let me scroll up and I will look. Hi in the bushes, how are you, dear?
Hi.
What did you think about closing arguments? Oh, and here's Louisiana girl.
Oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness.
I think it was to the
What did you
point.
think of all that?
I think that both Mr. Young and Mr. Allen hit grand slam home runs. I think they knocked it out the park. I think it's going to be quick. I don't know. What do y'all think?
I think it's going to be quick. Could be wrong, but I think it's going to be quick.
I do too. I went to go try to find a Twitter feed where we can stalk it, but nothing comes up under the court, like the county website. So I don't know. Ooh,
I gotta go back and look and see whose name he said, because he definitely said who was going to be tweeting it out. But I just my brain was so I don't even know how to explain it. I got lost somewhere between like the end of the defenses and the middle of Mike Allen's, between my like frustration and just first I was frustrated with the defense and like just all my anger and stuff towards Letecia, but then also just I don't know. I just started praying, I guess, at some point during Mike Allen's, and hoping and praying that this can just be done fast for this family's sake. Okay, Colorado courts and fourth judicial, he said we'll both release it. So I just followed them both on Twitter.
yay.
We'll go from there. So,
I
but
lost
Zach
my mind
DuPont
when
as
she
well.
smiled.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
When he was talking about Gannon being burned, that she burned him. Yeah, and she smiled. I lost my mind.
mhm.
Do you guys think that they're going to go back and do an immediate straw poll to see where they're at, even though the judge is like, don't do it, no matter how tempting it is? That's totally what I would do. Like, all
I
right.
would. Just where, and at the end of the day, I don't know how you would go about starting to deliberate without having a baseline to work from.
Right.
I like his idea of doing the anonymous polls. So if
Right.
you're going to do a straw poll, do it anonymously and just see.
Yeah.
Well, that would make more sense, because then you don't want to have like one person targeted if they're the innocent. Do you know what I mean? Because then you just end up feeling some type of way. Miss O, you can shut your camera off if you'd like. Hey, dear, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you? I'm kind of sick today, so it's okay. How are you doing?
Pretty good, pretty good. No, I feel you with the sickness and stuff. This weather, temperature up and down, up and down. My sinuses have just been crazy.
I
What do you
know,
think?
and I
Listen,
live in
do you
North
think
Florida, South Georgia kind of thing. So it's an allergy, cold, whatever it is. So forgive my voice. So I'm sorry. But
they're
this
gonna do a straw poll and figure out guilty or not guilty fast?
I sure hope so. That what do they have? What do they have to prove that she's not guilty? I mean, there is no insanity. This woman calculated everything, and this not started on Saturday. This started a long time ago. This started not with Gannon. This started with Hurley a long time ago. The manipulating, the calculating, the stealing the husband. This started a long, long time ago. Gannon was the end of the catalyst of all of Letecia manipulating and all of this. Gannon was the end of it. This is the east side that Gannon was the end of it, but this didn't start with Gannon. This started a long, 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 long time ago. If you listen to all of the, we have listened to all of the conversations of Letecia and Al, and that was a toxic, toxic relationship. When you have to say we are in listen or believe in Tisha mode, that's not a good sign. That means that she's been lying for a long time. So um, this is crazy. I don't think the jury is going to take a long time. This is, to me, to me, in my personal opinion, this is transparent. I don't know what you guys think, but to me, this is transparent. And the fact that they are pouring, that they are that they are putting Dr. Torres' opinion in question is troubling to me. Over Dr. Lewis is troubling to me. When we are looking at a client, we are looking at the whole picture. We look at not just, I normally work with children with disabilities. And we look at the parents' opinion, we look at the family, the caregivers, the teachers, all of that. So because we want to look at the whole picture, not just the child. So we want to look at everything. And I work with adults too, and the same thing applies. So this case is the same thing. They want to look at the whole picture. Dr. Lewis didn't take the time to do that. Dr. Torres did, and so did the other doctor. I don't remember the name, and forgive me for that. But Dr. Lewis didn't do that. She went on the publicity tour talking about her book, her documentary. She spent time with Letecia, fist bumping, and she didn't actually perform a test. She talked about the Durham test, and she talked that she did a couple questions, the clock, and all of that. But there is a lot more that goes into that. There is a lot of questions that are in the Durham test. A lot of questions, a lot to go into that. And she didn't do all of that. She didn't do any of that. So it's
I
just
think it speaks volumes to the fact that the defense attorney during his closing statements, rather than referencing his expert witness, Dr. Lewis, that they called in there, he didn't reference her at all. He referenced the prosecution's doctor over and over and over again, but not his own. He knows that his doctor screwed things up for him, I think.
exactly, because he has nothing. He has nothing because he knows she screwed up, because he knows he wrote that report for her, because he knows that she didn't have anything. She didn't have the whole report. When she asked for that EEG and she asked for that MRI, she was asking for wavelength or that the brain. She was asking for pictures of the brain. If she didn't have that, all she had to write on that report was undetermined, because she didn't have all the data that she needed to write a full report in her expert opinion. That's all she needed to write. She didn't needed to give a complete report. She didn't have the all the data. She didn't needed to write a complete expert opinion. That's it. Undetermined, that's it. But she went ahead and she did it. Or they did. I don't know who did it. Because she didn't write it. She turned out some notes and somebody write it. So they are defending what they did, not what she did. Or what she did, I guess. I don't know who they're defending at this point. Dr. Lewis.
Jessica, you can shut your camera off if you want. Or it can stay on. It's up to you. No, Jessica is joining. It's up to her.
Okay, I'm sorry. Because it's like, I look very rough today. I don't feel good.
No, you're fine.
Okay, thanks. But anyways, it's just, this is, it's make me so mad that these Mr. Tolini, he's trying to do his best, and I understand, but he has nothing. The only thing he has is Dr. Lewis, and Dr. Lewis completely screwed up his case. So he's trying to pull strings for where he doesn't have anything. So he might as well just cut his losses and move on, because at this point, he's just ruining his reputation. It's just, I'm so frustrated with this. Because it's the unprofessionalism, the unethical, the illegalness of this whole thing is just beyond me. I mean, I have spoken with all my colleagues and about this, and it's like, would you sign a paper that you didn't write? No, absolutely
Yeah, there's not
not.
a chance.
There's
Who
not a
does that?
chance.
I mean, honestly, who does that? Who lets somebody else type up a report for them and signs off on it, like without it being your own, like your own what's assistant or something? Like,
Not
I'm
just
sorry,
that, but
but the
would
lawyers are
you?
not her assistant.
Okay, would you, when you are evaluating a child per se, you want a whole picture of a child. You want the report of the parents. Their parents are going to be biased of a child. So you want the teacher report. You want the child care report. You want anybody else who is involved with that child. You want that report. So, and included in that, taking care, being mindful of biases and stuff like that. The same thing applies in this case. So why did she not include all of that in it? Why Brenda's report was not included? She used everything that Dr. Torres had. So why didn't her report reflect everything that Dr. Torres had? And why is her report different than Dr. Torres when she used Dr. Torres' information? I don't understand it. It's just beyond me. It's
Right.
just beyond me. I mean,
Right.
obviously, she used it. They just stated that she used Dr. Torres' information. One more thing, she had. I mean, she's supposed to prove that at the time of the murder, she was insane. She had the permission to do the evaluation in February of 2020. The murder took place in January 2020, I think, or 2019. I'm not sure though the days right
2020,
now.
and then
2020.
it was February of 22.
22, and
Of
she
whatever.
didn't do it until November 22. She had
Right.
been incarcerated all this time, and she had access to all the evidence at this time. You don't know how much her mentality had changed all this time?
Right.
Come on, Dr. Lewis. You know better than that.
Right.
You know better than that. Her her mental health had changed through all of this time. When you got that permission to evaluate that woman, you should have jumped right then and there. Right then and there. So no, there are no excuses. And then you go and evaluate and you try. Forget the MRI and the EEG. You're not gonna find anything there. You go and talk to Al. You talk to Harley. You talk to all of these other people. Those are the one who are gonna give you the valuable information about her mental health. You talk to
Yet
other
she
doctors
talked
who
to
have
no
treated
one.
her. She talked to
And yet
no
she talked to
one.
no one. Right. And
No
like Emily
one.
Flotilla said in the chat, she didn't even have the insanity definition of
Mm,
Colorado.
Nothing.
She didn't
She
even know
didn't
that.
have it. She had the legal insanity definition, the general legal insanity definition. That's what she was giving you. She didn't have the Colorado definition of insanity. So she didn't know what she was working with to begin with. So it's not there for decoration. It's there for a reason. So she didn't know what report she was writing. She didn't know what she was working with. And then she went
Right.
there when she sat there on that podium, it was like a publicity tour. My book, my documentary, this all that boasting. It's like, no, lady, you're there for a reason. You're getting paid. And then she's finessing the lawyers about it's 350, it's 375 when I'm traveling. All of this. No, lady, that was supposed to be worked a long time ago, not at the podium. No, 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 no. I'm professional. No, no, no. Oh my God. There's so many things I can say.
Right.
So
Right.
many things. So many things. Uh, and then
So
the
on
sun.
panel right now, sorry, somebody's asking. This is Miss O that is currently talking. We also
Yes.
have Louisiana Girl in the bushes and Jessica Larkin.
Hi,
So
everybody. Hi.
hi,
Hi.
Jessica.
Hi.
Hi,
And I
Jessica.
also want to say hi, Delana. Hi.
Hi, Jessica. How are you?
Doing good.
Hi in the bushes. Hi, Jessica. Hi, Luciana girl. And I
Hi,
also want
everybody.
to say hi, Delana. She's my buddy in the chat. Hi. And hi, Emily. I have found such an awesome community here. I love you guys all. So fun. But anyways, going back to business. Um, this and I love Alan. I love lawyer. I mean the prosecution. Mr.
Oh,
Allen.
Mike Allen. Yeah, he's been
Oh,
phenomenal.
Mike Allen. I love his conciseness. I love his directness. I love his calmness. I love the way he approached every witness, the juror. I way he approached the judge. I way his respectfulness. I love everything about him
Yeah.
with respect to
I
his
will
wife.
say that that the
I
other
love
guy, I can never
everything.
remember his name, Mr. Young, is that it?
Young, yeah.
He did really good too for the I was worried, that Mike Allen wasn't going to be doing both of the closings, but
Closing.
honestly,
Hmm.
Mr. Young knew so much of the details and the meat of the case as far as like the
Yes.
individual things and the timeline and where the GPS data was and stuff like that. Seemed like all of his witnesses specialized in that, and so it was right for him to lay the groundwork and then for Mr. Allen just to go and hammer in that final nail in the coffin, it seemed like.
Exactly.
Awesome.
And can I
Awesome
also say,
team.
can I also say, I have the biggest, ginormous girl crush on Judge Werner. I'm sorry. I love him. I love him so much. Like,
I really like him too, Louisiana girl.
yeah, like he's amazing.
He really
Me
is.
too. But there was a meme about him like a while back where he was sitting back and on Twitter, I think it was like, thank Lord because my wife is not a bitch. Thank you, Lord, because my wife is not a liar. It's like, it was so funny. was so funny. I love
Yeah.
that. But I have so much respect for him. I admire his patience. I admire his candor. I admire his directness. I admire his ability to um, redirect
You're gonna have to fight
Dr.
Jude.
Lewis.
She's down in the
Dr.
chat saying,
Lewis,
no, he's mine.
yeah, because
Yep.
it takes a lot to redirect Dr. Lewis. Oh my God. Uh, but because I would have just say, shut the fuck up. I'm sorry. I don't know if I can curse on your channel. I'm so sorry. But um, it's like, but his patience. And oh, I admire him so much. And if I had said before that I admire Dr. Lewis, I take that back.
Well, I think, and In the Bushes can chime in on that. I just saw you unmute. Unmute. Go, girl. Get it.
I just wanted to mention we have a test jar.
Oh, you do? How much do I owe?
It's on an
That's
honor
so funny.
basis. It's an honor
Um,
basis thing.
Emmy Johan, if you click the link, what it does is your camera will pop up back here for me to see, just so that I know who I'm putting on. Nobody else up here can see you. And then you shut your camera off and I'll put you on panel here. It just makes me have that confidence that, we're not going to get porn bombed. There's no random trolls or something like that jumping up. So
I won't curse
oh.
anymore, I promise.
Cristola said, this trial has messed up my head. I feel physically sick. Gonna take a long break from true crime. Yeah, it's been rough, Cristola. I know that there have been many, many people who have been severely emotionally affected by this, but it's because of how much everyone loves Gannon. But that's also why I've been so happy to have all of you guys here. I really do feel like this could have gone very different for me if I would have been watching from a different outlet, or if we would have had a different group of people. I really think that you guys made all the difference in this. So thank you for that.
Well, and I want to say, Sleuth Mom, thank you for building this amazing community that we can kind of go through it together. Because you're right. If it had been anywhere else, it would have been unbearable.
Yes, thank you, Aslu's mom. Because other way, or any other place, it would have been messy and unbearable. Thank you. Thank you so much. This is a place where it's safe, it is adult, it's civil, and I like it. Thank you.
And also, like Sleuth was saying in the chat, or saying earlier, she covers a lot of cases. Don't go away after the, and granted, we still have a ways to go with Gannon's trial, even after verdict. But don't go away. This is not all she does.
How long does it typically take for them to do a what you call it? The sorry, I'm gonna zoom in on her and let this play for a little bit. How long does it take for them to typically do like the statements and stuff like that? Do you know what I'm talking about?
The victim
The victim
impact.
statements. Yeah, and
It
like
depends
sentencing.
on when
Will that be like
it
next
depends
week, or
on
are
what.
they going to be like a month from now?
That's going to vary jurisdiction to jurisdiction. I don't know. I know C-Dub, I believe it's C-Dub that is local there, and Roberta is also local. They may be able to answer that in the chat better than I could. But I mean, it could also be, I think Emily Flotilla was saying that he has the option to sentence her immediately.
Oh, really?
Kind of like Murdaugh, and maybe it would be the next day or Monday if they come back with a verdict today, like we think. And we could get right into it, like with Murdaugh. I don't know.
Yeah, that is normally done as sentencing. And I'm pretty sure the victim, what is it called? The victim, the one that
Impact
helped
statements?
the victim impact statement, but the victim advocate had already prepared the family for this because of the day and for today or Monday. So I'm sure the victim advocate already prepared the family for this, and they are already prepared to go on the stand for the victim impact statement. I'm pretty
Right.
sure of that. So because
Oh, goodness.
I don't think they're gonna take long to Dr. Lewis completely wrecked this case. Not wrecked, helped this case. And I think they're not gonna take long. I think it's gonna be lunch, bathroom breaks, and verdict. That's it.
Uh-oh. Emmy Joe,
In
I
my
had added
opinion.
you, hun, but then you just popped back down. If you want to come back, you're welcome to.
Can I
Sorry.
say something?
Yeah, go
Of
for it.
course.
So I was thinking, when it comes to the victim impact statements, what Al is going to say, because I admire him so much in the way that he handled everything. He had to play this part like he still loved her just to try and get information out of her when he knew that she killed Gannon or that something horrible had happened to him. So I don't know if, they had any communication when the divorce stuff was going on. I don't think that they did. But I think it'll be interesting what he says in court.
I don't know much about Al. I really don't. Um, but I have so much respect for him, and I hope he reconnect with Harley. But I have a lot of respect for him because she put him through, that
Exactly.
torture of not knowing where his son was, and knowing that she knew where his son was, and still to this day she still doesn't know what exactly happened to his son, and she's not gonna tell him, and that is a power that is she's gonna hold close to her chest, and she's not gonna tell anybody. She's gonna torture him in London till the day she dies because she's evil that way. And um I have so much respect for him, and I hope she goes and work for the FBI after this because that man has a neck for it. I
Yeah,
don't know about
exactly.
him. I don't know about him, his life, his personal life, and I don't care to know about it. I just know he has a neck for it.
Well, I will say this. I hope he finally gets the chance to absolutely unload on her.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm hoping too.
Okay, wait,
I
let me make
mean,
sure Emmy Joe is actually here. Hi, Emmy Joe. How are you?
I hope so
I
too.
have no idea what I'm doing. I keep like
No,
coming in and then leaving again and coming in. And it's
you're
because
okay.
like I hear something running in the background, like I don't know what that is, but and then I hear you guys' conversation like on top of it. So I don't know what I'm doing.
close your YouTube, sweetheart.
I
Close
must
your
be it,
YouTube
yeah.
window.
She's getting double the talking there then.
Hmm.
That explains that.
That should help.
It's been 38 minutes, still nothing. Sorry, 41 minutes. So Colorado courts posted People versus Stout closing arguments have been made. Jury deliberations are underway. Once the jury has reached a verdict, the court will read the verdict 30 minutes later. Notice of a verdict will be sent from this account. So I
Cool.
am
Give it,
Well,
following
and
on Twitter.
give him time to eat and go to the bathroom. They
And then
they already have their
then they got to
well,
vote on a jury four-person.
hmm
Then they got to go to the
and
anonymous straw poll, and then they got to go from there.
Right.
and also the Judge Werner did say that it typically takes them, especially with as many as exhibits as they had. He did say that typically takes like 30 minutes or so to get back to the juror room or deliberation room or whatever you want to call it. So they may have just gotten the exhibits or not long ago.
I wouldn't think that they'd need them though.
No, I don't either.
They ask very, very good questions, though. That means that they were very attentive to everything that was happening in the court. They were
I just
very.
wonder, the only thing that I worry about is what if like our awesome jurors that were attentive and asking all the questions, What if that was one of the ones that got sent away? Hi, Emily Biz. How are you?
Good. I'm on my break. I'm not in the office.
Ringo's
But
going to
I
be
only
calling
have
you out again.
I only have one earbud in, so does it sound weird?
No, you're fine.
Okay. Hey, I went over to another channel real quick right before
Uh-huh.
here, and I don't know, so I don't know what you guys were talking about, but somebody was on there and they said that they have the courtroom, like outside the courtroom, all decorated in blue.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh,
That
That is
almost
so
every,
beautiful.
I know, that almost everybody in the courtroom is wearing blue and like carrying blue bags, like everything they have is in blue. And Harley is not there.
Yeah, no. I zoomed in on the audience at the very beginning to see like who or what, because some people were like, "Oh, I think that's Harley in the back." Like, no,
Yeah,
Harley's
whoever
not there.
was talking said that there was like word that Harley was there, and no, she is not there.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I want to tell you
Good.
guys, yeah, that they're letting like the outside of that courtroom be all decorated outside of it in all blue. That
That's so
everybody in
awesome.
there is wearing blue.
You know, and that was one of the things I know that we were talking about way back whenever T would have to come in for different meetings and stuff, was there were people who would go and they would line the route from the jail to the courthouse with Gannon's picture, like all around, all along the route that the jail people take to bring the prisoners in. And I hope somebody did that. I hope that she has had to see his face the whole way in and the whole way out every single day, and just remember
Yeah.
that that's why she will sit and rot for freaking ever.
I don't
Forever.
know how she in prison she's gonna be. I mean, I don't think I don't know how she's not gonna have to be in solitary or something, because those women in there are just gonna make her like hell.
She has
Yeah.
no chance. Have you watched? Have you watched Locked Up before? I mean, she
No.
has. She ha She's Native American, okay? So she has trashed Mexicans. She has
Right.
trashed African Americans. She's not gonna be good with the all the whites. So she's gonna be hated for being a child killer. So who is she gonna be friends with?
Right.
Guys, I hate to tell you this, and I hate to rain on your parade. She's gonna be fine
You
until
think
she
so?
pisses off somebody and they shank her. Yeah, because one, she's doing the women's ministry. She's pulling a Chris Watts and going religion. Nobody ever messes with the people that minister. Second
Well,
of
and plus
all, she's
you
got
gotta
the
think about it
legal.
like,
She's got all the legal behind her, where
yeah.
she did do legal in college, so she can help people with their cases. She's gonna be
Plus, she's
fine.
like a professional. She's literally like a professional manipulator. So, if there
Yep.
was ever a situation where she had to walk into a room, that's like her ultimate goal. Like, she's going to know, okay, I have to figure out how to work this situation so that it's in my favor. And she'll probably do it,
Well,
to be honest with you.
I think she's a scrapper. I mean, I don't
Yeah.
think she's not, but I do think no matter what, she's going to have issues with women. I mean, there's going to be some hardcore women in there that aren't going to be okay with her, though.
Oh
She's
yeah,
going to the all
she's gonna
women's one,
make
right?
people. She's gonna make people mad.
Oh,
Yeah.
buddy. Yeah, I mean, the women have to go to all women.
Yeah.
There's not. I mean, no matter what, I think she's going to have issues. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not going to be okay, and it's been all over the news. I mean, I don't know.
At this point, I don't even care where she has issues or she doesn't. She's gonna
Right.
be in jail anyway,
Right.
Right.
in
Well, that's just it
prison.
too, though. Like in prison, they're not oblivious to things happening. Like they could be very
Exactly.
well sitting there watching the news, watching this trial happen just like us. Their local news has been covering it. And
Right.
so
And I
they could
don't
all be sitting there just like beating at the chops, waiting for her to walk in. You know what I mean? Like they could just be
Yeah.
waiting
exactly.
for her.
Well,
And
and
not
their
only
family
that,
members and
she
friends have
also
been.
has she also have other charges pending. Remember the overdose, the escape?
Hmm.
She has other stuff pending. So it's not just this. She has other stuff. As after she got incarcerated, they tried to escape the overdose of the other inmate, that where she put the bag and the other inmate got the drugs and stuff like that. She's involved in that. So she has other stuff after this. So yeah, she's not
Well,
gonna have it easy.
and I don't think
So
she knows how to keep her mouth shut either, too.
no,
So
do you think?
she's gonna be mouthy, and I think,
And try to be
Yeah.
scrappy, and that's not a good place to be scrappy at.
yeah.
Jessica, I wanted to ask, I know we've all been just talking. You barely got to say anything. Did you want to chime in?
I don't know. I talked about Al and just how impressive I thought all of that was, and
Sure. He's a
I'm
rock
actually
star.
I'm actually just walking around a thrift store right now.
Okay, I just wanted to be
Lucky.
sure.
That's what's up.
I love thrift
Goodness.
shopping.
Oh,
Me
I do
too.
too. I'm actually, so I live in Montana,
Okay.
and every Thursday and Friday, this certain big thrift shop has everything in it 50% off.
Oh, that's awesome.
So you find some amazing deals.
Oh yeah, yeah. Ours is always on Wednesdays, and so that's, you go get all the kids their next sizes or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Wednesdays. So.
That's how I
Yeah, I
do
think our
with my kids. They grow too fast.
Mhm.
I think our Salvation Army does it on Wednesdays.
Of
But
course.
I've been there, like, I think I've been once to that one, but I was like, wasn't that impressed with it. But I like going to the Goodwill over here by my house. We just had a new one built, and it's pretty good. And I like going to some of the children's consignment shops too, because you can find some really good stuff there.
I like the children consignment stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are fun.
Yeah, because I don't buy, I mean, like my kids, I have two boys, and they're like, one's getting ready to be 13 and the other one's 9. And what ended up happening, I thought, oh, good, I have two boys, I can give the hand-me-downs from the older one to the younger one. But then the younger one, he's a little on the chunky side, and it's not working out that way at all. So then they both had a growth spurt at the same time always. And so I'm always having to just buy a whole new wardrobe for both of them at the same time. So I'm not buying new clothes. Mm-mm.
Do you shop at Target?
Yeah, I do. I do like Target. Better
The
than
Jack and
Walmart. I don't
Jill?
really like Walmart.
The Jack and
Cat and
Jill, you
Jack.
can return the Jack and Jill stuff for other stuff up to a year. And they
Yeah,
give
that's what I
you,
heard. Has
Yeah,
yeah,
anybody
they
they
do
actually
put,
done
reasonable
it?
stuff.
I've done it.
Yep.
I've done
You've
it.
done it?
And it
Logical
works.
one, you can shut off your camera, hun.
And it
Huh.
works. It does work.
Wow.
How are
So
you,
what do you do?
Logical one?
Like, you just take it up to the customer service with the
You
receipt? You
take
still
it
have to
up
have
to
the
the
receipt?
customer service, even if you don't have a receipt, you take it up
Huh.
to the customer service. They give you they can give you up to $100 in returns,
Huh.
and you can just pick up whatever you want. Yeah.
Wow.
But it's just the Jack and Jill stuff.
Yeah.
I totally changed the subject. Sorry, guys.
No,
With
it's
Oh, I
my
okay.
know.
my thrift
I
store adventures.
I ran with it.
No, it's good information for people who have kids. Now that I'm a
Yeah.
mom, because kids outgrow things so quickly. So yeah,
Look at
I
us with a
remember I
full
saw
panel,
that
guys.
somewhere.
yeah,
We
Yeah.
got
it
9
works.
people
It
here now.
works.
Yeah. Good. I'll
Sears
have to
used
try
to
it.
have it a long time ago, but now Target has it.
Well, now I'm in the issue where mine, honestly, they're walking that line between like kids and adult clothes. So it's
Yeah.
like, yeah, might as well take advantage of it while I still can before they're completely out of kids' clothes and only buying adult.
Right.
Yeah.
So let me hear from Logical one real quick, you guys, because she just joined us, and I know that she is a very busy woman. So how are you today, Logical one?
Hi,
Hi there, how are
Logical one.
you?
Good. What's up,
Thank you for
dear?
doing this. This was phenomenal to have you guys and to be part of this. It's just been a roller coaster, and very moving to hear everybody speak. I just want to say, a lot of the stuff, I mean, I think I've told you before, Mom, this is my area, right? I'm in my arena with the psychology stuff,
Right.
the lack of ethics and integrity with Dr. Lewis's work was really disheartening. It was frustrating. I don't know who said it before because I was listening as I was driving earlier, but looking at kids and looking at anybody, you want to see a full picture. You don't want just a snapshot in time. You don't want just a snapshot of one person and one perspective. And that's basically what she did, was get that snapshot and not a full picture. I don't think they've ever asked her about what did you gather for historical data for Letecia. Said I wouldn't say her name today, but I did. It's the first time since I made that vow, but I don't think they didn't actually say that explicitly. What did you gather? Right.
Right.
So I wanted him to say that. I wanted him to put her in the hot seat with that. The first day she was there, I felt bad for her. The second day I lost respect, and that's too bad. So, my heart is so with the Stauchs. I can't imagine. This is hard for us, but it has to be exponentially more challenging for them. And I can't even fathom it. I do have my own theory. I think I've said it. But I don't see any evidence of her not being, lucid, not being aware. I see, I don't know what the difference would be between the way she behaved and someone who was trying to cover it up, right? What's the difference? So, I'm really,
well, that's just
really
it. They brought
grateful
up
to
a
be
couple
here.
different psychological situations during both of the closing statements for Mr. Young's and also for Mr. Tellini's. They both brought up two different psychological type of issues, but neither one of those, like, even if she was borderline, it still doesn't excuse her actions. It still doesn't say, like, hey, you're permitted to kill people because you have borderline or because you have narcissistic tendencies. Like, that's not the way the world works. And could you imagine if she would get off insanity just because she had borderline? Like, that would give a license to kill to how many people?
We'd have a lot more people walking the streets. One thing I did want to say, though, is that he kept saying that she was manic. There's a difference between being manic and being psychotic. And he kept saying, oh, well, she was manic. Maybe she was, right? But that's not psychotic. That doesn't mean the same thing. You can be manic and still be connected with reality. I think she could have been anxious, as people with anxiety sometimes have struggle with sleeping. So she was up, and that's fine. But sometimes anxiety keeps me up. I don't know about you guys. Sometimes my mind goes and I'm like, oh, I need something to kind of, some mindfulness to kind of get me back to where I need to be.
Yeah,
to get
I
some rest.
woke up every hour and a half all night last night because I was so worried that I was going to sleep through my alarm and not get up in time to get my kids ready to go to their school event so that I could start streaming the trial this morning. And
but
I was so panicked that I was going to be late.
You probably didn't. You probably
I didn't kill anyone.
Yeah, it's so weird,
or
right?
Google how to kill people or why I hate them or any of those other, things. You're
One
right.
thing that I
You're
wanted
exactly
to
right.
know is, and I'm not sure if any of you guys have the answer to this, is when did she search, what was it? Some kind of homicide. Do you remember that? When I forget what it was, the search term. It was, like not accidental homicide, but something similar. When did she?
The vehicular manslaughter or whatever it was. I
think there was an actual homicide search that she made, and I just wondered when it was because I didn't know if that was. I mean, that would certainly show
a lot of those,
premeditation.
unfortunately, because they were all deleted, they didn't have dates, and so they had the
Yep.
searches themselves, but no dates.
Gotcha. So maybe that was one of those. So, I mean, I do think that there was a I don't want to say a domino effect because that sounds like it's inevitable, but I think that there was a catalyst that just set her on a
homicidal rage is what C-Dub said she searched.
Yes. Yeah. Did they have the date and time for that, C-Dub? I don't know if they did, but
so.
Yeah, it's hard. It's disheartening. This whole thing is disheartening. And I will stick around after this week. I don't know how much I'll be able to attend just because of the way my schedule will be, but I wanted to pop on here and say thank you because you've been wonderful and I appreciate everybody in the chat. It's very respectful in the chat, which is nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is
So,
very nice. I have a
Yes.
question for you, Logical.
sure.
When you are doing, I don't know what is your um job or your profession, but when
Mhm.
you're doing an evaluation or something, don't you look at the whole picture, not just the Snapchat? You look at the whole picture, and that's
Yes.
important for the evaluation.
Yeah, so I'll just take something, and I'm going to use autism because it's something that I think a lot of people are aware of. People are
Yeah.
not just autistic at home. People are not just autistic at school. They're not just autistic at the grocery store, right? It's across environments. It's across,
Yep.
people you're around. It's not just something that, there can be things that trigger more, I don't want to say symptoms, but more traits of a certain diagnosis. However, it doesn't make you not autistic when you're at home and you're playing if you're playing a video game, you might just not be showing the traits, but at some point in that environment you will, right? So those are things that, yeah, I mean, when you're looking at a child, you want to look at home, you want to look at school, you want to look at, even sports and just observations. I mean, it's across environments, it's across, like people that they're around, and lots of feedback, because there can be, as you said earlier, that there can be some bias. And so that was something that's a lack of integrity. The fact that there was a real push for the MRI and the EEG, and then suddenly it was canceled. That is something that if you need it. I would never give an evaluation of somebody, a final evaluation, which is what it was presented as. I would never do that without the proper data, and that's basically what she did. And then that's a significant lack of integrity, and it's disheartening to me to see somebody in a field that I value and I work so hard to make it, do it correctly, do it with integrity, to have somebody who's so quote unquote highly esteemed lack such integrity in their work, and have the spotlight on them, because it gives a lot of people a bad name, and that's too bad.
Agreed. Can I ask
Thank you.
Mrs. O and Logical One? Can I ask y'all real quick?
Real quick, you guys, I got to go back into my office, and I don't want to have to whisper.
You don't want to
So,
speak.
Thank you, Logical.
No, that's not
So,
me.
no, this is Emily. So,
Yeah.
I just want to say thank you for letting me up here, and I'm going to just get back into the chat and
Okay,
wait
Emily.
with you guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Bye.
Emily.
Thank you.
Even though
See you
Ringo's
guys.
not here, he couldn't call you out this time. You would have been fine.
Yes, I was looking for him in the chat earlier to give him crap. So, and I noticed he said to somebody, "I wouldn't say that to you because I know you have anxiety." I'm like, "How? You don't know me? How do you know that I don't have
Right.
anxiety? You're gonna stress me out?" No, I can take it. So, anyway, all right, see you guys.
Have a good one.
You too. Bye.
Oh, who else did we lose? Oh, we lost Jessica too. That's all right though. Thank you so much, Jessica, for coming up, and thank you, Emily. So, all right, go ahead, Louisiana girl. Sorry, I muted you for a second. That way she could say goodbye.
Absolutely. And I was shutting up anyway, so I'm sorry. Now, I'd like to ask Logical One and Mrs. O what your take is on the fact that Dr. Lewis has chosen not to testify in other cases when she didn't have the proper information, but yet she keeps saying on the stand, I don't have enough data to make that choice or decision.
Well, what cases were they? Were they as high profile? I'm
I
asking
don't
for
know.
friends.
Yo, I don't know the answer.
I mean, I guess it depends on what her motivation is, right?
Exactly.
I don't know what her motivation is, so I can't really answer that. I don't think it's due to integrity. I can tell you that.
Right.
Just based on what I've observed, I have not witnessed a lot of integrity.
Well, and I think that's one of the things too that the prosecution tried to point out. She made her decision that this was DID before she even met the client. She said right off the bat, like, yeah, sure, we'll diagnose her with DID. I'll come testify and all the things before she even met T.
I
Let me
also
just put
want.
it this way. I would not put my license nor my reputation in jeopardy for anybody or any amount of money. None.
Thank you. Yes,
That's it.
exactly.
But
Mhm.
don't forget,
No.
she's riding on reciprocity because she is not licensed in Colorado. So if they're like, nah, they can't do anything to her.
Well, she might not be licensed there, but that's okay. I mean, as long as you have the work to back it up, I don't see her not being licensed in Colorado as an issue, to be truthful with you. I do see it really, my biggest issue was the lack of integrity and the lack of a direct answer as well. I'll be real, and I don't know, I'm not going to say that this is her situation, but I've been around people who will answer like that to make them seem intelligent and to kind of put people in a place where they think, oh, I didn't really understand her answer, so she must be really intelligent and she must be right? I don't think that's going to work on this jury. This jury seems very, very astute. They seem very aware. They seem very, very intelligent just based on the questions that they were asking. So I don't think it worked, if that makes sense.
And on another note, when you are a clinician, you never know when your paperwork is going to end up in court. So you better make sure that whatever you are writing and whatever you are doing is very accurate. And it doesn't matter. And regardless what state that you are practicing at, whether you are licensed or not, that you are very well versed in that state, because you never know whether your paperwork is going to end up in court or not. So you better be prepared to be very well versed in that state. So
That's a wonderful point too. And I also think that it doesn't matter what state you're in, you're still bound to the same ethics.
exactly.
And yeah, so that's part of, I think, what I struggle with is the
Yeah.
lack of respect for the
Ethics.
ethics. Yeah. So like you know what, here's the thing is if I'm going to testify in another state, the information that I have is still the same. The evaluation I had is still the same. So that's why I don't think licensure should really matter that much, because it's still the same. I can still do it. I'm professional in that way. However, it doesn't mean that you get to go to another state and lack integrity and breach ethics. So that's where I think
Ethics,
that's universal.
ethics and standards of professionalism don't change because you cross the border. They don't change. They are the
Exactly.
same everywhere you go.
Exactly. So that was my biggest thing, is the lack of integrity, the lack of you can say that you need a historical look at somebody, and yet she didn't have it. You can say you need an MRI and an EEG, and yet she didn't have it, and yet she's still going to write a report. And I'm just going to say, and I don't know how you feel about this, Ms. O, but like a 6-page report is not that long, especially when you
It's
sit here
not.
and I was like, 6 pages is nothing. I had a
Nothing.
report on a child that was 36 pages, 36. So to me, 6 pages for a situation where an 11-year-old boy was brutally murdered
Sometimes an
really
IEP is
careless.
not a 5 page
No,
report.
no,
A
And
no.
like
504
everything,
sometimes is not a 5 page report. So no. Imagine a forensic report. No. If anybody
And
know
it was
what a
late.
5 an IEP
Yes,
is
yeah.
an individualized
mhm,
educational
like the
plan.
learning plan.
No, yeah, no, it's not a 6 page report. No. Imagine
No,
a forensic report in an adult. No, it's not.
and
They
it
are
was
They
late
lengthy.
too. The
the
fact
They
thing
that
are
it
with it
was
is too,
lengthy and
the
very detailed.
the defense was constantly pointing out to the prosecution, and to the doctors that the prosecution had, the a limited amount of time that he had with them, and saying, well, how long does it take to diagnose this, and how long does it take to diagnose that, and and pointed out how long it takes to have a patient to truly recognize DID and all these different things. And so then you have a doctor who met with her for 14 hours, who lost half of her notes, who didn't follow any type of professional standard that she herself has put in place, because after all, as he said during closing arguments, she built this. She is who founded, or like she is DID. She is the DID doctor. And so all of her own stipulations and things that she laid out on her own, she didn't even follow those. And I think that was probably one of the most frustrating things, because we didn't do the EEG. She said about the seizures, like, oh, well, she stabbed him 18 times because she probably had a seizure. And that made that motion happen. I'm sorry, where's the brain scan to prove that then? She didn't want the brain scans because she knew that it wouldn't prove absolutely anything, and that she didn't have DID. That's just my opinion.
What I want to say too is doing, a clinical, like just an initial evaluation of somebody, right? You are taking their report into account. You have to, of course. But when she's sitting there not reporting lapses in memory, lapses in time, you are going to dismiss a lot of those disorders that encompass that as part of the symptoms. So when she's saying she can dismiss it in that short of a period of time, typically a clinical, interview or an assessment initially, you're able to kind of hone in on what you're looking at for the most part. And it might throw you a little bit of a curveball, because someone might seem like they're having all these things, and down the line you might realize that they're dipping the toe into the personality disorders, right? But when someone isn't reporting those things, it's almost like when you go to the doctors and you're like, I don't have a sore foot, they can probably eliminate a broken foot for you, right? So it's pretty standard for you to do an initial screening or an initial evaluation of somebody and come to an idea of where you're looking based on their report. Then you add to it or take away from it as you observe them and as you have more time with them. So what Dr. Moore was saying is absolutely was appropriate in my book. It doesn't mean that it stays forever, but she could eliminate DID based on the symptoms and information reported by Letecia.
Yeah, and what they also pointed out was that the evaluation does not begin when they see the psychiatrist or the forensic psychiatrist or whatever. That evaluation began 2 weeks before. And she didn't know that. She thought that evaluation began when she got to that Dr. Torres or whatever they were doing the evaluation. No, that evaluation began 2 weeks before. When you go to a doctor, they start evaluating you from the moment you walk into the doctor's office. The way you walk in, the way you look, the way you interact, everything counts. So it's just a whole made up situation. She had no concept of what she was talking about. They had no concept. And Dr. Lewis, she said, oh, she offends me so much as a clinician. She offends me so much because she broke so many ethical and professional rules. Oh my God. I don't know if Logical One feels the same way, but I feel offended. And
Yeah.
and low key, secondhand embarrassment, because it's like I don't get, and it's not that, it's not her age. Her age is not an excuse. Because look, my father-in-law is 90 years old. He's a scientist, and he's as professional as they come. And he can write. Sometimes I write stuff, and it's like, does this look right? And he's in a different realm of a profession that I am, and I pass things through him, and he corrects me and stuff like that. And he's 90 years old, okay? But he keeps up to date. He keeps up to what science are today. And but that the age is not it. The age is not an excuse. It's not it.
No, I don't actually
So
feel really embarrassed for her. I'm going to be honest, because I think she's making a conscious choice to do these things. So I don't feel super embarrassed for her. I feel embarrassed for people in the mental health field who you know, we have her as a representative of us just based on her place in the spotlight. One thing I want to just say to you is, you know, somebody who, first of all, it's stigmatizing to a community of people who suffer from mental health, you know, issues, challenges, illnesses, you know. They have enough on their plates, and many of them are very, very unhappy, and you can see the struggle in them. The other thing too is, let's just say hypothetically that she did have another personality that conducted this brutal murder of a child. I don't know how many people in here have teared up over this, but I certainly have. And if she actually loved a child, as she said, she loved Gannon. You know, if she loved Gannon, then she would have been so distraught with what she had done that it would not have even entered her mind to cover it up. You know, I mean, this is where I don't see that in her when she says, I would never. She's almost like excited to say it. It's almost like a performance, it feels like, just to me, just my observations, right?
Yeah.
People with DID are not typically violent. I think I saw that in the chat a minute ago, but that's absolutely true. You know, and if they were to do something, then it would be really, really, really like sad about it. I mean, I'm sad, and I didn't even know Gannon, but my heart aches for him and for his family and anybody who loved him, and I don't see that.
Yeah. In my experience, people with DID, they take accountability for whatever the entity have done. They do, and they feel bad for whatever that entity have done, in my experience. So you're right, yeah, about this secondhand embarrassment. You're absolutely right. I shouldn't even have said that. It just discredit what everything that the DID community feels. Absolutely, it does.
And they already
I
just
think
have an
people,
uphill battle, you know? It
they
just makes it so
do. They have
sad.
an uphill battle to fight and to be credible and to be understood and accepted. So it's just awful. It's just making it worse for them. So I don't know.
I have not watched the documentary, and I won't, because I
And I
don't.
won't. I
Yeah.
started, and now I refuse to because I lost all respect.
Yeah, I don't want to give her any more attention. And I also
Exactly.
don't want to give anybody my money on that.
Exactly.
I won't do it.
No.
I don't honestly
No.
want to hear her voice anymore, to be
No.
truthful.
No.
But yeah, just a
No.
disregard for not only just our field and the ethics and integrity that go along with it, but also just the court too. I don't think a lot of that was a mistake. You know, my worry, and I don't know if this is even a possibility because it's not my field, but my worry is that they will use her to get a retrial. I don't see a lot of effort put in, or a mistrial, not a mistrial. I don't even know how this works, but I just appeals or something, because she was not effective, you know, so I don't know what they can do for that. I don't know if they can appeal on, you know, that I don't know how the shot cross thing went, but
I don't know about much about the legality of it. I just know about my side of the street. But she was not effective at all, and it was a hinder on the DID community because
Absolutely.
instead of putting it out, DID is not insane. The DID community, they survive, they thrive every day, and it's manageable, and is that they live among us every day.
Can I
The
just say
civil
amen to that? DID does not equal insanity.
is not
Period.
equal insanity.
Amen.
It does
Amen.
not. It does not. It has been mischaracterized in movies and stuff like that. And maybe that's why she got that idea from, like Twilight and stuff like that. but that's not it. That's not what it is. That's not what it is. It is manageable and it's not insane. And they take accountability for what they do, for what the system do or
Okay,
does.
hold on 1 second, ladies.
Yeah.
JOT, hi, how are you?
I'm great. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I was like, wait, is that really Jules? Who is this?
It is me. Yeah, yeah. So
Hi.
I don't want to interrupt y'all's conversation, but I could sit quietly and listen for a few minutes.
No,
you're
please
fine.
participate.
Yeah, you're fine. I was just making sure that
Yeah,
it was
please.
you before I, got
Yeah.
bean bombed or something.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Welcome.
I'm doing great. I'm glad that we are down to verdict watch.
Oh my God, yes, finally.
Yeah. Yeah. So how long do you think they'll go?
Right now we're at 1 hour and 17 minutes.
And I think Murdoch was 3 hours.
Yes.
Okay.
And I know that they were waiting on lunch, so I wonder if they'll even start talking like before lunch is done. Do you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
I do.
Or if they're
Yeah.
gonna eat and then start discussing. I don't know. But I'm
Have you
hoping
guys
I'm
been
hoping
on a
it's
jury
the next couple
before?
hours.
I was on a jury one time, and it was like they said the same thing. Like they didn't want us to take a poll first. Yeah, I don't know if anyone else has been on a jury here.
No.
I have. It was civil though, but same rules kind of apply differently. But anyway,
I have never been on a jury.
but I want to correct y'all real quick. Murdaugh was technically 90 minutes. It was 3 hours before it was announced.
That's
right, because they
crazy?
they had to bring an alternate juror.
Correct.
So crazy. Yeah, so crazy.
The case I was in too, Louisiana girl, was also civil, but yeah, I think it was like 3 weeks long or so. It was very daunting, but it was very eye-opening. I really enjoyed it, the experience anyway. And not that I really want to do it again, but I mean, I wouldn't probably mind it, but they probably wouldn't let me.
Why did they ask you not to take a poll when you started deliberation?
I think here's the thing, and I was thinking about it with this case too. You have to do your due diligence, right? And so you want they're presenting this so that the jury can look through it. They have hundreds and hundreds of pieces of evidence so that the jury can use that. I really think that there's if I was on this jury, I mean, I know how I feel, but I also think that if I was on this jury and if we did a vote right in the beginning and everyone said the same as me, I'd still probably be like, let's just look at it and let's talk about what evidence we have that lends itself to this and to this. So I think it's really about having integrity with their decisions and doing their due diligence as a unit, as a jury, to make sure that nothing falls through that crack.
Yeah. Okay.
Agreed.
Can you imagine though, like being on the jury and like, okay, so you're not allowed to smoke. I don't smoke cigarettes, but I'm just saying, I imagine like if somebody would, just being in the room with Dr. Lewis to, doing her on the stand, that would make anybody need a cigarette.
I mean, look at our son.
Yeah,
Right?
I mean, I would be like, oh my God. That's why I said when the judge leaves, he's gonna need.
Allegedly.
Yes.
Yeah, I said the judge is gonna need a stiff drink when he goes home after this one because oh my God, having to deal with that, or just even like having to pee, like if like because you know how long they go between breaks or whatever. Sometimes it's like two or 3 hours, between even just a 15-minute break.
Right.
Like my mom, she's in her 60s, and women that age, they hormones and stuff, they can't hold their pee as long. So I could only
Any
imagine her having
woman
to
who
sit
has
there.
birthed a child, period, like it's hard because anytime you sneeze or cough or
Well, yeah, I do that, but I mean, hers is on a whole new level. It's like what I think once you get to, and I actually like looked into it because I asked her, I'm like, why do you pee so much? Like literally, she goes to the bathroom like every like half an hour, and I'm like, why? And then I looked it up, and actually, like postmenopausal women, like it's something to do with hormones.
Really?
So I can only imagine. Yeah, I can only imagine like you'd have to wear like an adult diaper or something because if you sit there for so long and you have to pee, you can't like interrupt the whole court, have to go to the bathroom. So I just think about stupid stuff like that when I'm watching the trial.
Well, I think you could maybe raise that as a thing, like, hey, like during jury selection, hey, judge,
Yeah.
I have this thing. This is happening.
Yeah. I'm having
I don't know.
continence issues.
Right?
It would probably be effective in the first couple of rounds.
Right.
They would probably listen to you. There was a man during this jury selection who said that he couldn't remember things as well as he used to because he was getting a little bit older, and he wasn't it the first round that he was let go? I think it was.
Yeah, they
I
kicked him out pretty
mean,
quick.
but until they got Dr. Lewis up on the stand, now he's watching this at home thinking, geez, I could have done this. I'm better off than,
Oh my God, I'm dead.
Didn't make him feel so bad after that, I guess.
He's like, well, my memory's better than hers.
What did you
man.
think of all that, Jules? I'm curious to hear your opinion on Dr. Lewis's testimony and
yeah, there was a lot wrong. There was a lot of things that I think she's probably going to have to answer to her licensing board, would be my guess. I think I think there are some licensed people up on the panel, right? Logical one. Oh, she's Logical
Yes.
one. Okay, yeah. So I think there was a couple of y'all that, or maybe Mrs. O.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So, if you are asked to do an evaluation or assessment for trial in another state in which you're not licensed, then you apply for a temporary, right?
Yes.
It's not that big. It's not a hard, difficult task. It's fairly easily done, and they grant them, if you can be certified as an expert witness, they'll give you that temporary license for a evaluation. So that, right off the bat, she's broken her state law. So I think that's a serious problem. She's got a bigger problem than that in terms of federal law and the HIPAA protections. So when she went in to evaluate Letecia, and she had her daughter and her son in the room with them, she's now got HIPAA violations. And
Absolutely.
yeah,
Absolutely. And she wasn't wrong about reciprocity, but what she should have done was check if it was reciprocity in the state of Colorado, with the state of California or New York, whatever she has a license, before she went to Colorado. That's what she should have done.
Yeah. Did she think there was reciprocity?
She didn't check.
Wow.
She
I
assumed.
can't believe that.
She assumed.
I don't
She
have a
assumed.
I don't have a huge problem with her testifying as an expert. That didn't bother me if she's not licensed. But
yes,
what bothers me, like I wasn't thinking earlier about what you said about she actually did do an evaluation in the state. So yeah, that is an issue. But I think she has more of an ethics violation, and then she didn't do it thoroughly or with integrity, and so that to me is more of an issue than like a lot of other things. Question about the HIPAA violation, because I think you're very right with her son being there. Do you think that's something that Letecia could have signed off on as a release? Because she could have technically.
It could have been. They could have made it a part of the informed consent. The other factor too would have been that it was Leticia's team that asked for the evaluation. So technically, the information would belong to her attorneys and not Letecia. But you still would have the privacy violations. So unless they made it part of informed consent and they agreed to add that the information could be disseminated to the son and daughter, but I just have never heard of anything like that. I don't know what the purpose.
Then she tried to pretend like she didn't know who it was. The attorney's like, you don't recognize your own son? Like,
right?
I remember that.
So she knew that she shouldn't have them in there. Wow.
Right. He was like, who was the second man who we saw leaving the room? And she's like, well, that was Mr. Tellini. And he says, no, we watched Mr. Tellini walk out. And then who's the second man? And she's like, oh, I don't know who that is. And he's like, you don't recognize your own son?
And here's my question as far as the licensing. I get where y'all are coming from.
Yeah.
My problem with it is that there's no board to hold her accountable for all this unethical behavior. Right? If she's not licensed in Colorado, this all happened in Colorado, who's going to hold her accountable for all these ethics violations?
Her licensing authority.
Yep.
The licensing is a special set of laws that are done by your respective state. And so they are, in fact, state law that you have to follow. They're not just coming from your professional organization. So,
Yeah,
so if I violate my code for Texas, it will be the state of Texas that will come after me.
Right, and you're bound to the same ethics no matter where you go. So yes, that's exactly how it goes. You know, I mean, you can't just go to another state and behave atrociously, yeah, and expect that it's not going to follow you. It's just like, I mean, when you're driving through another state, you can still get a ticket, right? So even though your license is from your home state, so it's similar in that way as well. Yeah,
sure, absolutely. So it will be. Is she from Connecticut? Is that right? Wherever her primary license is, that will be who will come for her. Calling herself a psychologist, doing the assessment in Colorado without that temporary license, they've got a violation right there. She can lose her license.
I thought they said that she was from Florida, but I mean, if she's from Florida, she could be like a snowbird where she's only here half the year or something. I don't know.
Yeah, so you can have multiple licenses. Now, there are some states, more and more states, in fact, are beginning to share, like you said, reciprocity. They're beginning to share licenses. And so you have that benefit. But even if let's say I travel a lot back and forth between West Virginia, Colorado, Texas, and Louisiana, I can hold a license in all of those states. I don't have to in Texas and Louisiana. You apply for reciprocity and your license will cover both of those states. But West Virginia is not a part of that consortium, and Colorado stands on its own, I believe, or maybe they have reciprocity with California. But you can have as many as you want to pay for and do the testing and applications for. But you wouldn't have to do the whole license. Just if you're invited to collaborate on a court case, you just contact the licensing board where you're going to be working and say, I've got this case that I'm working on, and this is what they've asked me to do, and this is the expected length of time, and then they give you a temporary.
So I want to put this out there because I don't know the answer to it, because I would never be in that position probably. But would that invalidate all of her reports? Because she's technically a citizen.
Did she do reports?
Go ahead. Did a six page report. Her signature was on the 7th page. That's all.
Oh my word.
Can I speak as a professional here? As an SLP, I respond to the ASHA, which is the American Speech and Hearing Association of America. So if I commit a mistake in any state in the United States, I have to report to ASHA. So if ASHA ban my license, I'm done. In any state, I'm done.
Yeah.
And I had to renew my ASHA license every year. I don't know, Logical One, I don't know what your field is, but if you have a license like that, you have to abide to that license everywhere you go, regardless.
You have to be accountable to it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But so I think mental health's
Dr.
a bit
Lewis,
different.
she has to answer to the psychiatrist board of medical, to the board of medical license. So yeah, she's
It's a
doomed.
bit different with mental health. I know
Uh-huh.
just in like different states you can have, social workers, you can have mental health clinicians, you can have
Mhm.
psychologists. Like there's all different people who do very similar work. I think that I know one of my close friends is an SLP as well. And so
Mhm.
I do know about that because she told me that there's actually a publication that comes out each month and it lists the name of the ethical violations
Yep.
um, of the actual individuals that breached ethics and what their violation was. So I know
Correct.
that just in that field itself, it's very, very strict.
It's
I
very
know
strict.
Yeah, I know that with mental health, there's different organizations, so it makes it a little bit not as streamlined, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But I do think that no matter what she's doing, no matter where she is, she needs to be accountable for the work that she does and the integrity with which it's done. So,
Yeah.
and that would go back to her home. I think she did say she was living commuting to New York from Connecticut because I think she was living near Stamford or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. I know she was at one point. Yale is in the southern part of Connecticut, so I think she was probably commuting from Stamford, but I don't know where she went after that. But it led me to believe that her home state is actually Connecticut or New York. She could be licensed in New
Mhm.
York.
Yeah. So I'm a licensed psychologist, and we every year we get an update on the ethical principles and code of conduct, and so there were a lot of separate violations. Now, as a licensed psychologist, as compared to a practicing psychiatrist who is a medical doctor, um, it's still it's still pretty close in terms with the exception of the medical aspect, but breaking down the principles. She had violations related to ethics. She had violations related to competence and integrity. She had problems with privacy and confidentiality. Her record keeping and fees seemed to be a problem. So I think her licensing board, I believe she's gonna have some trouble as a result of what happened.
I think it's only if
Absolutely.
somebody files a complaint, though. That's the thing. So I think that
I
that's
was
what it
gonna
comes down to.
say, will they have to like, okay, because I had wondered about this. With a lot of people were asking why the prosecution didn't ask for her to get removed and to get disqualified and things like that. But
Yeah.
whenever it came down to it, like that was the defense's only defense. And so if they go and complain about her, does that make their defense less like does that give them grounds for an appeal? Because I think that would prohibit people from making complaints against her if they think that this could lead to an appeal for T.
Yeah, I think it is in terms of appeal, I think the fear becomes competent counsel, right? Why would your counsel have somebody up on the bench do the assessment and evaluation that is serving as the foundation to your defense, and that person has now been brought up on charges, they've lost their license and they're facing charges. So what I think, definitely I think it would be, I guess that would probably be something Scott Rice would probably be the understanding the law related to it. But if the admittance of guilt was there, she did it, and the defense was, I didn't know I did it. So if your only support, if the person who does the evaluation for your only defense is someone that is now been sanctioned and possibly facing legal charges, it definitely sounds like it could be a point of appeal.
One thing I want to say too is the lawyer there's a channel called The Lawyer I Know or The Lawyer You Know or something like that.
Yeah,
He did touch
I watched
upon
him
some of
yesterday.
this.
Mhm.
Yeah,
He
he
was
did
so
touch upon
good.
some of this. And one of the things that you said, Sleuth Mom, was that they need somebody to say that she meets the criteria for legal insanity. And otherwise they can't plea that. And you were totally right. I was off base on that one. I didn't know. I wasn't sure how that worked. But yeah, so if they were to take her away, that she wouldn't be able to plea.
Then they no longer have the insanity plea.
Exactly.
Right. So then what does that look
So they don't
like?
want to
I
take
don't know.
their expert, but then their expert really screwed their whole case at the same time. And so that's why I wasn't sure what was going to happen, because like if she would have quit or walked off the stand, or they would have fired her like mid testimony or anything like that, like it would have all then there's no insanity plea. And
Yeah.
that's what closing arguments, it almost sounded like they were saying, hey, listen, even if she doesn't have DID, she at least has this. And it's like, well, that's not what your whole entire defense was.
Yeah.
So how can you just change diagnoses? Like, that's not how this works.
It felt like a very casual defense. And I don't mean that in any other way than the feeling that I got about it. Like, it didn't seem like there was a lot of work put into it, if that makes sense. It felt very like casual, like almost like having a conversation and just trying to like convince somebody of something. I didn't feel like there was a lot of, again, integrity behind the work. You know, you look at the prosecution and you had the timeline and you had all of those things. They felt very orderly. They felt very streamlined. They felt very valid and you know, they felt like they had a purpose. And I don't know that I felt the same way about the defense. But I'm not sure what would happen. I will say that I don't trust this whole thing, because I feel like they were almost too casual about it for me to really trust what's happening. I don't know why. It just feels like I
still have
it's
the
like
red flag ever since she mentioned the appeal. Like, well, there's going to be an appeal anyways. They set that up from the beginning.
Right. So it just feels like I don't know what they're going to do, but I just feel almost like I'm walking on something, that there's a trap door somewhere, right? So I'm not sure why. I can't put my finger on it, and that's not me speaking as a professional part, just like my gut feeling. I don't trust it, and that bothers me, because I feel like there was just something that was lacking there, because if she really meant it, I felt like there would have been more.
Well, I think that, yeah, I think there was a lot that was lacking. The number one, she wasn't even able to name or identify the defense. What is insanity? The legal term insanity. So she couldn't answer that question. And that, again, that is the primary question that you're being asked for as the mental health expert that's supposed to be doing this evaluation, right? So how's she going to answer the demands of the defense, the legal code, if she doesn't know what those points are? And then the second point, in terms of it not being orderly, there being no structure, feeling like it was just very casual, like you said, was that DID is a problem in and of itself, because you have such a wide range of professionals that are highly skeptical.
That's one of the things I was going to ask you, actually, was what are your thoughts on DID as far as, you know, the severity of it and how much people with DID allegedly know and don't know and things like that.
Well,
that's one of the things that I've asked kind of everybody who's come up so far about, like, that has this kind of psychological background, because I'm not asking you like whether you are going to discredit it or not. You know, I do believe the DID could exist and things like that. But just your standpoints, looking at the symptoms that the doctor herself has laid out, looking at all of the things, you know, how do you feel about DID just in general for this?
Okay, so just full disclosure, I am a DID skeptic, but I am not I'm not a skeptic for dissociation. I definitely believe people do dissociate. It is a primary coping skill for style for trauma. People that are exposed to systematic or repetitive abuse in childhood, I think they develop dissociation as a skill that they can call on at will if they need it. but it is a form of withdrawal, right? It's a form of insulating themselves from whatever it is that is overwhelming for them in the moment. So I'm not skeptical about this cognitive tool that we all have the ability for. We all develop amnesia around trauma in childhood, and then later, may not be able to recall something. So that's not where my skepticism is. My skepticism is the manner in which it's laid out. My skepticism is in the theory itself. It's flawed because it's saying to you that there's a person that has at least two distinct identities or personality states that have their own enduring pattern of behavior and perceptual organization, both the way that they conceptualize and see themselves, as well as the way that they interact in any type of environment. Well, if you're being asked to believe that there's at least two completely functioning independent states, two or more independent states who are capable of managing, fairly well, that's at the very heart of the definition of what dissociative identity disorder is, and that is this is a fragmented personality. So how can this one non-functioning fractured person who is not capable of managing effectively, how can they have multiple people within them that are all fully functioning? So there's also a great deal of curiosity in terms of the way the theory is laid out. There's a great deal of curiosity about awareness, the level of awareness between or among the alters, and who is chosen to front at any given time. Ultimately, the goal is you want this person to be able to manage effectively in their lives and enjoy life. But the definition of DID is two or more separate people and enduring patterns of behaviors and perceptual organization. And that amnesia, episodes, missing boxes of time, is a requirement. That's your second criterion. So it used to be that the periods of amnesia had to be around trauma, but now in the DSM-5, it can be just mundane, daily living episodes that you're missing. But we're not getting that with Letecia. She's not reporting these chunks of missing time, and she seems to have the ability to call up an alter at will. Again, for those people that work in this field, they don't really believe that it's at will. They believe that changes in the environment will demand that a different skill set is required, and so that then will trigger and prompt that identity to come forward. So there's a lot. There are people that say, okay, this is a distinct and separate condition diagnosis, and it's not schizophrenia, and it's not a form of some personality, histrionic personality or whatever. And then there are a great many people that are skeptical. And so I definitely fall within the skeptic column. However, if I'm asked to do an evaluation, I have to follow the diagnostic criterion. I have to
keep an open mind still, obviously.
I have to follow my ethics and my training and my competence in terms of assessment and the steps you take. And I have to use well-validated instruments to support my conclusions. And I just didn't see her do any of that. I don't even think she gave a test of malingering, did she?
I don't think she did, honestly. And I don't think
she did either. She mentioned the drum, but I don't think she did any of it. The only thing I think she did was the clock and a couple other questions, but I don't think she completed the drum either.
Yeah.
That was the only thing. That was it.
And so the other thing too was the clock was only, it wasn't, it was drawn appropriately with the prior assessments before Dr.
Exactly.
Lewis.
Well,
So
and
Anybody
that's
can do that.
times, and each time she
Anybody can fake that.
right. But the thing was, whenever the jury specifically asked her what type of test she did or they asked, did you do anything to prove that she wasn't malingering and that she did in fact have DID and wasn't just making it up? And her only answer was yes. And which I found that odd in itself, because she had made it a point to say in multiple different articles that she does not answer yes or no questions with just a yes or a no, because answers are more than that.
Yeah.
And she hadn't the entire time too. She hadn't
Right.
answered anything that directly the entire time. So
Exactly. And so to me, that was just like yeah, sure, I did.
And also
And there
that's
is
like,
no test out there that says, how do you know a client is lying to you? There is no test out there. I don't know, Logical one knows, or JOT knows that test, but I don't know that test.
No, there isn't. But I mean, the MMPI too has embedded questions to detect malingering.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, you can do that with what the presentation is too, just in interview questions to see, if they align or if they don't, So malingering doesn't just mean for, in situations like this. I mean, when you sit there and you break down the definition of malingering, you could technically sit there and say that, if you were a kid and you said you had a sore throat and you stayed home from school and got to eat ice cream, then that's malingering too, right? But it just is on a larger scale right now. But the reality is that a lot of times there is inconsistency in reporting, which can help you detect those sorts of things as well. So there isn't a test, but I know that there are embedded questions in certain assessments to let you know the likelihood of somebody who is malingering, of whether or not they're doing that.
Yeah,
There are embedded questions in the MMPI, but that's why there are other means of getting that information. That's why getting information from family members, observing the patient. That's why other information acquired for the evaluation is important to know whether the patient is lying or not. That's why it is important to get the whole picture. That's why that is important, to know whether the client is fainting or not.
Yeah, so there are tests for malingering.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, I have a question though. So this is something that I've wondered since the beginning. If she was going to say that she had multiple personalities and do all of this,
Yeah.
why do you think that whenever she went for her test with these doctors to like show multiple personalities, that she didn't name one of them Eduardo? Wouldn't it have made more sense for her to pretend to be the fictional characters in her story, like the pregnant lady with the cash in her belly and Eduardo and Terrence and Uncle Matt and like stuff like that? But instead we get
I think you're giving her too much credit though, Sleuth Mom. Like I
Yeah.
know that they said that she's like intelligent, but I'd actually question that. I think she's savvy. I think she's been able to get away with a lot. I think she's probably exhausted people to the point where they give in. But I don't know that she's intelligent. So I think maybe you might be giving her a little bit too much credit on that.
I would agree with Logical. She's audacious.
Yeah.
She's
Calculating,
audacious.
yeah. Intelligent, I don't think so.
Yeah. I mean, I do think she's smart, book learning, has the ability to learn, but she is very difficult to go into trick some of these instruments that have been validated on tens of thousands of people. Even trained psychologists can't go in and manipulate test results that effectively. It's very difficult. It's very difficult.
I think one thing that we've seen with Letecia is that her inclination to lie and manipulate is probably bigger than her intelligence is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Listen,
Highly
I am hoping and
manipulative.
praying. Listen, we need right
Yep.
now, within the next 3 minutes, for them to announce a verdict, because I am like, we have black belt testing tonight, guys. My son goes for his black
Oh,
belt test.
good.
And so I want to be
Yay.
able to watch this verdict and like hang out and do all the things, but at the same time I'm sitting here thinking like, come on, court, you guys got to come back like now.
Yeah.
Come on, court.
Well, that's exciting about the black belt testing. That's
Yeah.
wonderful. Wonderful.
He's so excited. He's going from, what is it, red to black today.
Decided to recommended black belt.
Yeah.
Full black.
Oh, wow.
Congrats.
That's amazing.
I said,
It's
You've
very
got this.
challenging. That's great
if
stuff.
he passes.
Congratulations.
Say
Yeah.
don't
That's so
jinx it.
good.
If he passes, we'll see. No, I'm just kidding.
We're
He's
gonna say
do great.
when he passes. How's that? We'll change
Yes.
the
Yeah, when he
verbiage.
passes.
Yes.
I like that.
Yeah. I'm gonna go in a minute or two, but I just wanted to say thank you guys for taking the time to chat. I'll probably tune in and listen as I'm getting some stuff done, but I wanted, this has made quite a difference to be able to sit here and have that, the chat go and have it be respectful, but also have it be engaging too. And I
Yeah.
appreciate that. So thank you guys for everything. I'll be paying attention, and I'll be here in and out for waiting for the verdict. So yeah.
Yeah. Thank you
Have
for
a
your
good one.
insight.
Nice chatting with you.
You too. Thank you so much, guys. Have a great weekend.
You too.
Have a
It's
good
good,
one,
All
logical
right.
one.
good to meet
I'm
you.
not going anywhere yet, guys. Just so you know, I'm still hanging out, and I'll stay live through black belt testing if I have to. I want to hang out until the verdict. If that means that we are live until Monday, no, probably not. but
No. I love you,
people
no
are saying it's
sleuth.
gonna be Monday.
My candles aren't going to make it that long.
I will be here with you in and out. I'm
Well, I
waiting for.
wonder. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I say I'm waiting for my husband. I got him here. I'm getting into this trial. He's never been into this kind of thing, but I got him into this trial, and now he's like, I can't wait to get home. I can't wait to get home. I can't wait to get home. I can't wait to get home.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I can't wait to get home. I can't wait to get home.
Yeah.
So
My husband just got home and he's like, "What? You're still in trial?" It's like, "Yes." Well, we're in verdict watch, bro.
That's
Like
right. This is
verdict
the big
watch.
one. This is the big one. That's right. We waited a
yeah,
long time for
this
this.
is his first trial, like beginning to end. Not like from like the beginning of missing to beginning of trial. He hasn't it's like beginning to end, missing to end, beginning of trial. So he's so excited. So it's like, are you? Is it there? Is it there? Is there's like no? What? Get home.
Yeah. Yeah.
So so excited. So anyways,
So did
but I'm so
any of you
excited to
guys?
spend time.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead. No, I was
No,
wondering
you
if
go
any
ahead.
of you guys watched the Jodi Arias trial way back in the day.
Oh, I did.
I lived it. Okay, Mesa, where it happened, was like 20 minutes away from where I lived in Arizona. I lived in Tempe, which it was like 20 minutes away from Mesa.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I lived it. Every minute, every second of it. I lived that whole ordeal. I
Yes.
lived it. Yeah.
Yeah. That was the
That's
thing
when
that
I
got
started my
me.
true crime passion.
Me too, Mrs. O. That was it for me. The Jodi Arias case got me hooked.
The headstand, y'all. The headstand. That's all I'm gonna
Yeah.
say. If
That's
you
when
know,
it
you
all
know.
started. That's
If you
when it
know,
all
you know.
started.
Throwing her hair around and sitting on the
Mm-mm.
floor. Oh my gosh, just crazy.
That's when it all started.
Yep, just crazy.
But
Yeah,
yeah.
blame it to Jody.
Yes, it's very interesting.
I'm trying to look up Colorado law to see how long they'll keep the jurors there for the evening, and I'm not necessarily seeing anything, but I know that the judge has been pretty good about making sure that they're out right at 5. But would they still leave right at 5? I mean, would they
Keep
leave
them
in 2
fed,
hours?
send
Or
them in
not?
Starbucks, keep on sending pizzas, something. Don't send them home.
Yeah.
I think that's going to vary. Even more than jurisdiction, I think that's going to be up to Werner. And Werner has been super respectful of the jurors' time and breaks and all of the things. So I don't know, Sleuth. He's not going to let him go at 5.
I don't think so either.
I mean,
Now
it
more
may
than
be.
ever.
It may be those things where he confers with them at 5 to see where they're at.
Yeah. I can see that.
You think 7 p.m., Rhonda? I don't know how Colorado works. I know that every state's different. Somebody asked if are they stuck there until they make a decision. That's one thing they don't. They're not sequestered, and so they will go home tonight if they don't make some type of verdict. They
Mama
will be
Kate,
asked if they are close to a verdict around 5. If they aren't, then they will close at 5, and if they are close, then they think they will do like an extra 30 minutes. Okay. Mama Kay lives there, so she's
okay.
probably correct. My thing is, okay, so then they won't be back until Saturday or till Monday, right? Because there's no court. Oh gosh, that would suck.
Wouldn't
To go the whole weekend. I
imagine
hope they don't do this.
imagine sitting there all this time seeing and hearing all this evidence, and then you get to talk about it for a few hours, and then you've got to go a whole weekend with not talking about it. That would be crazy.
That would be torture.
It would be torture. Yes, I agree. They may stay late. They may stay late.
They stayed there late yesterday.
How late were they yesterday?
I don't recall, but they stayed there past 7.
Okay. Well, maybe they'll do the same tonight, especially if they do, after a few hours do a poll and they're close,
Yeah.
So maybe they will. But I just don't, my thing is, it just seemed like to me that the defense was kind of putting all their hope into Dr. Lewis as an academic, and she's written these books and she's supposed to be the knowledgeable go-to for DID. And they had to have been very disappointed or shocked at
If anybody has ever had an evaluation from this woman, they should run for a second opinion.
I agree with you. I agree.
Well, I put it in chat actually when Mr. Tellini, and by the way, guys, let's not disrespect delicious, yummy food like tortellini and call him that. Let's not do that because tortellini is delicious and yummy. But I put it in chat. I was like, bro, you need to run, not walk away from any mention of Dr. Lewis. Run, because it was so bad.
Yep. It was.
So bad.
It was. At the very least, by the definition of the disorder, which Dr. Lewis helped craft, right? But by the very definition, she should have been able to go back historically and collect data points and say, in this year, by these reports, she was this person. And and then this year by another time, she was this person. You've got to establish an enduring pattern, not just moments, throughout time, but an enduring pattern.
What did you think whenever she miraculously went back to her hotel room and came back the following day and all of a sudden had a note saying, oh, yeah, but whenever she was 12, she was Maria Sanchez.
With the letter L on it, right?
Right.
And,
yep.
And she was just like, well, I don't know. During one of them, I thought, oh, this is so in terms of ethics and professionalism, what are you doing? I don't believe she did that. I don't believe she told us that she was up all night with a stomach virus, right? Food poisoning,
Yep.
And yet she comes up with this, little bizarre little sticky note that has literally no kind of identifying information.
But did not include that in either one of her reports.
That's right.
Or in the discovery.
Yep.
Right. And criminality.
I'm sorry.
She never flat out said that she had DID. She said that she can't prove that without the EK or the EEG and the MRI, but that it was her belief that she could have possibly had DID. But then she blamed the courts as to why she didn't have those tests, and it all backfired whenever it turned out she requested for them to not get them.
And it's
Right.
nonsense, y'all. It is nonsense. Your diagnostic criteria that she helped to craft, it is to you have to establish an enduring pattern of behavior for 2 or more entities, and that means going back historically. She would have gone and collected any kind of documentation that she could have gotten, like through the school system, if she had ever been tested for any kind of special education services. Medical notes would have been appropriate for that kind of thing. Direct interviews with family members and friends that knew her when she was younger, and then, up through the years. That has nothing to do with an MRI or establishing some sort of brain dysfunction. The second is you must have amnesia. There must be blocks of missing time, and it doesn't have to be related to trauma. It can be related to activities of daily living. So that too, why do you need an MRI for amnesia? Okay. You would have to rule out whether or not the experiences, the 2 or more entities, or the blocks of missing time, that it couldn't be better explained, like through the direct physiological effects of a substance. It can't be like alcohol or drug induced, or if you're having complex seizures, then maybe seizures might cause amnesia. But you would want an MRI for that, but that's the lowest level of discrimination. So she didn't do any of that. She didn't tell how she didn't give us a model that was driving her assessment. So we don't know. She did not name her like the question being asked of her. She laid none of it out. Her report should have been 30, 40, 50 pages long for a diagnosis like DID. Because it's so controversial. There's so much, the nuances, the rule outs between, is this a borderline with psychosis? Is this possibly bipolar 1 with manic psychosis? Is this actually more like a histrionic type personality disorder? It's too controversial, and it's too broad. But even at its most basic, amnesia and an enduring pattern of 2 or more entities, she didn't even lay out a logical linear path of inquiry and answer. You don't want to critique another professional in such a negative fashion, but in this case, it could be grounds for an appeal. I think it was bad. It was bad.
Absolutely agree.
Tons of malpractice.
She didn't do any history research whatsoever, any medical history research whatsoever on Letecia. Nothing. There was no PCP report. There was no psychiatric report. There was no psychological history. There was nothing on her. Nothing whatsoever.
That's right.
Nothing.
It was
She had no basis for anything. There was malpractice, period. That's what it was. Malpractice.
I would
That's what
agree.
she drafted that report based on self-reporting of Letecia. That's it. She didn't even meet with her before. Nothing. That's all she had.
And one day she was asked about questioning family members and friends, and she said no, that she didn't talk to and gather these other data points. But then the next day, when she shows up with her little note, then she claims that family did sell her something. So yeah, this is pretty bad.
It looks pretty bad for her. It looks pretty bad. If she thinks if she was on this PR, this public relations or publicity um tour, it looked pretty bad for her. I'm
Very,
sorry.
I agree. I think if this was designed to, bump up her career a little bit, I think it probably had the exact opposite effect.
I think so. Completely.
Yeah.
Completely. And I think I think her intention was not to help Leticia. I think her intention was to help herself. And it just backfired on both ends.
Yeah. If you go back and you look at some of her early, when she was a young professional, she is a very loud political opponent against the death penalty. She was she was passionately against the death penalty. She has a very progressive view of prisons and the criminal justice system, that by focusing on the criminal and punishing the criminal, that society is ignoring the root cause of crime, which is our culture. And so, there may have been an ulterior motive. You don't know. You just don't know. In one of her interviews, she said that her colleagues had been laughing at her for decades. That's a direct quote.
Yep. And
So,
are you kidding me, Jules?
I promise you. That's the
Yeah,
exact
she's so
quote.
passionate about DID that she tries to plug DID in everything, in every case that she has been involved into.
Yes, so that's like your classic confirmation bias, right?
Absolutely.
That's right. When you're a carpenter and you got a hammer, everything looks like a nail.
Exactly. And that's not how you work. That's not what your profession is supposed to do.
Exactly.
You're not supposed to be biased to one diagnosis or another. You're supposed to be there to give an opinion based on your education, not on what you think, on your opinion or on what you think it is. No, it is based on your education, or on not even on your education, on the facts. It's not, no. So she thinks she plugs the ID where where she feels convenient.
Yeah.
So it's just so wrong. And she thought she was gonna do this in this case, and it didn't work. And it just backfired on her, and it backfired on Letecia, and it backfired on the lawyers. And I don't feel bad for neither one.
Prediction for y'all. I got a prediction. Letecia sues her ass and she wins.
And I have another prediction. Letecia is gonna sue Mr. Cook for sexual harassment for showing up with her during the court, because she got caught with her. She's gonna file a sexual harassment suit on him. Believe you, she will.
Yeah, she did against her principal. So what? Yeah, I can see it.
And not only that, remember Alaska with Al's superior officer.
That's right. She's very manipulative. Yeah, very manipulative.
Not only that, but her narcissism takes everything, trumps anything. She thinks she's hotter than anything else and everybody wants her. So that lawyer wants her and he was harassing her. Yep.
Well, they were very chummy, right? There were a few moments that got a little uncomfortable with them getting really close and giggling.
I feel uncomfortable.
Yeah.
So,
a little uncomfortable. So it's like you're invading my personal space. Please step back.
I don't know.
Absolutely.
Yes and no, but because she was all about like rubbing her tissues down there and having them walk and stuff.
My God.
While the other lawyer was like, stay
I'm
away
having
from me,
nightmares.
this one was like, stay closer. It's like, oh no,
Yeah.
dude, did you read about the sexual harassment?
Yeah.
Stay away, stay away.
Well, poor Mr. Tellini with his head in his hands through most of it. I was
Yeah.
like, and his epically red face. I was like, he's got to know this is like super bad.
Well, in his closing, he said something about, that everybody could see that Dr. Lewis was losing facts in her statement. Didn't he say something like that? He made a comment.
he did.
I'll go back and find it.
Yeah.
He says something about, well, we could all see that she wasn't, completely there. I thought, that was your expert. What?
Right. Well, and then after that, he was basically only referring to Dr. Torres.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Our super
I was so
doctor.
mad that I didn't pay attention. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
A lot of what the defense said today, I think a lot of us had to check out on for our own mental health because we wanted to yell, scream, and throw things.
Fired up. Yeah.
Exactly. I was screaming. I wasn't mad. I was screaming.
Zach DuPoint posted on Twitter and said that he has seen this court specifically keep the jurors later than 5 p.m., but traditionally they will be dismissed at 5 p.m. So that's within the next 2 hours, just so you guys are aware. Right now we are at, I think, 2 hours and 15 minutes that they've been out now.
Well, let me ask you, I know that people had to kind of separate from the defense closing arguments, but what do y'all think? Do y'all think it was pretty good? I'm going to answer. I thought it was going to be a train wreck, and I really think he did a pretty good job in his closing with what he had to work with. What did y'all think?
No, I agree with that. It's hard to defend somebody who is just so very guilty, and then to have his expert come up there and just be a train wreck. He did what he could.
Yes.
He did what he could.
I've said that from the beginning. I mean, I hated him. I hated the defense side from the minute of opening statements. And I will say this, as a trial buff, gentlemen, can we watch our language? Because that's not appropriate in court. I'm sorry. It's not.
Did he swear again and I missed it?
Oh, yeah. He called it a shit show.
Who did?
I knew that they swore on the opening, but I didn't realize that he did it again on the closing. Wow.
Yes. I'm like, gentlemen. I even threw it in chat. I was like, gentlemen, language. This is not appropriate. Not for court decorum. I'm sorry.
Yes, criminality, Teresa. He said that she used the word wacky. Yes.
Yeah.
So it was kind of he was trying to smooth the fact that Dr. Lewis was not really on the ball.
Yeah, like, hey, sorry guys that my 85-year-old grandma came and testified and was a little bit off.
But I do think that his closing, he did a good job based on what he was working with, I thought.
Yeah.
So
absolutely.
I mean, he did it and not Will Cook. I feel like throughout the entire trial that, between the two of them, that he was the more professional, the more organized in his questioning and stuff like that. It seemed like Will Cook, every time that he was on the cross, would have to go ask Tellini questions, or he would have to pause and go look at his binder or whatever, and so I don't know if that guy's still in training or I don't know
in all fairness,
lawyer, but
in all fairness though, Sleuth, the Mr. Allen and Mr. Young would ask for one moment before they would say, and they would confer. I think that's standard practice when you've got more than one attorney on the case. That didn't raise red flags for me as much, but Mr. Tellini, in my opinion, was a whole lot more professional until he dropped the shit show comment. And I was just like, what is happening?
Yeah. No, thank you so much, Rhonda Roy, for the super chat.
we may have gotten a little peek into his own thoughts. That may have been what was going through his own head as he's sitting there listening, going, "Oh my God, what is happening right here?" I did kind of feel sorry for him.
Right. I mean, the facts of this case.
With.
Pardon?
They didn't have much to work with.
Yeah.
They really didn't. And I mean, and he got handed this case back whenever T was representing herself. And he was just supposed to be this, you know, nice young man lawyer so that he had somebody that she could work with, and he was supposed to advise her. And then next thing you know, he gets the blessing of having to represent her. I can't even imagine what that would have felt like.
Just
He
terrible.
got thrown into the deep end. I mean,
Absolutely. Holding
with
a
no
50
floaty.
pound weight. Holding a 50-pound weight in the deep end. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, he got stuck with this case because she had already gone per se, and then she decided she wanted a lawyer, and then they went back to him when he had already been fired from this case. So they went back to him. So he was stuck with this case. So he didn't want to represent her anyway, and they didn't have much to do. They didn't have much to defend her with, anyways. So it's like they did what good with what they have.
Yeah, it's really they in terms of trying to use this not guilty by reason of insanity defense, they just didn't. I can't even imagine thinking that they could even do it. There was no mental health history. Like, she had never sought services for mental health treatment, and any of those conditions that would have had some level of psychosis, they would have been highly disruptive conditions where there would be a trail of medical or mental health services. It just would have been there. So it's very strange why they wanted to go with this.
The idea for insanity came from Dr. Lewis. Did you catch that?
Well, no.
Tell me about that.
I think the idea for insanity came from Tisha. I don't think that it was Dr. Lewis even. I think that this was the original defense that she wanted to run with, that her attorneys were like, no, we're not doing that. And that's why she wanted to represent herself. That's my honest to goodness opinion of it all. But Dr. Lewis, whenever Tolini reached out to them, is what Mike Allen pointed out, was that they had said, absolutely, you know, Dr. Lewis had basically responded with, yeah, sure, she has DID, like as soon as she heard about the case, without evaluating her, without talking to her or anything. And so they decided that she was DID with no proof. And that's basically how she testified too. DID with no proof.
Reckless. So reckless.
Wow.
Yeah.
You don't get that somebody like that without making an evaluation. You don't.
Right.
That's so reckless and irresponsible.
Yep.
I'm sorry. No.
And it's
to answer Dakota
embarrassing.
Parker too is asking if Tolini is a public defender. He is not a public defender. The public defender's office, whenever T had to come back on, once she decided that she wanted an attorney, the public defender's office was representing somebody that she had tried to, you know, escape with or whatever. And so it was a conflict of interest. So the public defender's office couldn't represent T at that point. And so Greg Warner had no choice but to assign an attorney. And since Tolini was already familiar with the case because he was representing her while she was pro se and helping her while she was pro se, he got stuck with the short straw basically. But they're not technically public defenders. They're actual defense attorneys, just, you know, sucked.
Their private practice, practice appointed by the court to represent her, and the state is paying for that.
How many attorneys has she gone before Tolini?
Say that again.
How many attorneys has she gone before Tolini?
There was the women. I think there was like 3 women.
Office? The entire public defender's office.
She had issues with each one of them.
Mhm.
I'm telling you what, whenever they released those public defenders, the one literally rolled her eyes as soon as she was officially released, and I laughed so hard because you could see she was like, "Thank freaking God,"
Yeah.
to get out of here.
But I would love for her to be able to speak. She'll never be able to, but I'd love her. I'd love to hear from her.
I would too. I want to hear from her. I want to hear the sing along. I want to hear the trivia. I want to hear all of that. That's my messy self, not my professional self. I want it. That's my messy self. I want to hear all of that.
Well, I
Yeah.
was kind of hoping that we might have some of the jurors speak out that were the alternates, but that's not going to happen because they're still being kept just in case this deliberates longer than we
Yeah.
think.
Yeah.
I've got
Yeah.
a question. So when this is over, are we still gonna file all of the lawsuits she's gonna file? Are we gonna also follow all of her appeals?
Oh, I'll definitely follow her appeals and stuff. Absolutely.
Sleuth
I mean,
mom.
listen, this doesn't end today. That's what I said. We still have sentencing, we still have all that stuff, and as long as justice is going on for Gannon, I will be following justice for Gannon. That includes the appeal process.
She's gonna have a lot of time on her hands, and she's fixing to sue everyone.
Yep.
You know she's going through that constitution, and she's gonna file a suit for every single item in that constitution because they're violating her constitution rights at every minute. So yeah, wait
So
for
She
who,
that.
already got her first lawsuit filed against the jail.
Yeah.
what was that one
Already got
for?
that going. Food.
For
'Cause,
violating her kosher diet.
yeah.
Because she switched to needing a kosher diet once she went to prison.
Blah 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 yada 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 whatever.
God, it's such nonsense, isn't it?
It's where we need the chat to light up with the blah, blah, blah icon.
Yes, blah, blah, blah is right. Golly.
Well, here's the thing. She just didn't get herself. She pulled on other people who were ordering kosher meals on board. She filed some kind of class action shit and did it herself.
How long ago did this happen? That with the whole kosher meals?
Since she got to the county jail, I guess she filed a few months ago.
So this was after Koberger got his vegetarian meals.
It was
No, it was before that. It was before that.
Oh, okay.
Wasn't it just after
wouldn't that
she
have been
got the
4 months?
threats? Wasn't it just after the threats in her peanut butter?
About then.
Yeah, I thought so. She's a whole hot mess, y'all.
Oh man, she is the original hot mess. Absolutely. But here's what I was just thinking. I was thinking about Werner and what a good judge he's been for this train wreck of a female. And I was thinking about, that he really was firm with her, and it was like watching a dad get on to a little kid, right? With the whole flipping the bird, and all that. And then he comes down hard on her, and then she starts controlling herself. And so watching that right there, that tells you that she's completely she's putting on a show, trying to fake insanity. Because remember Daryl Brooks' trial? There's a man that can't change. He can't resist those internal drives. It didn't matter what was going on. He couldn't stop himself, right? Even when he was getting in trouble, he couldn't stop himself. Letecia,
preach it.
Yeah, Letecia, the minute Werner jumped all over and said, "Behave yourself," she sat down and got quiet. It's she's just manipulative. She's lying, and it's ridiculous.
Hot mess express.
Yeah.
Mama.
Okay, guys, I'm going to be transitioning to driving, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to still be here. I just got to switch everything in my life over real quick. I'm going to put the court screen up. They are not back yet. They have not announced that they're going to be back yet, but just in case they get back and do decide to announce this, before I get back from karate. The court screen will already be up in there, providing the judge doesn't do what he has done to me twice now whenever I leave the house and restarts the camera.
Oh,
Luke, you want me to fire up my laptop just in case?
You may want to. Hopefully it's not an issue though, because I have a feeling that we're not going to hear anything till 7. That's just what's in my gut right now.
Maybe not, but I can fire it up. Yes, ma'am, you may.
she
Sorry.
has put on a lot of weight, Okie Mom. The if they are treating her with antipsychotics, they're fairly notorious for causing weight gain. So maybe that could be. I notice her in the morning, she starts out pretty good, and after about 4 or 5 hours, she starts with the yawning and has her head laying down. It does look like they may be giving her something like that. So that might account for it, or it could be the talking peanut butter. That could do it too.
Oh my gosh! I'm sorry.
Feels yesterday.
The crunchy kind.
I'm so sorry. Okay, sorry.
Are you
They need to
okay?
be giving her Thorazine.
I'm sure that they're giving her something for anxiety, hydroxyzine or whatever it is they're giving her. Whatever it is making her sleepy, but it doesn't matter. She's supposed to be there and she's supposed to be present and she's supposed to be alert for what it is. This is the rest of her life and she's supposed to be there regardless.
Yep.
So there are no excuses.
Yeah.
I don't care.
But I do think Warner has done a good job keeping the courtroom under control.
Oh yeah, he has. Oh, I admire him as a lawyer. If I thought I admire the Mr. What was the Murdoch lawyer? The Murdoch judge. He was so good.
He's so
Oh,
good.
he's
good.
so good. Oh my God, I love him so much.
Yes.
But him,
Judge Newman has my heart too.
Judge Newman. Oh my gosh. Oh, I want to be friends with him. And then this one, I want to be friends with him too. Yeah, I want to add him to my, yeah. I want to add him to my list of friends.
Yeah.
Because they are so good, so insightful, so respectful, so good, so patient. New level.
His speech at the end of the Murdoch trial was amazing.
I can't wait for his speech to Letecia to address all of the letters that she wrote to him, all of the phone calls, all of her shenanigans, all of her behavior during court. Oh, I want him to address everything because she has been so disrespectful to everything and so present. So there is no insanity. There is no not knowing right or wrong. She knows.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So if she knows that the peanut butter was tampered, she knows right from wrong.
Yeah.
So no, there is
even if you go back and look at where she's doing she's like putting her 2 middle fingers together to flip the bird with both hands. If you watch her, she looks over at her attorneys, and then when they're not looking, she does it really fast. So she knew exactly what she was doing.
And she hasn't done it again.
Yeah.
So since he told her that she was gonna be in a different cell, I'm sorry about my dogs, and that she was gonna be bolted. She hasn't done it again. So yeah, I can't wait for that statement from him.
Absolutely.
Oh, and those impact statements, I need to get Kleenex.
Oh.
For those impact statements, and I guess Landon knocks it out of the park and dressed in white and black and red.
Yes.
It's gonna be powerful. Very powerful.
Like head to toe, black and red. with like a fiery t-shirt. Yeah.
Go, Landon, you rocky bad self.
Yeah, absolutely.
Call me, girl. I can guide you.
Some of the victim impact statements for Nicholas Cruz were really fiery like that, really angry and aggressive. It was really good to watch.
Yeah, I follow the Fauci. I don't know if you did. That was really close to me too. I live in Florida now. So the Fauci statements,
Oh,
I don't know.
Tristan, is that
Yeah,
Tristan? Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
that one.
It is.
Those were impactful. Oh my God, I felt awful.
So
Oh,
horrible. So
so
horrible.
horrible. But those sisters did it, and that mom and the sisters and the dad, they did it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So I hope they do the same thing or something close to it, because Landon, I'm counting on you. Yeah, she's pretty good though.
She's a
Everything,
strong mama. She's got it.
yeah, I'm pretty sure she's gonna bring it, because everything I have heard from her is well done, very emotional, very well thought, very well put together, very from the heart. So I think she's gonna do pretty good. So, and I hope they don't put Lena in the front row. I hope not. She doesn't
I don't
need to.
think
She doesn't need to be there. She doesn't need to be part of this. She has a lot to deal with for the rest of her life. This is gonna be on YouTube forever, and she doesn't need to be part of this. So no.
she
So I hope.
doesn't. And I don't think that they're going to involve Lena at all.
I hope not. I truly hope not. And I hope Harley can move. And I'm glad. I am so glad the defense lawyers did clarify that Harley was a victim in all of this, and she
Yeah.
didn't know anything, and that she had been manipulated by Letecia throughout all of this. And they clarified this because Harley had been criticized and put in such an awkward situation when she has been a victim of Letecia all her life.
Absolutely.
Lied to, manipulated, and God only know what she has been exposed to. And in my opinion, she has been a victim of Letecia all her life. The
Absolutely.
life that she has been, that Letecia has told this kid, and this drive to Colorado from Florida, it wasn't a cakewalk for Harley. It was
No.
miserable. It was instability. It was her mom being stressful and being frantic. And if she misspoke, she was going to be hurt. It was, if she said anything out of turn, she was going to be backhanded. So stop with the Harley.
Absolutely.
Stop. She's a victim in all of this. And I hope that she can reconnect with Al, and Al can give her a big hug and tell her again that he loves her and that he's there to protect her, because that's what she needs.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I hope
Well, and I've
so.
honestly wondered. Sorry, I don't know if you guys can hear me okay or not, but I've honestly wondered if the part of them not being connected through all of this is, what did Letecia say to Harley after they left? Like, what did Letecia say bad to Harley against Al? Just, oh, he hates you now because of this, or whatever, just to manipulate her relationship to make sure that she didn't talk to Al. And so hopefully
Exactly.
all of that, whatever it was, could be mended.
Exactly. If she spoke so badly, imagine if I can only think what she said about London. If she, and what Harley say on the stand, that she was in the middle of their fights. Imagine what she said after they left. that he was the worst, that she did this, and that he did that, he did this, he did that. I can only imagine. Letecia is capable of anything and everything.
Well, from what I
So I
gather,
can only imagine.
you
So
know,
Harley,
she
I
always
hope
controlled it.
she's in her 20s. She has the rest of her life to rebuild herself. I hope she has the best counselor and therapist to help her through all of this. And I wish nothing but the best for her. And that this experience help her to become the best version of herself. That's all I have for her.
Yeah, it's a difficult prospect to be a child in the home with a narcissistic parent. Um,
Mm-hmm.
it has affects and interrupts the developmental process as their work, like as if you think about Eric Erickson's stages of psychosocial development, it interferes because the narcissist interjects kind of this overriding assumption that the rest of the world doesn't operate from, and
Yeah.
so their decisions are made based on fear. Harley's decisions would be made first on fear. If can I voice this and still survive? Should I
Yeah.
can I do this behavior and still be safe? And
Mm-hmm.
that's really not the way the rest of us grew up as kids, right? We were
Oh,
exploring and we were seeking out information. But when
yeah.
you are living in a home with someone who has a hair trigger, anger, they're manipulative, they lie, mislead you, it's just the name of the game is survival day by day. And so the way you view the world is one of complete compliance, first of all, and you learn not to question what's happening. You may
Exactly.
recognize something bad is going on, but you would never voice it.
No, you never question anything. But this is a shock. This is a shock in your development. And this is a shock that affect the rest of your life.
Yeah.
And I hope this shock um, is a moment that she can take and question herself, her grow, her um, um, her life, and grow from it, because
Absolutely.
it has not been pretty. Her whole life has been a lie.
Yeah.
So I hope she can't. Like
I really think she's going to.
her last TikTok, I saw you saw it. It was very telling, and I hope it was true and meaningful to her, not to the world, not to the source for social media. I thought it was to. I hope it was for her and for her psyche, that you have to leave um, negative people behind, made the best of you.
Yeah.
I
That's
hope
right,
that
Seal.
because this is awful for anybody, but it's awful for a 17-year-old, for a 21-year-old, um, and especially knowing that your life has been a lie, that your mom, the person that is supposed to protect you, the person that is supposed to be there for you and provide you with security and everything in life, is a fraud.
Right. Yep.
I hope that she takes this time and learn that she is her own self and she has to provide for herself and trust herself and continue on with herself, not
Yep.
anybody else, not depend on anybody else, because nobody else is there for you but you. This is gonna cost her trust issues. This is gonna cost her so many troubles in the future. And I blame Letitia for all of this. My husband is home.
Hey, hi, Sleuth. If you're there, I'm working. I'm having tech issues.
You're fine.
I'm working
Yeah,
on
I'm
it
here. I'm
though.
still watching and listening and watching the chat and stuff. We're just pulling into the ATA place now, so I'll be
Yeah,
here. Just won't be
I'm
as much talking.
yeah, no, I get it. I'm just boomering. I'm working on it though.
You're hilarious every single time with the boomerang. You know what though? I think that what you guys were talking about with Harley, I really think she's going to overcome. I can see so much strength in her already with how she has handled things and what she has done with herself since all of this happened, and I think someday she can grow up to be whoever she wants despite her mom, you know?
Yeah,
And
I think she's going to become so good despite of her mom. I think she's going to leave her mom behind, and she's gonna use her mom. I think she's gonna use did not her mom, her experience as a platform to just jump off and become a better version of
Absolutely.
yeah. And that's what I hope for her.
Yeah.
That's what I hope for her.
and I also hope that the internet quits interneting and leave the poor girl alone. She's
Thank you.
been
Thank
through
you.
enough.
Yes.
Sorry,
Agreed.
I mean she's been through enough.
Yep.
Yeah.
And every question, in my opinion, as to her involvement has been answered throughout the testimony of this trial. And granted, I get it was a big commitment to sit and listen to this gavel to gavel. It was a lot, y'all. We all
Yeah.
know we were there.
Yep.
But okay, she didn't go into the back of the van. No, there wouldn't be a smell. That was explained by the ME.
Yep.
Leave this baby. And granted, I know she's technically of age. She's a baby. Leave her alone.
Not
Stop
only
it.
that, but the Mr. Cook explained it today too, that she would not been able to smell it either today. Man, he went to the Harley situation today. Leave her alone. She was a 17-year-old manipulated by her mom. She was scared of her mom. Leave
Yeah.
her alone.
Even if she okay, so she commented on how cold it was downstairs. And that
Mm-hmm.
she slept upstairs with Letecia and that Gannon was downstairs where it was cold. Even in her mind, if she had thought something is off, she says that the house felt scary that night because something was wrong. Based on the way that she had been raised by this unstable woman, she was never going to ask. She was never,
No.
survival is a real thing. You do what you have to do. So even if she had a little bit of like just an idea, maybe something happened to Gannon, she is surviving, and you cannot hold her responsible for that. A child
Nope.
that's raised in a dangerous environment that learns how to survive, you can't say that that's the same thing as an accomplice to a murder. That is just wrong.
Absolutely. And on top of that, Harley even said on the stand, you didn't question her or else you were going to meet the back of her hand.
There you go.
That's
That's exactly what I was gonna ask. That's anybody in the chat. If you ask a question and you know that you're gonna be backhanded, would you ask that question?
not even a little bit. I'm not in the
Exactly.
chat.
Exactly. Nobody would ask that question. Nobody
Nope.
would ask the question, not even say a peep, if you know
Nope.
that you're gonna be backhanded.
Exactly. And even with the cross country, if T's telling Harley that she can't go into the back of the van, she's not going to question that either.
Right.
No.
I mean, the internet needs to seriously quit internet.
Absolutely. Hey,
Yeah,
Yvette.
that's
Yeah, we you know, I love the whole true crime thing. I like a big mystery. Sometimes I have to be careful with my speculating, but I think we're going really way too far when we start trying to look at children and blame them for things the parent did. That's too much. That's,
Preach it.
yeah,
Preach it.
it's too much. It's too much. Kids, they're raised to accept. Most kids look at their parent, regardless of how inept or violent that parent is. They do look at that parent as a godlike figure who has all the answers and knows how to deal with any problem, at least until they're around 30. And when they turn about 30, they begin to realize, wait a minute, maybe my parents don't know everything. Maybe they have made silly, foolish choices. So when you're talking about a 17, 16-year-old and she's got a little brother missing and mom is being bizarre.
What is she going to do? What do we really expect Harley to do in this situation?
There's nothing she could have done. Literally.
There's nothing she could have done. She couldn't turn to Al because Letecia immediately separated her from Al.
Absolutely.
And that continued even after she got to South Carolina.
Yep.
That continued, and it just throughout the trial, as Al testified, you heard the phone calls and things, you learned that that she very much controlled the relationship with him and Harley. She didn't want them close.
Yeah.
She wanted all of Al's attention. She wanted all of Harley's attention, but she wanted them separated. She wouldn't let Al adopt her. Al begged to adopt Harley for 5 years. She wouldn't let her. And she used Harley as a tool against him. I think that's why the marriage lasted as long as it did, is because he knew that she would take off with Harley. And that's exactly what she did. And he was terrified. And the police were worried about Harley too.
Yeah.
Right. And I genuinely think that Al loved Harley. Or probably, I shouldn't say past tense. I think he probably genuinely, actively loves her. I'm hoping.
The man was trying to adopt Harley from the moment he got with Letecia. And he told her, I've been trying to adopt this child for the past 5 years, and you didn't let me. That's telling.
Yep.
Very telling.
It is.
Very,
and
very
it's
telling.
sad. And also, keep in mind what that would do to the psyche of a small child, that her mom won't allow that to happen.
Well,
exactly.
The amount of alienation that I think that would cause would be horrific.
Well, she probably in the way that she views the world, she probably wanted to keep Harley dependent upon her. And if Al adopts Harley, then some of that loyalty can be split, and she looks like she's lost some of her control.
And there's also a thing where adoptive parents have equal rights as a biological, which means if they ever got a divorce, he could get Harley.
Yep. Agreed.
Yes.
It's horrific. My heart hurts for her. And all of them. Please don't misunderstand me, everybody. But I just hope that through this, she's gained the strength to stand up, and she's gonna rock life. I really think so.
She was very powerful on the stand. I thought she did. I thought her testimony was really good.
It was, and I bawled through all of it. I don't know if anybody else did.
I did. It was very difficult to watch. Yeah.
It was just goodness. I'm a mute now because I've got a train coming through, but I'm trying to boomer, and I'm also trying to boomer my way through text. It's terrible.
And just to say something, I think Letecia is incapable of love. She cannot love anybody, not even herself. She hated London. She hated Al. She resented Gannon. She didn't care. She didn't even love Harley.
Didn't she have an affair with Al, and Landon was her friend, right?
Yeah, she did.
No, no. That's not right.
Okay.
Landon was actually with Mike before Albert and he got together.
So she wasn't originally friends with Landon.
So there's a lot of misconceptions about how friendly they were. They were on the same softball team, and that's how Al met her.
Okay.
But the whole affair thing, that's not true. It was actually Landon who decided the relationship was over and moved on, and then Albert and Letecia got together.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, because I had been under the assumption that this affair had happened, and I thought,
Well,
there's
we
some
all had been
antisocial.
under that
Mostly,
assumption
most of the internet went with that because they all wanted to hate Al in the beginning. Everyone wanted to hate Al because he married this monster.
Yeah.
And so that played more into people's narratives that's how it went down. But in all honesty, I believe the reality of it was that Landon had actually cheated with Mike.
Yeah. Well, the way that I was looking at it was more of evidence of Letecia that showing some antisocial tendency, not caring about her friend. If she would get into a relationship with her friend's husband, that would show some of this detachment and coldness from Letecia. Early on, I'm talking about historically. But if it didn't happen, it didn't happen. So.
Yeah, she still broke girl code at the end of the day, if they were friends.
We did on Landon.
No, what I'm talking about is a low self-esteem. She has no self-esteem whatsoever.
You're talking about Letecia?
Letecia, no self-esteem whatsoever. And no love for not herself, not her daughter, not for Al, not for anybody. She threw everybody under the bus. And she didn't like her name. That's why I don't call her anybody else, any other name, like Tisha, nothing. Those are terms of endearment. Her government name is Letecia. Whether she hated her or not, I don't care. That's her name. Letecia. That's her name.
she'll always be
If she
teabag to
created other
me.
aliases, that's her issue. That's a personal problem to me. I don't care. She created other aliases. She hated herself so much. Her self-esteem was below, like 6 feet on the ground. And so she created all of these whatever. And then she take it on Gannon. That was the ultimate. But she didn't take an account of Harley, her brother, her sister. Oh, it was just too much. It was just an overkill. Or everybody else.
Yeah.
She didn't. It's just so much hatred on that woman. So much hatred. Even herself, because if she would have loved herself, she would have gotten therapy, and she would have gotten a divorce, and she would have moved on with her daughter. That's it. Therapy and divorce exist for a reason.
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. There is no reason to be sitting in that position. If you don't like your stepson, move on. Move on. There is no reason to be sitting there. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they kept talking about not having a motive. What do y'all think of that? Do you think that matters? That they needed to name a motive?
No, they didn't need to name a motive. It's not required. She did it. They proved it.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
The motive? Hatred.
Well, and at the end of the day, here's the thing. Her Google searches showed the motive. The court, now the prosecution, just like in the Bushes just said, doesn't have to prove that.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. But they still addressed it. And I think they addressed it very well. I don't know. I'm shocked we still don't have a verdict. I'm shocked.
Now, Crime Talk, Scott Reich has got a verdict clock up, and he shows that they've been deliberating for an hour and 10 minutes. So they must have eaten first and then started deliberation.
I think it's longer than an hour and 10 minutes. I don't know when he started because I took note of it. It was 1:03 Mountain Standard Time when the jury left. Now, here's the other caveat. The judge said specifically that it can take up to a half hour for them to get all the exhibits back to the deliberation room.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So I'm not even trying to math that much because I'm entirely too blind. It was 2:03 my time central. Okay. So add in 30 minutes. That's 2:33.
2:33.
We know that it is now almost 5:03. So maybe that math is right. I'll shut up.
Lunch.
Okay,
they're gonna go
Laurel. So
around.
Laurel says, I started my stopwatch when they left. I'm at 2 hours and 58 minutes. And if we subtract that 30 minutes or so for waiting on the exhibits, so we're still getting right. It's right at 2 hours, 2.5 hours. I wonder why he's got an hour.
I don't know.
Because he's local, he's a defense attorney. He probably knows somebody who knows what time they went into the jury room, what time they had lunch. He probably has the accurate count.
He probably does.
On this one, I'm likely to believe Scott.
Me too. He's amazing. Okay. Hey, ladies, my girl can't hear you, but she wants to say hi. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi there.
They're saying hi there.
Hi.
Hi. Hi. Sorry.
Hi.
Hi, pretty lady.
Hi, pretty lady, she says.
Oh, why? Maybe I'm such a bonehead. I'm wrong. I was not I had it paused for a while. So yeah, so he's at 2 hours and 53 minutes. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm a bonehead. I apologize.
No, I was like, I'm not even trying to math that because I'm entirely too blind.
I kept looking at it and I was going, well, it's rolling like the clock's moving, but I must have paused it earlier. I'm so sorry. I'm embarrassed. I'm sorry.
You're good. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Thank you, Yvette.
I'm going with whatever Scott says, no matter what about the time, because he's actually in Colorado.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So
I'm not even going to question it.
So I have been working, and then when I get home in the evening, then I turn Sleuth Mom on and I watch the trial. And then I have to try to watch the Lori Vallow or listen, to the audio every evening. So have y'all done both trials?
I'm doing 3. I'm listening to the recaps. No, I'm listening to the audio. And everybody who knows me knows I hate mornings. Mornings are for everybody else. They are not for me.
Yeah.
I typically catch up with Sleuth around lunch. And then in the evenings, I'm listening to Vallow. And then Warrior Mystery Maven is doing amazing recaps of the West Boys trial.
Okay. So a lot of people are following the West kids.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I'm as invested with them as I am with all of them.
God, what a nightmare. Such a terrifying, the whole foster care system. It's so terrifying. And that is the case that epitomizes the fear,
Oh my goodness. The failures are disgusting.
Yeah.
Disgusting. I still cannot wrap my head around how quickly they were actually adopted out because it was very fast. Hang on.
I'm actually not following the Vallow case, because it's just too evil for me, and I just no.
Oh, it
And
is evil.
and
Yeah.
the West case, I came late to it, so I don't know much about it. But it would be a case that it would interest me because it involves kids, and I love kids. So, um, but the Valo case is just it just got too deep and too not too dark.
Yeah.
I just had to quit
You
because it
know,
was too dark.
I see criminality in here. You have helped me too, criminality, to keep up with everything, working and then trying to see all these either audios or recorded, from trial from the day. And so I've really appreciated between Sleuth Mom and then your channel. That's kind of how I've tried to keep. And then I watch, I get my Valo audio from from Lauren and Dr. What's his name? Dr. John. Um, but the Lori Vallow case, I made this connection. I'm talking to Teresa. Criminality. I made this connection with the FLDS once they transitioned from Arizona to Texas. Warren Jeffs, the things that Chad and Lori Daybell were talking about, and the writings that he did, the blessings that they were doing, are so similar to Warren Jeffs and what was happening here in Texas with FLDS. It is scary. It is scary. You should look into it. It's pretty amazing.
Oh,
No, I
Warren
had an
Jeffs is
experience
scary
with
as all
the
get out.
It
I had
is.
an experience with the LSD with the
LDS.
Mormon church
Yeah.
that no, my husband and I did that. We don't no, it was so dark. We went to an Easter no, a Christmas um light show that they had, and they said, "Do you want to come to the temple?" And da, 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 da. We went, and all of a sudden they closed the doors and turned the room around, and we were trapped in there for a while. We went. It was like we don't want to be here anymore. It's like
Oh,
when you are trapped in there and you cannot get out. No, we don't like that. And
yeah.
we were there for a while. No, we don't like. We didn't like that. And then we were harassed with phone calls and stuff like that. We didn't like that. So, and we were living in Arizona then, and it's like no, we don't like that. So no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then if that's just mainstream Mormon, but if you look at the fundamentalist LDS,
No.
that got so weird and so pathological.
Mm-mm.
Craziness.
What was it? Did y'all see the Netflix series that was like what is it? Obey and Be Sweet or something
Yes.
like that?
Yes.
Y'all, I was like, what is happening? What is happening?
Yeah, I was there
It's
in Arizona when all that happened too.
it's
Yeah, I
insane.
watched that and it was wild.
Yeah, I was there in Arizona when all that happened too. When all that polygamy with Warren Jeff was discovered, and he was the person, the reporter who discovered all of that was a local reporter in Arizona, in Phoenix, Arizona. That
Hmm.
he was the one who discovered all of that. We were in Arizona then. Oh, it was awful. No, no,
I think in
I
some way,
disconnected from all that.
yeah, I think in some ways that's exactly what was happening with Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow, and maybe even some of the wider. I'm going to refrain from using people's names because I'm on someone else's channel, but other people I think are probably bigger, higher up in the organization than Chad and Lori, and I think they were looking at an offshoot from the mainstream Mormon thing. I think that's why David Warwick was there, and they were trying to get, Chad was trying to talk him into buying this parcel of land, and Lori was there, and she was saying, "Can't you see the sparkling temple? Can't you
Hmm.
see it? It's there." And thinking about Zion and what they built here in Texas, I just think they were doing the same exact stuff. I think they were right in line with taking a religion and making it pathological and using sex to fuel a lot of that religious fervor. I think that's where they were. I think that's how it all went off the rails. I think a lot more people knew what happened to those kids than they want to admit.
I don't disagree, but I also want to say this real quick. Traditional LDS, traditional faiths, I don't care what faith it is. You do you.
Absolutely.
But when it goes to extremism is where we end up having issues. And I think that is true across the board of extreme faith. And, I don't care what creed, motto, what faith, religion you follow. I just want to make it clear that that's not the problem. And I apologize. My husband's getting over COVID, so you'll hear him cough every once.
It's okay. You're talking about the religious faith is not the problem?
No, it's when it's taken to extremism, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I got a question.
Oh.
Just a quick question. If Lori and Chad were gonna lead the 144,000 to rebuild the earth after Armageddon and all the things, but they weren't gonna allow anybody from the 144,000 to bring their children, how are they gonna rebuild the earth? That's all I want to know.
They were remarrying what I believe they thought were firstborns. That's where all of the divorce and then quickly remarrying another person. I think that's where it was all coming from.
Additionally, keep in mind that Lori had this idea and belief system that she was no longer aging. In fact, she was going back in age.
Yes.
She didn't even need to eat anymore. She didn't need to go to the restroom. She didn't need to do any of these things, which means that as long as she was that exalted being, she would be of childbearing age.
Yeah.
I hope she has a mirror in her cell.
Mrs.
Can I jump in on something?
She
Sure.
is getting snarky.
I love it. I love it. Get her.
So, as it relates to like the extremist, I don't know who was saying it just a few minutes ago. Sorry. There are a lot of things in the Mormon faith that relate closely to Jehovah's Witnesses. Like Jehovah's Witnesses also believe in the 144,000. But there's slight differences. And I don't know, I find it really interesting. And someone had pointed out that it's not your faith that's the problem. It's when it becomes an organization where there are higher ups that are leading it and saying you can't do this or you need to do this. I think that's the problem. Like for an example, when I used to be a Jehovah's Witness, I've disassociated myself from that, and so there's a lot that goes into that. It rips families apart. Nobody that's a Jehovah's Witness is allowed to speak to me or my family.
Wow.
Even family members, they're not allowed.
So sorry.
No, I'm so glad that I'm out of it because I still have my beliefs, but I go strictly on what I read out of the Bible now.
Yeah.
Sure. But can I play devil's advocate with you for 2 seconds?
Yeah.
So mainstream faith and Jehovah's Witness, in my opinion, is considered that, although there can be those, the extremism as well.
I completely
The Catholic Church, you're following the Pope.
Right.
And this is not a knock on anybody. Please don't take it that way. Please don't. I think it's complicated and tricky to navigate, which is why I think that the more extreme belief systems can be easier to fall into, for lack of a better way of putting it. I think every faith has its leaders that we follow and that we listen to, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I just think it's more complicated than that. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I mean, I just think that when it turns into a high control group, that's when it's really dangerous. And I wasn't born and raised a Jehovah's Witness. I came into it when I met my husband, and there's a lot of work that you have to go through, and it's almost like they brainwash you almost, in a sense. And I'm not trying to knock on anybody who is currently a Jehovah's Witness or anything like that, because there are so many good people that have the right heart condition and the right intentions.
Sure.
But they get sucked into this. And then you can't leave. And if you do, there are serious consequences.
Yeah.
I'd love to sit down, because I've been following the Scientology thing for quite a while. I didn't realize that Jehovah's Witness had the same kind of policy in place of almost a disconnect or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, I think Scientology is one of those examples where this intelligent, high IQ guy who's got a lot of narcissism, he wanted to develop a following. And so he took bits and pieces of different religions and groups and put it together and made like his own religion, like Branch Davidians.
Agreed.
Right. I mean,
and that's exactly what happened with Jehovah's Witnesses.
Is it really?
Oh yeah.
Interesting.
I mean, they have a governing body that is in New York, where their headquarters are. And at the time when I was still in it, there was 8 of them. I believe there's 10 that have been appointed now as governing body members. And they are the ones that put out all of the literature. It's such, if people truly knew the ins and outs of that organization, they would just be shocked and appalled. The child abuse scandals that nobody hears about. There are things coming to light right now in Pennsylvania, I believe.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're very, very shady, and it's all, in my opinion, a man-made religion that started in the 1800s. And what's interesting is I've done, some research since leaving, which when you're a Jehovah's Witnesses, you're not allowed to research anything online that would be considered anything negative towards Jehovah's Witnesses, because then you are listening to apostate teachings. So a lot of Jehovah's Witnesses don't go and do any research about anything. But what's interesting that I found out is that the man who started Jehovah's Witnesses and the woman who started the Seventh-day Adventists at one time were in the same congregation at the same church. And
wow, really?
Yes. And so they kind of, just kind of defected from that and went off and started their own thing.
Interesting. And by the way, I have to say this. Go Sleuth Senior. You've got your form. You've got it. You got this, bud. Sorry. He's testing for his form right now because
Yeah,
Sleuth he's testing for his black belt. So
Awesome.
you got this, bud.
So good thoughts, everybody.
Yep.
Question for you later.
Yeah, but if anybody in here is
Yay!
And all the chat. Let's say I invited you for a dinner at our house, and then I say, my son is, you know that my son is autistic, and I say my son is a zombie. He is knocking down pictures. He's uh, knocking down covers. He's doing this. He's doing that. He's a zombie. I need to take him down. What would you think of that?
I'd be calling the police immediately.
Yeah, exactly.
I'd be calling social services, the cops, and I'd be dumping holy water on you.
Right?
I mean, it
You
just
are
sounds so ridiculous. Like
I'm not even Catholic.
You are good
this person
friend.
must be in the delusion.
You are
if they're
good
thinking
friends regardless of your denomination. You are good friends. Melanie Gibbs, Melanie's, the other ones, Sulema, which other ones those are not anything. If they heard this and Lori told them this and they heard this and they didn't do anything, they didn't call police or CPS, they didn't do anything, they are guilty as charged.
Agreed.
I don't
I
disagree.
Yeah,
I don't disagree.
Someone
And-
should have
and
asked
this-
for help. Somebody should have asked for help with all the nonsense when they're praying that they're naming people they know, they're calling them zombies, and then they're praying that the zombies are going to, die. Somebody should have called the authorities. Right there, they were off the rails.
And that's what breaks my heart about Charles, y'all.
Yes.
He was begging for help. He knew Lori was off the rails
He sure did.
and begging to literally help her.
Yep.
Get her help. And I have no
I
words.
said this. I'm going to interrupt for a second. I just came out so I could say something, but I said this the other day at Criminalities. Like, all the Melanies in that case need held accountable. Every single one of them should have spoke up. All of them.
Absolutely agree.
All of them.
Everybody.
All of the dilemmas, all of the Ians, all of them.
Yeah, all of them. All of the people, but mostly the Melanies. Sorry to anybody named Melanie in the chat.
No, but between Melanie Gibb and I call her Melanie because Melanie Boudreau, now Pulowski. Yeah, it's disturbing to me.
If somebody comes to me and refer to me as their kid as a zombie, believe me, I will be calling CPS and the police because you are not in the right frame of mind to be taking care of that child.
Mama, you're on another way.
She agrees.
I just also want to tell you guys, like, I just checked the court thing to see if there's any update yet, and there's still no update. I'm guessing that the judge will probably check on them soon, and if it's not, we'll either know that they're staying late or that they're close or whatever, you know what I mean? But we might be ending at 7 with no verdict, and that's going to be upsetting. Or 5 their time, rather, I guess I should say. Because
Which
they are
is in,
typically
like-
dismissed at 5. Half
Which
hour.
is in like 24 minutes. Yeah. I really thought it was coming back a whole lot quicker, guys. I
know.
floored.
I don't want to be on pins and needles all weekend.
Right, I'm
floored.
shocked. And as much as it's going to put us on pins and needles, like, I'm going to be devastated for his family, having to wonder. But really, I think what it comes down to is this jury is just so efficient and just wants to look through everything. I guarantee it, so that they don't make it look like they just went in thinking she was guilty right off the bat. You know, they're actually deliberating.
Good.
So,
Good. That's less chance for a win on an appeal
right.
because
Exactly. I agree.
at the end of the day, an appeal will be filed. I can guarantee you. Sorry, sleuth. But you've got to have some factual basis, and like ineffective assistance to counsel is a high, high bar to cross.
Don
is.
just said that he's giving them until 9. Did you guys hear that? Are they staying
What?
till 9? Did he say that at the end and I didn't hear that part? Because that's possible.
I didn't.
I didn't hear it.
But
I'm
our
not sure
judge-
because Zach DePoint said that they typically dismiss at 5, but if they're close, then they'll usually stay late if they're close. So I'm not sure which way it'll go. If they stay till 9, that's great. But I probably won't stay live the whole time. I'll probably end the live around 7. That way everybody can take a break and do all their things and we can wait. You know what I mean? Because that's another 2 hours. I can't picture everybody just sitting talking for another 2 hours.
7 Mountain if necessary.
Last
Sleuth
time I
Mom,
did jury
can you
duty, our
remind me
judge
for
wouldn't let
verdict?
us leave.
I'm here for you.
9 Eastern. Okay.
Okay.
So 7 Mountain. Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm going to go back in because he should be doing his sparring in a second. So
You got this.
That's great, Logical One. I agree. I was aghast.
Wait. Oh, it was Logical One. It was awesome. I'm going to say it again. I have the biggest ever girl crush on Judge Werner. I just do.
I'm not surprised.
He is freaking fantastic.
I love Dr. G. Sleuth Mom, are you gonna have Dr. G after the verdict?
that would be nice. I'm not sure though. We'll see. I'll have to reach out to him.
That would be great.
He's a licensed clinical psychologist too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And then there was one other that I just found the other day that I didn't know about. Can't think of her name. Let me see. I followed her. Dr. Barry. Dr. Patrice Barry is following.
Yes.
Yeah, I just found her. And she's doing Gannon's case.
She's phenomenal.
Yeah.
Who is it?
She's another licensed psychologist. That is covering the Letecia Stauch's trial.
What's her name?
Berry, Berry, Dr. Patrice. The actual name of her channel is at Dr. Dr. PatriceBerry. Looks like maybe she hasn't really been doing this long. Well, no, she's got 450 videos. But
Yeah.
I enjoyed her commentary. I just found it new the other day.
Thank you.
No, she's doing a great job. I love her insights and just like I love being on panel with 2 mental health experts because I'm not one. And being able to ask questions, I think it's fantastic coverage. I really do. I wish more of the law tubers were covering this. I don't know. To me, there's been so much interesting from a legal perspective because I'm kind of a law nerd.
Yeah, yeah. Like this whole question about the whole defense rides on this one mental health diagnosis, and yet the expert you put on the stand looks like maybe she shouldn't even be practicing anymore. That's a
Right.
serious law question.
Yeah. But I mean, there is one that is covering it that I really like. And his thought was, I mean, they're not going to dismiss the main defense witness because that opens up doors to appeal. So they let her go, and at the end of the day, she fried her own bacon.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. So is that Peter Tragos you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am. I love him.
Oh, me too.
I think
Yeah.
he's fantastic in my
He's
opinion.
killing it. Yeah, I watch him and Emily D. Baker.
I love me some EDB.
Fantastic.
Yeah. But he's doing great.
I would love for Emily to chime in, but she's, as a former prosecutor, she dealt with all this heavy stuff for so long. She's like, I'm not going there.
Yeah.
And I respect that.
Yeah. I'm glad to see that there's so many practicing psychologists that are beginning to get into the conversation. People were really scared to do it for a long time. But eventually, with the way that social media has taken over our lives, it was bound to happen, right? That there would become this professional commentary, So I don't use my name. I don't advertise as a licensed psychologist on YouTube or anything like that, because I really this all got started with the whole Chris Watts case. I just wanted to have a conversation with everybody about it. I was really interested in it. And so I've never advertised my channel as licensed clinical psychologist, but now there are plenty of people that are really following the trials and such. And I think it's great. I think it really helps the conversation.
It does. And I know that you guys are governed by so many, ethical standards and things that you can personally speak about. And the same thing with, the law tubers, as I call them.
Yep.
That you've got to limit the commentary to some extent.
So I called my licensing board and I talked with one of the attorneys there. And I also have my own attorneys, for like if I get a subpoena or something like that, then I have to go through my attorneys to answer that. But I called the licensing board and talked to their attorneys and said, I'm doing this. Am I safe, and what are the limits for my commentary and what I can, talk about? And basically, in a nutshell, it was sort of like, well, are you advertising? Is this an extension of your practice? Like, how are you, managing it? I said, oh, absolutely not. In fact, I use a name that, couldn't even ever be connected to me in real life or anything. And so there's a little bit more leeway when it's a more relaxed approach, like what I have, but still, like I've listened to Dr. G, he's doing great commentary. There's this big argument about diagnosing, right? That you can't diagnose someone that you haven't evaluated. That's the law. But the confusion is this: you can speculate, you can talk about public figures, and you can talk about like behaviors or decisions that have been put out for the public to consume. You can talk about that and suggest what this could mean, what kind of diagnostic criteria it might satisfy, but you'd never be able to diagnose them because you have to do that interview. And so if you haven't interviewed them, how could you ever render a diagnosis? Also, a diagnosis is an actual action, right? You're documenting a set of criterion with the diagnostic code with your professional signature and license number. That's what diagnose means. Not to say, oh well, she's quite borderline, she has narcissistic features. That's not diagnosing. But a lot of people will say that you're diagnosing when you talk about it, but that's not what it is.
Well, no, it's a whole lot more technical. I mean, you're operating within the law, right?
Yeah.
And the fact that you just said, okay, I'm going to put this all into a huge report. Most of them are not 7 pages. I know this. My girl is ADHD.
Then you know the reports.
When she was diagnosed, that was 18 pages.
Yeah. If you get
of a report,
if you get a full psychological evaluation, there you've got at least 4 to 7 instruments that have been used, and each one has to be reported in a certain way. And then you have to do, the integration of all the data. So they're long reports.
And then on top of that, you're putting not only signing your name, but putting your license number there too. You're held accountable at that point.
Absolutely.
And that's a big deal, in my opinion.
Yep.
Like I said, I'm not a mental health professional. I've just jumped through a couple of hoops with my girl. So, it's a whole lot.
Ramblin' Roan says, I actually ate 3 Twinkies today. All right, because you're nervous. You're nervous waiting on the verdict.
I think we've all been stress eating, I've been stress hydrating. I think I've drank, so I have this ginormous water cup. It's like 40 ounces.
Uh-huh.
I think I've tanked 4 of those water cups today. I mean, and I'm wondering when I can get my mega pint on board because my goodness.
So will you have like a post verdict letdown, or like what? Because a lot of people, they get really nervous about the whole verdict watch, and then it finally comes, and they're almost like, "Oh, it's over." It consumes so much of our thoughts and our time while it's going on.
Yes, ma'am. As far as me personally, yes, ma'am. I've had it after every, and I'm a trial junkie. I like trials.
Yeah.
I've had it. I watched Murdaugh gavel to gavel. And when that verdict came back, I mean, they had a verdict within 90 minutes, guys.
It was crazy.
90 minutes.
Yeah.
Now, they didn't announce the verdict for 3 hours. That extra 90 minutes, I was dying. But I knew, when you have a quick verdict, that's typically bad for the defense.
Okay, that's fine.
But yeah, I'll have a letdown. I definitely will. Will you?
I'm not sure. I don't think I will in this case because I'm really invested in the Lori Vallow trial.
Me too.
So there's a bit of continuity, right? But but I had a serious letdown after Murdaugh. That was because that one consumed a lot of my thoughts and time. And then probably the Chris Watts. Man, Chris Watts was so hard to let go of because of the whole girlfriend, I just felt like it was undone. I just felt like it was unfinished. And maybe that's why I couldn't let go of it. But yeah, I had a serious letdown with the Chris Watts case. And of course, I think everyone did because it ended just so like slamming a door. It was just over it before. And you were like, what happened? How'd this happen? I'll tell you another one that got me. Another one that got me hard was the Barry Morphew case. That one really.
Did you see that he just filed suit?
15 million big ones.
What is happening?
He's pissed. And I'm gonna tell you, Iris Eaton And I told everybody, this was one of those cases that I really got into hard, and I was doing a
Yep.
lot of work on it. And I told everybody, I said, Iris Eden is not playing. She is
Nope.
a bulldog. She is the best of the best in Colorado. And y'all get ready, because this is going to get ugly. And I had gone back and gotten documents and stuff from a couple of her other cases that she had done that were very similar. An appeal case in particular, she literally rebuilt the bedroom in the courtroom so that they could act it out in front of the jury, so that she could prove that the bullet could have gone in any number of different ways. Now, it was illogical, right? If you were
Right.
sitting on a jury and you were a logical person, you would have looked at it and thought, yeah, it can be done, but it won't. Like, who stands on top of their chest of drawers at 2 a.m. and points a gun down at their spouse?
Right?
Yeah.
Right?
So, yeah. So, but if you're one of those people, you might say, oh, well, that's good enough for, reasonable doubt. And they absolutely did overturn this conviction of this murdered woman that the husband murdered. So Iris Eton is out to win, and she doesn't care if they are guilty or not. She's smart, and she doesn't care what people think of her. She's energetic. And I told them, I said, they got the one. When those girls went to Denver and found their daddy a lawyer, they got the right one. And
Yeah, they did.
Yeah. So they're suing the state of Colorado for $15 million for wrongful imprisonment. That's right.
Yep.
They're asking that Linda Stanley be disbarred.
Honestly, I was going to ask your opinion on that. Because here's the thing. I think this is strictly my opinion. Linda Stanley screwed the pooch.
Oh my God. Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
She ended up on a channel that I greatly respect.
Yep.
A whole lot.
Yep.
Talking roundabout in circles about it, and she had no business doing that.
The judge said, don't do it. He even warned her, and she went back and did it again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So all those sanctions is what killed that case.
Yep.
And the discovery wasn't turned over, and the lawyers could not get to court on time. It was a debacle. It was just a comedy of errors.
It was a cluster, is what it was.
Absolutely.
It was awful.
Yeah.
And then we had random YouTubers trying to stream when it wasn't supposed to be streamed, kind of like with the West Boys trial.
Yep.
And then, like, everything that could go wrong went wrong, in my opinion.
It did. So here's another part that doesn't really get talked about, and it's so critical. Right before Linda Stanley made this big announcement, that they had arrested Morphew, and the sheriff was preparing to make this arrest on the orders of Linda Stanley. Not only did the FBI and the CBI agents that were doing the investigation, not only did they contact the sheriff and say, don't make this arrest. We are not ready. Don't do this. The head of the Colorado Bureau of Investigation called the sheriff and said, don't do this. We've got this other problem that's happening with one of our investigators. We're not ready to go to trial for this guy yet. We're not ready. Wait. And they just completely ignored him and arrested him. That was the beginning of the end.
Right. Hey, sleuth mom, give him a great big fist bump and a high five. He just nailed his board brakes. First try.
So great. Good.
That is amazing.
Very exciting.
But going back to this, I think the reason that they decided to move was Barry was getting ready to haul.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what
And
she said, you know.
well, no, I mean, he was liquidating assets. He was doing all of the things. I think he was getting ready to run. And I don't know that he wouldn't have gone to whatever country that has no extradition treaty with the US. Who knows?
Yeah.
And I think that's why they moved, but it was definitely premature. And at the end of the day, if Linda Stanley had not have come out and made those public statements, I don't think he'd have been ready to run.
Yeah, I think he's going to win this case. I think he is. They're going to give him the money, and they may take her license. I don't know, but I think he's going to win it after everything that happened, including all the YouTube appearances, and oh my gosh, it was terrible. It was.
I don't disagree, sweetheart. I don't. Not even a little bit. It was handled so badly.
Even while it was happening, you just kept thinking this has to be like we're being punked. Like it can't be that these attorneys cannot be this incompetent. Like this cannot be real. And it
Right?
was. It was.
And it was awful.
It was
awful.
It was, because at the end of the day, there was a woman gone. It just poofed into thin air, right? And my
Who is
heart,
still
those
who
two
is
girls,
still gone,
I
by the way.
I believe in my heart that one of those girls is afraid of her dad. I believe that. I could be totally wrong, but the other one, I think, worships the ground he walks on. But
I think that it's a similar situation to poor Harley.
yeah.
And just like Chad Daybell's kids, what do you do as that's your parent? What do you do?
So they did. I thought that it was very interesting and absolutely heartbreaking that Emma, one of the daughters, that immediately after Tammy had died and had been buried, that she's talking to one of the neighbors and she's crying, saying that her dad doesn't want anything to do with her or her family. And I thought, wow, this is.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah, that came out on the stand.
Oh my goodness. Bless her heart. Like, at the end of the day, regardless of the acts that these people, the primary actors, have committed, when you're talking about their kids, and I don't care if they're adults or not, that's complicated, and that's a whole lot.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a whole lot. How do you parse that in your head? Like, this is my parent who I love and trust. How do you parse that?
I don't know. Now, Heather Daybell, who was Chad Daybell's sister-in-law, she's married to Chad's brother.
Correct.
She said that the kids, that Chad and Tammy, Tammy was very obedient, very quiet, and very timid. And that Chad, it was always this mystical, magical visions, and he saw this and he saw that, and he had this dream and that dream. And the kids grew up in a way that they believed that, if Chad told them that they had a ghost attached to them, that they would believe him and become very disturbed about how to get the ghost away from them. So they grew up in this home where he was controlling them through these unusual, strange thoughts.
Well, and I mean, I don't remember exactly how long before Tammy died, but it was like Tammy's great aunt or grandmother or somebody that came to him and said that she should go back to Springfield and visit her family.
Yeah, he's so manipulative.
It is gross. It's gross.
Yeah.
And once again, I just want to throw it out there. Your beliefs are your beliefs. It's when you start manipulating people around you that it becomes a problem, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I do think that sometimes these cases where there's this heavy religious component, I think sometimes people can sort of abstract and say, oh, religion is bad. But the reality is that organized religion does bring people a lot of comfort. It gives them a connection to their community, gives them continuity with family members that have passed. So there's a lot of positives that come from faith and religion, and but I
Agreed.
think where we go off the rails is when we take religion and we make it a tool of abuse. That's where things get bad. Using
Agreed.
religious to control people is where things get dangerous.
Agreed. I keep wanting to put that out there because I'm like, there are a lot of people that are super faithful and are amazing people and can't wrap their head around any of this stuff that we're watching. And I think it's important to say that.
And if you are a believer, you're strong in your faith, you can watch this thing like with Lori and Chad, and it can be real scary because you can think, how could somebody take something that's so good and healthy and use it in such a dangerous and terrible way. So it that's another part of this Chad Daybell Lori Vallow thing that's so complicated, is that just the religious aspect itself without all of the murder and nightmare.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, agreed. And it's is court back?
Oh my gosh, is it?
Is it?
Next to your picture where the computers were, there was a window well red line.
I'm muting to listen.
You ever find a shell casing associated with that? In that particular.
I believe that was a juror question, and I believe they were asking if they've ever found a shell casing associated with a gun.
I don't know specifically the 380. So what I'm asking is,
Ruth, Mom, I'm going to step out. My husband's here, and I want to spend some time with him. But if you need me, I'll be here, and I will jump on if you want me to comment or anything like that. So,
Okay. Thank you so much, Mrs. O. Thank you. And I'm not sure what's going on with the audio right now, you guys. It sounds like they're almost playing a video or some type of sound back, like it's on the court's end, but I don't know where it's coming from. But that sounded like a juror question video almost, or a sound bite.
It's okay.
No, they're not.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, chat. Thank you, panel. Love you all. Talk to you later. Bye.
Bye, Mrs. O.
Bye. Good to meet you.
Good to meet you too. Nice talking to you. Hope to talk to you later. Bye.
Absolutely.
Unless somebody is listening, are one of you guys like listening to playback of something?
I'm not. I was looking to see if I could find something from the courthouse.
No.
No. I think that was a juror question asking if they could find a shell casing, and then I lost the rest of it.
I heard Mike Allen talking though, like he wouldn't be in the jury deliberation. Like they wouldn't still be sitting in the courtroom, I don't think.
I think they are until they're dismissed, and so that they can approve the questions. They're entitled to be there just like T is.
Oh, gotcha.
Hey, Louisiana girl, I sent you a message in the chat. I don't know if you saw it.
Hang on. Got it. Got it, sweetheart. I would love to at some point.
Yeah, reach out anytime.
Deal. Oh my goodness, I got all excited because we had courtroom activity and wow.
I think the mic is an accident. I'm not finding anything. I wish it was something happening.
I know. I think it was just an old soundbite, unfortunately.
We'll see. Because we know that there were no shell casings ever recovered with our sweet G-Man.
Why do you think they were asking that?
I don't know. My little brain on the hamster wheel is
I know.
trying to power NASA right now, and I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah.
And maybe Sleuth's right. Maybe it was a soundbite that came from somewhere, but that really sounded like it was coming from the court. To me, at least.
I just checked Twitter again and stuff. There's nothing yet.
I don't know. I don't know if that was a soundbite or something from the court. I can't see him asking about shell casings though. That just
That's why I think it was probably a soundbite, something, because I remember them asking a question to somebody on the stand.
About a shell casing?
Yeah, if they ever found anything like that.
Okay.
I think it was days ago, so I don't know what's going on.
Well, maybe the jury, maybe it's both. Maybe the jury asked that question because they couldn't remember, and they replayed the soundbite.
We're not going to have that from the court coming out, though. Like, they're not going to let us hear jury deliberations.
Well, no, that's the juror questions coming out from deliberations is going to be held in open court. Because he has the right to be there to hear whatever questions are happening.
Yeah.
Because she exercised that right in court today. She said she wanted to be there.
I think that was a soundbite from somewhere. I can't see them asking about shell casings that they never found.
Jordan, they have to stay in the courthouse while the jury's deliberating. So there's just like a holding cell.
And Judge Werner said he would make sure that happened. If T wanted to be there, if the jurors had questions, that would be held in open court, and she wanted to be there. That was what we had a hard time hearing towards the end of court today.
Hi, Emily Biz. Welcome back.
Hi.
Make sure that happened. If T wanted to be there, if the jurors had questions. Hey, Emily Biz, sweetheart.
Yeah.
Close your YouTube.
What's that?
Close your YouTube in the background. Close out.
I forgot I had my other one on too.
It's okay. It happens to all of us. I promise.
I wasn't gonna get on, but then I'm like, I'm so anxious. I'm like, I couldn't just sit here.
Right.
I don't understand what I thought earlier maybe it was because they wanted to discuss stuff together about, I don't know, stuff that happened in the courtroom, just about Letecia and the doctor, or did you see her flipping off, witnesses? Did you see this? But now it's been a little too long.
It has, yeah.
I'm floored, frankly. I'm floored. I mean, at this point, It in 2 minutes it will be 4 hours.
Mhm.
Maybe there's
I just
somebody
would-
on the jury panel that's a talker like Dr. Lewis.
Anything
Do
is
they
possible, sweetie.
do they give them all the evidence when they go in, like the videos and everything? Or do they have to
They
ask
do.
for that? They do. So do you
No.
think maybe they're watching stuff? I don't know.
And you know what? If they are,
Mhm.
you do you, jury, even though we're dying. That way, I don't know. At least we can say she can't even come back on her appeal and say they didn't even deliberate. They had their minds made up or whatever BS.
Yeah,
Right.
that's true. Good point.
Like, you do you.
Mm-hmm.
Be conscientious. Be steadfast. Look over everything. I still think we're going to get a big fat guilty. And I don't even know what I'm going to do if we don't. I don't even know.
Or if they can't decide, oh my gosh. I keep thinking, what if they
If it's hung, I'm going to die.
Yeah, I don't
If
think
it's
anybody
hung because of one juror, I hope they find an excuse to bring in one of the alternates. Not sorry.
can they bring in an alternate if
No.
Yes.
yeah.
Yes, they can.
No.
Well, if they
Not
find
if
no, not
not
just because
if
they
the
can't.
ones, yeah, not because they're
Not
not agreeing.
exactly, but I'm hoping that one finds a reasonable excuse to get out and we get an alternate. Sorry.
I just can't imagine that they I just can't. I can't imagine that they would think that
This
she's
is
not
wild,
capable.
y'all. This is wild.
I can't imagine how Al and Landon are feeling right now.
Bless their heart. Like, by the way, can we say you go Landon in your red and black today? Can we just say that?
She's
Has she
wearing red and
worn
black?
a few
Yes,
days?
she was in fire engine red, and I'm picturing in my head black pants, but she was wearing fire engine red. You go, sis.
Wow.
Well, the doctor wore it too.
Didn't I know that was
It's just weird.
hysterical. Is anybody else surprised that we haven't seen more outbursts from
That
T?
can you see fire across the way? They had another explosion. No. I'm fixing to look and see.
The outburst. There was somebody, a couple different channels had polls asking if how long it would take or if she would have an outburst, but she never did. I don't know. Unless she's going to tonight, or it's sentencing. I don't know.
I think I'm a little surprised to not have seen that from her.
That's sweet.
What time is it in Colorado?
5 o'clock. 5:06.
5:06.
Sleuth Mom, I don't know if you guys are here. So I am going to step down, and I just have to tell y'all, this has been one of the most entertaining and interesting afternoon that I've had on YouTube. And I really appreciate y'all letting me be up here and be part of your conversation.
Oh, thank you for coming up.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. So I'll be back in a little while. Hopefully we'll get a verdict before the end of the evening, but I'll pop back in and say hello later. But thanks y'all so much.
Okay,
Thank
bye.
you. It was enjoyable.
Absolutely. Bye-bye.
Thank you guys. Thank you so much. I don't know if you just seen that, but they just closed down the court cameras. So I don't know if that means that they're done. Look at this. See, it went back to just my regular screen, so they closed down the court cameras for the day.
Interesting. So I don't know if that means that they're gonna, like, that they're done for the day. I don't know what that means. Court TV says that jury is going home.
Oh,
That's their
shit.
answer. Yep. So they didn't make a verdict. So, man, I love you guys so much though for hanging out and sticking through this with us, and for entertaining everyone for the last hour while I've been here at testing. I'm so excited. He just got his black belt put on him. So
Congrats!
I know. Allegedly innocent. Thank you so much for, I know you already jumped down, but thank you so much for being on and giving us all your insight and stuff. And guys, if you haven't subbed up to her, I believe Emily just dropped her link. We've been dropping it throughout. Please go check out her channel. She does a phenomenal job. Phenomenal. I've worked before with her on different cases, like the Kaylee Jones case she covered as well. So she does a great job. But I guess that's it. I mean, the jury's going home. That's so sad.
Do they normally let the jury go home when they start deliberating?
I mean,
Unless
it
they're
depends on
sequestered.
court. Yeah, unless they're sequestered, which they're not. So that means no verdict today. So we will be back Monday morning and just keep watching. Which Zach DePoint had said that they typically go home at 5 p.m. and somebody else in the chat came in and said no, they're going until 7. So they must not be at a point where they feel like they're going to make any headway with whatever the disagreement is, or maybe there's just evidence that somebody wants to see first. Maybe they really are watching that 14-hour video. So.
Oh God. Well,
I'm
if
dead.
that's the case, it might be Tuesday.
Right. I'm dead.
Oh my
I'm dead.
gosh. I cannot even
Right.
believe this.
So I'm looking for Court TV. Somebody said Court TV is who said that they're going home. Let me go look and see what they've posted. Because I don't see anything on the actual court's website, of course, yet. So.
Oh my gosh. Y'all. How are we going to make it through this weekend?
I cannot believe that.
We're all gonna clean because nobody's house is clean. We've all been living in filth for a month.
Right.
That's how we're gonna make it through. We're all just gonna power clean through it. Angry clean, guys.
Right?
So we'll be back Monday morning, guys, 9 a.m. to jury wait. I mean, I'll sit there with you guys all day Monday again. So if that's what it takes, we'll just sit here and we'll chat. And I have so many cases that we can cover. That we can go down through while we're waiting. There's so many missing people and different stuff, and we can find things to talk about, or just the other trials. But yeah, they may as well watch it all, Michelle After Dark. I agree. And I said that, I would be torn as a juror between wanting to see every piece of evidence just because of my own curiosity, and then wanting to find her guilty fast for the family. But at the same time, with the jury having been called into question before court even went live, they tried to get a no jury trial because they thought that the jury could not be impartial. I think it's a good thing that they're taking this long. I think it lessens the chance of an appeal because of the jury not being partial, if that makes sense.
Right.
If they would have came back in 10 minutes, they would have been like, yep, see, they came in already thinking guilty.
Right. I agree, Sleuth, and Michelle After Dark as well. And at the end of the day, guys,
Justice is still coming. Can we light
Mhm.
up the chat with blue
Yeah,
for
absolutely.
Gannon?
Blue for Gannon. And I
Please.
want to say a quick prayer as well. While you guys are lighting it up, I just want to, dear Jesus, please be with this jury as they make this decision. Help them to follow the rules, Lord, and not talk about this outside the court. Be with Gannon's family and the prosecutors and all of the attorneys. Be with them all. Help keep their mind at ease while they're going through this wait period now. It's for the right thing. I know it's for the best, Lord, that this is happening this way. There's a reason for it. So be with them all. Keep them in your thoughts and prayers. And thank you, dear Lord. Amen. So just a real quick,
Amen.
Short. But yeah, keep their family in your thoughts, you guys, because this has got to be hard for them to hear that the jury's nowhere close.
Well, and at the end of the day, it's hard. It's hard for us. Can you imagine?
Right.
You realize I got to go to the store and buy a ton of candles now because I have to keep a candle lit until the jury
Yep.
decision comes back.
I cheated. I have a light bulb.
I have a light bulb too. Yeah, I didn't light candles. So, all right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and end it here, and I'll see you guys all, well, if not tomorrow, Monday. Lokama is live tonight. She has Cantina this evening as well as a mental health live, so I will be over there at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time if you guys want to join me for her mental health live. I'm sure we probably need it. I don't know what the topic is. And then the Cantina is directly after that, so talk to you guys all then.
Absolutely. Hey,
Bye.
by the way, love you guys, and thank you, Sleuth, for this amazing community.
No, thank you. Thank you. Bye, guys.
Bye.